Chapter 251 The Master of Elephant, the times have changed. So, you two finally decided to leave the Fur tribe to join the Dusk Pirates. On the deck of the Tiga, Duke Inura and the Cat Viper, who were some members of the Musketeers and the Knights, knelt in front of Kyle in the standard posture of Wano country. When the two leaders of the Fur tribe heard this, they immediately smiled helplessly, but they still said seriously. It's like there's a lot of chaos today and the situation is turbulent. After a day of thinking and discussion, we unanimously agreed that joining the Twilight Pirates is the best choice for the Fur tribe at the moment. Thanks to Captain Kyle for his broad mind and never abandon us. Person Kyle, please take it in. Pong. A group of senior Fur tribe leaders instantly knocked their heads to the ground and bowed to Kyle. Very good. Seeing this scene, Kyle's face suddenly showed a happy smile. Now the artificial human orc form that cooperates with Vinsmock Gaji on Magdal has just started, and it will take at least 1 or 2 years to get the result. With the existence of the Fur tribe, the beast-type character cards in his backpack that cannot be found to match the person does not need to be treasured. Kyle smiled indifferently. I have seen your sincerity. Since that's the case, according to the rules of the Twilight Pirates, I will give you your gift of boarding. After the words came to an end, Kyle waved his hand. In an instant, several streams of light that only he could see flew into the bodies of all the Fur tribes present one by one. Before Duke Lan, Cat Viper and others could raise their heads, a strange force directly drifted towards their respective fantasy worlds with their consciousness. Because Duke Inurichi and Cat Viper are quite good, Kyle directly loaded 2 A-level character cards on them. One of them is the Mad Dog Beast from the Digimon world, and the other is the Blazing Roaring Tiger from Pokémon. The image of the Mad Dog Beast is a yellow-haired puppy standing with his feet like a cartoon character. The ultimate trick is to make the enemy lose their fighting consciousness, and to use sharp teeth to attack. The Flaming Roaring Tiger is also a ferocious big cat standing with its feet, wrapped around its waist with a belt of flames. Good at using Pokémon skills in the fire and fighting system. Judging from the fighting style of the 2 character cards, they actually have little similarities with Duke Inura and Cat Viper. But it is precisely because of the mildness of the species that the fit between the two has reached more than 70%. And this is the main reason why Kyle wants to conquer the Fur tribe. I didn't think anything when I had fewer characters in the past. But under 300 billion Bailey and several subsequent draws, his beast character card number also reached a level close to the triple digits. There are only a few animal-type abilities in this world, so the Fur tribe who is born to be an orc has become the main source of consumption of these character cards in Kyle's plan. Except for the 2 Fur clan leaders, Kyle gave some B and C character cards. In an instant, he consumed most of his beast character card reserves. After half a salary, the Fur tribe slowly woke up from the loading of the character card. Feeling the inexplicable power in their bodies, they instantly stared at each other and became stunned. At this time, Kyle directly handed over the next mess to Little Tiga. After turning around, he left a sentence. In a week, I will officially conquer the Elephant Master. In this week, we will try our best to keep all the creatures on Zou Island, including all kinds of birds and beasts. Some plants endemic to Zou Island have also been transferred to the planting room of the Tiga. During this period, other members of the Twilight Pirates will fully cooperate with you. Kyle is serious about protecting species diversity. Anyway, the Tiga has all kinds of facilities, and the space is even larger like a small world. It's just a breeze to take in an island. It's a pity that the Golden Lion is not that easy to conquer, and Kyle is afraid that he will be too tight, so that guy would rather die than surrender. Otherwise, with his ability to puff fruit, he could easily peel off Zou Island from the back of the Elephant Master. After the explanation, Kyle entered the captain's room directly, leaving behind a confused Fur clan. 7 days later, the huge Tiga took off with a bang. On the deck, the dense Fur tribe suddenly exclaimed. Some bold people even came to the edge of the ship railing, leaned out and looked down. Through the chaotic air turbulence, their homeland, Zou Island, became smaller and smaller in their eyes. Soon, the Tiga came to the high altitude directly opposite the Elephant Lord. The elephant owner, who used to be as majestic as heaven and earth, now appeared in front of the fur tribe like an ordinary baby elephant. So awesome. Gallet's two round eyes shone brightly, looking at everything under me with great enthusiasm. He supported his hands on the ship railing and stretched out his whole body. Be careful, Gallet. By her side, Wanda reminded helplessly. If they accidentally fall down at this height, they will be dead without a burial place. But her reminder obviously did not play any role. Even some fur children, when they saw Gallet's behavior, they learned and supported themselves on the shipboard. But soon, they were pulled down by their respective parents by their ears. At this moment, three figures suddenly flew up from the Tiga and came to the sky. It was Kyle who was preparing to conquer the Elephant Master and Robin and Dashi who were specially brought by him. Robin, Daski, if the Elephant Lord and I fight, we will leave the tsunami caused by you two. Kyle waved the white dragon's wings and said to the two girls beside him. The elephant's body was too huge. It was worried that the tsunami caused by it would inevitably cause a devastating blow to the surrounding islands, so it specially brought two women out. Robin, who used flower fruits to create frosty wings, and Daski, who was peddling with the spirits, heard this and nodded immediately and responded. Leave it to us, Captain Kyle. As he said that, a cold air that was enough to freeze the sky suddenly emanated from the two women's bodies. From the sky to the bottom of the sea. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be frozen. Seeing this scene, even Kyle was stunned. Since conquering the Whitebeard pirates, his power is so powerful that it cannot be measured in the pirate world under the accumulation of numbers. He rarely cares about the growth of his partners. Unexpectedly, before we knew it, even Robin and Daski were already so powerful. But Kyle immediately grinned. It's good. I don't have to be so careful in this frozen place. As he spoke, his eyes turned to the Elephant Lord. Because the entire sea area has been frozen, this 1,000-year-old elephant has also been trapped in its original place. But under the tempering of time, its autonomous consciousness seems to have blurred, leaving only the inertia of the body. So even though he was trapped in the ice, he still lifted his hooves hard, easily breaking the ice in front of him, and continuing to move forward within the ice layer. Thick ice layers cannot hinder its movement. However, although the Elephant Master had no idea that the seawater suddenly turned into ice, this terrifying scene shocked the fur tribes who were watching the fun in Tiga. What is this? In one thought, the entire sea was frozen. Apart from Captain Kyle, are all the members on the ship all evil spirits? The Duke of Inura and the owner of the Cat Viper, who were standing in the VIP viewing position, looked at each other. Although they all loaded A-level character templates and gained some magical power. But for this period of time, they have been busy exhorting the great cause of persuading the fur tribe to move, and have not practiced any, so naturally they cannot understand the mystery of the Twilight Pirates. Waving the wings of the white dragon, Kyle came directly to the Elephant Master. Looking at the Elephant Master whose eyes were already lost, he frowned slightly. Have you lost your sense of self? Hey, Elephant Lord! Kyle shouted in an attempt, and unexpectedly received no reply. It seems like a troublesome guy tilde. Without consciousness, it means that even if you conquer it, you cannot take it on the Tiga like Rab. A master who cannot practice is not as useful as a sea king that Kyle picked up casually. In the anime, it was Luffy who awakened Nika's form and beat the drum of liberation that allowed the elephant to restore some consciousness. But now Luffy doesn't even know whether he will join the Twilight Pirates. Of course, Kyle won't return Nika's fruit to him easily. Fortunately, I have a trick. Kyle smiled lightly, and the powerful mental fluctuations were instantly released from his body. S-level skill, telepathy, activated. Boom. The mental power that could only be used to increase the domineering strength of the domineering color was like a rushing river, surging into the elephant's brain. Kyle quickly captured the already silent consciousness of the Lord of Elephant. Wake up, Elephant Lord. Boom. The sound like a big bell suddenly echoed in the mind of the Lord of Elephant. Next second. A light suddenly flashed in those huge and empty eyes. Immediately, the light suddenly burst out and became brighter. As ITWHO. A dull voice rang in Kyle's heart. The Shangzu, who is responsible for his mission, also has the ability to telepathize with the Guangyu clan and the people of destiny. According to the agreement of fate, when it regains consciousness again, it is the time when the person of fate arrives. It's a pity that Kyle is not a person of fate, nor is he the Guangyu clan. He is a time traveler who breaks the shackles of fate. It's me, Elephant Lord. Seeing that the Lord of Elephant had regained consciousness, Kyle no longer used telepathy and shouted directly at it. After seeing that Kyle actually woke up the Elephant Master, the senior officials of the Fur tribe on the Tiga also had different expressions. Kyle Captain, he actually awakened the Elephantost. Could it be that he is the one who guides his destiny? Who are you? Although the awakened Elephant Master did not stop and move forward under the memory of his body's muscles, he raised his head and focused his attention on Kyle, who was like an ant to him. The eyes of the Elephant Lord suddenly showed doubt. You are not a person of fate. Why, can you wake me up? People of fate. Poochie. Kyle suddenly sneered and then laughed. Master of Shang, the times have changed. This world no longer needs people of destiny to save it. Because I will break the shackles of fate in this world and create a brand new era. So, come and be my help. Elephant Lord. Looking at Kyle, who stretched out an invitation hand to him, the Elephant Master was stunned for a moment, and even the movements under his feet suddenly stopped. Family members, who understands? As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a man with lower head saying something to me that I couldn't understand at all. A humanized frown appeared on the face of the giant elephant. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. As he said that, it was about to lift its feet and continue walking forward. That's it. Kyle was not surprised by the elephant owner's answer. A smirk suddenly appeared on his face. Fortunately, the Pokémon ball can be forced to be subdued. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being unkind and righteous. After a soft whisper, Kyle's figure suddenly disappeared in front of the Elephant Master. The next moment, he had already arrived beside the giant elephant, and then made a horse stance in the air, and immediately a punch was knocked out. Boom. It was obviously just an understatement of the punch, but a huge fist-shaped hole appeared in the giant elephant's body instantly. Then, under the violent force, the limbs suddenly broke away from the ice layer, bringing up a piece of ice crystal fragments. The entire huge body suddenly flew out. Not good. Seeing this scene, Robin and Dashi's expressions suddenly paused. Because the giant elephant's body, like a ridge, flew directly out of their frozen sea under Kyle's punch. The two women looked at each other, then instantly activated their own moves and flew forward quickly. Even Kyle was shocked by the power of his punch. There was a novel look in his eyes. So now, am I so strong? Kyle lowered his head, looked at his fist, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. He really just punched a random punch, but unexpectedly, his power was no less than the previous killing blow that killed Blackbeard in the war on the top. It seems that I am still a small increase that more than 1,000 people have brought me. No. And my captain's level has reached level 10, and I can gain 100% strength from my partners. Gathering sand makes a tower, and gathering armpits makes a fur. Even if most of the Whitebeard pirates are loaded with sea-level character cards, it is unimaginable that the combat power increase brought to Kyle under the stacking of numbers and the practice over the past period of time. The value of the elephant flying out, his eyes were blank, and a strange pain spread throughout his body. Before it could realize what was going on, he had already fallen into the vast ocean. Boom. The Elephant Master fell into the water, and his huge body instantly stirred up a tsunami. Even the clouds in the sky cannot escape the fate of being swallowed by the sea water, and instantly merged into the tsunami. If such a terrifying tsunami is left to fall like this, at least 4 or 5 large islands around it will be flooded. At this moment, 2 delicacies suddenly came from the sky. Bankai Baxia's punishment. Iceland Empire. Chapter 252 Return to Shambo Island. 2 completely different frost and cold auras suddenly released from Dasky and Robin's bodies, like a god sighing, instantly frozen the tsunami that reached the sky from left to right. In an instant. An iceberg connecting the sky and the ocean appeared among the endless waves of the great root. This. The two women's methods once again shocked the fur tribes watching the battle from a high altitude in the distance. What makes them even more unacceptable is the elephant master whom they rely on for survival was actually punched so far away. Their home, Zuowu Island, also fell into the sea with the fall of the elephant master. Duke Inura and the shopkeeper Cat Viper smiled bitterly and were glad. Fortunately, they were not stupid and chose to join the Twilight Pirates. Otherwise, their clan would have to accompany the Elephant Lord and fall into the sea together. The elephant has a strange body shape, with one more joint on the feet than the ordinary elephant, and its limbs are extremely long. The ridge-like body that is exposed to the water on weekdays is actually only 1/3 of its entire body. But for this reason, the giant elephant that fell sideways could be completely submerged by the sea water. Gulu 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 gulu. A huge bubble that looked like a boil suddenly emerged on the surface of the sea water. Next moment, the struggling body of the elephant suddenly poked out from the bottom of the sea. The brain that was soaked in sea water made it wake up instantly. After crossing the wall of ice, its gaze immediately focused on Kyle of the body. "Why are you attacking me?" the telepathic elephant owner immediately asked Kyle. But Kyle was too lazy to answer its questions. "Anyway, as long as you defeat you must be loyal to me. Since that's the case, why bother to say so much nonsense to you?" Whoosh! Kyle's figure disappeared from the far distance again into the sight of the Elephant Lord. Next moment, a familiar scene reappears again. The unresponsive Elephant Master was blown away by Kyle again. But this time, Cell deliberately paid attention to the direction, flying the ice land created by Dasky and Robin before. Boom! The giant elephant landed and instantly smashed the ice layer. The aftermath of force forms a shock force, rolling up layers of waves on the sea surface. But because of Kyle's intentional vacancy, no disasters like tsunamis were caused. In this way, Kyle controlled his strength and accurate head, and combined with his ability to move instantly, he jumped left and right in the great root like a person playing table tennis. Such a ridiculous scene did not stop until half an hour later. "Are you already in a coma?" Feeling the gradual weakness of the Elephant Master's aura, Kyle also stopped his inhumane submission. It's not that he is cruel. After all, in Pokémon, if you want to conquer Pokémon, you will knock the opponent out before throwing the elf ball. Kyle is just a reproduction of the classic. Under the power of rolling eyes, he clearly found the body of the Elephant Master in the ocean, and then the Master Ball exuding a magical brilliance instantly appeared in Kyle's hand. "Go, Pokémon!" Kyle threw it hard, and the Master Ball immediately fell into the sea like a meteorite, pulled out a white line in the ocean, and rushed towards the body of the Elephant Master. A red line flashed, and the elephant's huge body was instantly collected into the Master's ball. The huge volume that was empty made the sea surface tilt for a moment. But the Master Ball returned directly to Kyle's hand along the original path. "I have conquered the Elephant Master." In the classic move of Xiaoji to conquer Pokémon, Kyle threw out the Master Ball again and released the Elephant Master directly. The Master Ball that completed the mission disappeared into the air. As a product of the system, neither the Pokémon nor the Master Ball will remain like in the anime. But it doesn't matter. Because at this time, Kyle can already see the partner information of the Elephant Master in the system. Partner, Elephant Lord Bronze Elephant of the Great King. Open black lens bracket qualification, a close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0-100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power, 36 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total qualification, 360 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength qualification, 100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical qualification, 130 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket agile qualification, 60 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mental qualification, 70 close black lens bracket. The King's Bronze Elephant. The name is quite domineering. I haven't heard of the Pokémon named Tilda. Looking at the phantom of the elephant behind the elephant's body covered with bronze color in the partner interface, Kyle didn't care too much. After all, what matters in Pokémon's character card is not the Pokémon loaded, but their qualifications and attributes. Unfortunately, the Master Ball did not treat its injuries except to conquer the Elephant Lord. So much so that it is still in a coma. Seeing this, Kyle took out the shrinking lamp directly. He originally wanted to ask the Elephant Master about the secrets of 800 years ago, but now he has to give up. Forget it, everyone is mine anyway. It's the same when you ask. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light suddenly shone on the elephant's huge body. In an instant, the elephant's body began to shrink little by little. In the end, it became the size of an ordinary elephant and floated on the sea surface. As for the Zou Island, which was originally carried by him, it had long since turned into countless pieces under the destruction of Kyle and smashed onto the ice. After waiting for a few months, the ice layer completely melts, and these fragments may completely sink into the sea and disappear. Gudong Tilda. The fur tribes who watched Kyle violently conquered the Elephant Master throughout the whole process. Looking at the Elephant Master who was thrown on the deck by Kyle, his eyes suddenly trembled. Is this the captain of the Twilight Pirates who dared to execute the Tianlong people in public? Sure enough, an extraordinary person does extraordinary things. This Elephant Master who has carried them for thousands of years was so easily conquered. No. Looking at the tsunami ice sculptures that were still stuck in the sea, the sky high, the fur tribes knew in their hearts. All of this is because of the Twilight Pirates, it's too strong. Fortunately, Duke Inu Lan and the Cat Viper Sword Manager were foresighted and hugged the thigh. It seems that they must not agree to the abdication. Ignoring the shock of the fur tribes, Kyle returned to Tiga and smiled happily. Little Tiga. Exist. A ship elf figure that had approached infinitely of the entity suddenly appeared beside Kyle. Kyle directly ordered, go ahead at full speed. Target, Mermaid Island. As for your order, Captain Kyle. The roaring hurricane roared in the air, carrying the island like Tiga turned around. At the same time, Frankie, who was originally practicing in the training room, and a group of ship workers who were originally from the Whitebeard Pirates, were also killed by Xiaodi. Ga called out. Although there are no facilities in the system that allow the Tiga to travel underwater. But with the ingenuity of Frank and a group of ship workers, they have successfully loaded the Tiga with special devices that can move quickly underwater. The power source of these devices is not Frank's favorite coke, but electricity and heat. With the existence of Enelu and Ace, Tiga never has to worry about energy issues. Now that the fur tribe has been conquered, it is time to take over the Uran Island, which has similar abilities to Zou Island. Of course, what is more important is, Kyle wants to transfer the ancient weapon Poseidon, the mermaid princess White Star, to the pirate group at dusk. Different from the fur people. In Kyle's opinion, conquering Fishman Island is not a difficult task, and it does not require too much time to waste. After all, Fishman Island was once an island under the command of Whitebeard. Now the Whitebeard pirates have been conquered by him. Now he just needs to go over and show his face and replace the white-bearded flag with the Dusk flag. The only thing that might take some verbal remarks might be to convince Neptune to hand over his daughter to himself with peace of mind. But Kyle thinks this is not a problem. After all, looking at the world, what else is there to be safer than staying by your side? In fact, Kyle's predictions were not wrong at all. When the huge Tiga arrived at the Fishman Island, they not only did not get disgusted by any fishman, but even all the fishmen and mermaids were decorated with lights and banners to express their warm welcome to the Twilight Pirates. The fundamental reason why Fishman Island hates humans is actually the slave trade dominated by the dragons. Now that the pirates killed the Tianlong people in public at dusk, they showed their powerful power to the world, and naturally they were welcomed by the residents of the Fishman Islands. Even Kyle proposed to Neptune that White Star joined the Twilight Pirates, but only made Neptune think about it for a day, and then happily agreed. Perhaps in Neptune's eyes, Kyle is the son of destiny that came into being. Bai Xing, who has the status of ancient weapons, was born to serve the son of destiny. Even now, he has been intercepted by him because he is still young. Sooner or later, she will still become Kyle's partner. In this way, after eating, drinking and having fun on Fishman Island for a week, Kyle took Bai Xing and a group of mermaids and fish people who volunteered to join the Twilight Pirates and left mermaids. Under the dim seabed, Kyle sat on the captain's throne specially created by Frankie, looking at the crowd of people on the deck with emotion. As of today, the official members of the Twilight Pirates have exceeded 1,500 and are moving towards the 2,000 mark. The number of peripheral members waiting for the character card to load has exceeded 10,000. Among the official members, the D-level members with the worst qualifications have reached the level of 5,000 W pirates. Put it on the sea, it is more or less a person. The guys who have reached the level of the 4 emperors and the navy generals have exceeded 2 digits. Whitebeard, Zarin, Clockdal, Enelu and Molia became the 4 kings of the Twilight Pirates. As for why there are 5 people in the 4 kings. This is not a common sense issue. In fact, Enelu, Clockdal and Molia, who were ranked in the bottom 3, did not accept each other but they restrained each other and loved each other. The Whitebeard, whose body has returned to normal, has the strength of the top 4 emperors. As time goes by, the power he gained from the S-level character Kayamamoto Shigekiro Katsuyamamoto is becoming more and more terrifying. Finally one day, he released the flame that invaded the entire small world of the cultivation room, defeated the original No. 1 Clockdal, and won the throne of the Dusk Pirates No. 1. Following closely behind is Zoro, who has developed to a certain level and has begun to show his unparalleled potential. With the power of the top S-level character Kasaint Seiya Shura's holy sword, he killed Clockdal and Enelu in one fell swoop. But he was defeated by the white-bearded flames of the world and sat in the position of number 2. After trying several times but failed, everyone recognized Zoro's strength. Then, they began to move towards the position of number 3. As a result, after a period of fighting, only Clockdal, Enelu and Molia were the ones who were able to compete for the No. 3 position in the end. Clockdal has been joining the Twilight Pirates for a long time, and his talent is also the top in the pirate world, so his strength is naturally good. There is no need to say much about Enelu, who has the ability to thunder fruit. His combat power is loaded with S-level thunder templates. As for Molia, although his talent is not as good as the previous 2, with the help of Kyle, he absorbed the shadows of advancing into a large number of criminals and terrifying beasts. He forced himself to use external forces to accumulate his strength. But during the battle, Clockdal, who is a gravel body, uses Enelu, who is thunderous when his strength is not much different. Almost wins every battle. But the limitations of gravel made him unable to capture Molia, who could transform into a shadow, and was beat easily. In the lightning, there is a powerful purification power, releasing the power of holy light, and madly restraining Moria's shadow and his shadow dragon body. In this way, the 3 people supported each other and could easily defeat one of them, but they were easily defeated by the other. After several successes of the top, the 3 agreed to become number 4 of the Twilight Pirates together. Until one of them could defeat the other 2. And that person is the new number 3. As for the position of No. 6 and 0.10 afterwards, although the competition is fierce, such a bloody thing has not happened and will change hands at any time, so it is not stable. It is worth mentioning that Doflamingo, who has 5 fruit abilities, has not yet entered the captain position. But his strength is improving at a high speed. I believe that it won't be long before he is specially trained by Kyle and will become the top strong man in the dusk. Kyle, sitting on the captain's throne, enjoying the service of the fur maid beside her, but her deep eyes looked into the sky in the distance. The number of peripheral members has almost reached its peak. After turning them all into full members at dusk, we can almost declare war on the world government. At that time, even if Bailey loses the credibility of the world government and is not recognized by the system, it doesn't matter. Next, we will earn Bailey with all our might, and we will draw crazy lottery, and invite the strong people with a name in the world as much as possible into the Twilight Pirates. The huge shadow suddenly enveloped the residence of the Tianlong people in the Shampoo Islands. Before the guards located here could send out an abnormal signal, a terrifying domineering aura shook everyone present and fainted. Immediately, a group of pirates from the Dusk Pirates jumped down from the Tiga. Each of them held various strange weapons, with crazy and excited smiles on their faces. Brothers, go for me. Don't let go of any details and dedicate everything here to our great Captain Kyle. Chapter 253, Phantom Beast Sprouts Bird Fruit Black Form. A pirate raised his knife with one hand and turned his other hand into a strange loudspeaker, emitting a roar that was enough to resound throughout the Tianlong Manor. Robin, what's the name of the guy below who shouts below? On the Tiga, when he heard the sound below, Kyle immediately asked Robin beside him. Nowadays, there are too many people in the pirate group. Even if it is him, he can't remember everyone's names without opening the partner interface. Robin was stunned for a moment, but fortunately, she was smart and as the captain's secretary, she had an extremely good control over these details. Kyle's question did not make her think for too long. Just a few seconds later, Robin immediately replied. Go back to Captain Kyle, that person should be the 9th team. Kitania, a B-class player under Captain Drake, is a magician who uses sound wave magic. Sound wave magic? Could he shout so loudly? Kyle nodded in a clear way. When Rick, who was beside him, he immediately showed a look of shock when he heard Robin mention his name, and then his face became slapped. He stepped forward and said, Sorry, Captain Kyle. It's all my fault for neglecting management and letting his subordinates use magic in such places. Please rest assured, I will definitely discipline him strictly in the future. No. Kyle grinned and waved his hand to interrupt Drake's words. Immediately, he murmured softly. Why do you need to discipline me? Isn't this good? Although my words were a bit slutty, it also shouted out the momentum of the pirates in the evening. This kid is good, Drake, you need to train more tilde. Drake was stunned again, but soon he realized. Captain Kyle, perhaps he likes such powerful subordinates. He immediately nodded and said, I understand, Captain Kyle, I will let him work harder. A group of pirates entered one after another and rushed into the manor of the Tianlong people in an instant. Some went straight to the treasure house, while others rushed into the rest area of the Tianlong people. The entire Tianlong Ren Manor has suffered the most terrifying looting since its establishment. Because Kyle used his domineering spirit from the beginning, he shocked all the people here. In addition, in order to stay away from the mortal area, the Tianlong Manor was built in a remote area, so no one would notice the abnormality here in a short time. But this is a place where the dragons appear after all, and Kyle did not ask his subordinates to pay attention to their momentum when they robbed them. It is only a matter of time before they were discovered. Sure enough. Just half an hour after Kyle and others began to loot the Tianlong Manor, a naval base in the Shambodian Islands received reports from the public that they saw a pirate ship floating in the air. After a round of detailed inquiries, the naval commander named Kuro, who guarded the place, quickly recognized that it was the Dusk Pirates who ransacked the Tianlong Manor. After thinking about the pros and cons, he finally chose to temporarily put the civilian who reported the case under house arrest in the naval base, providing delicious food and drink, and sent someone to notify his family that he had found it at the naval base. A job that is well earned but cannot go home. What a joke. The pirates at dusk are better than the 4 emperors. They all need to be powerful forces that are not afraid of even the Dragon Man and the 5 old stars. Nothing can be handled by his small naval base chief. Neither the Tianlong people nor the Dusk Pirates could be offended. He still stayed in the office obediently, pretending that nothing had happened, so he could drink his own hot tea with peace of mind. Thanks to the Navy's turn a blind eye, until the pirates cleared the entire Tianlong Ren Manor at dusk, no one came to disturb their looting. In the end, Kyle harvested billions of Bailey's cash, a bunch of antique calligraphy and paintings, gold and silver jewelry, 2 demon fruits, and hundreds of slaves. Bailey got it and was directly recharged by Kyle into the system, and replaced it with more than a dozen character cards of different levels, as well as some props and weapons. Antiques, calligraphy and paintings, etc. are handed over to members of the Don Quixote family in the Shambodian Islands for cash. Although the Don Quixote family has once again hidden underground because it has become an opposite to the world government, the network of relationships that should be found is still intact, and this little thing is nothing to them. Those slaves were temporarily taken by Kyle on the Tiga. When they left the Shambodian Islands, they would stay if they were willing to stay. If they didn't want to stay, they could leave on their own. Only when dealing with the two devil fruits, Kyle's thoughts suddenly paused. Because among these two fruits, there is actually one of them that is a rare fantasy beast species, the bird fruit form. In the devil fruit illustration, the ability of this fruit is clearly recorded. The person who eats this fruit can transform into a strange bird with the appearance of a monkey, the tail of a python, and the body of a tiger. It is extremely powerful, extremely fierce, and has the power to control the flames. And the ability value of eating this fruit can also be determined by one's own will. Those who do good will be protected by those who are capable and disperse their power, which is somewhat similar to the effect of Nami's faith. Those who do evil will be swallowed up by the flames of the turtle and burned to death. In general, this is a devil fruit with very strong combat power. Compared with it, the animal-type sheep fruit and antelope next to it instantly faded. Can you judge good and evil as you like? He weighed the devil fruit in his hand, a thought flashed in Kyle's eyes. The potential of the phantom beast species is unlimited. If you meet the right person, the gains it brings may even be richer than some lower S-level character cards. And although the ability of this fruit seems to exert its power by judging good and evil. But more importantly, it depends on the heart of the capable person. In this way, the fruit said, it was extraordinary. After all, everyone's heart is different. Even in the pirates in the evening, everyone is 100% loyal to Kyle. Some people think that Kyle is the son of destiny, and following his steps is a great kindness. But some people think from the bottom of their hearts that pirates are evil, but because they follow Kyle, they still fall into this evil state without hesitation. Therefore, this fruit is more suitable for people with strong hearts and completely self-centered food. Being enemies with me is evil, and being friends with me is good. Only in this way can the power of this fruit be developed to the greatest extent. It just so happened that there was such an extremely selfish guy on his boat. Doffer. Kyle suddenly called Doflamingo, who was directing Don Quixote's members to carry the treasures. Seeing the flamingo wearing a pink cloak turn around, he immediately showed a playful smile. It's time to upgrade your useless white elephant fruit ability. A few days later. The pirates robbed the Tianlong Manor at dusk and once again made the front pages of major newspapers. Although compared with the execution of the Tianlong people, the intensity of this time was obviously nothing, and because there were no Tianlong people in the Tianlong people manor at that time. But the behavior of the pirates at dusk has obviously been completely in conflict with the world government, and has even reached the point of never stopping. The face of the Tianlong people was once again rubbed by Kyle on the ground. More importantly, a few days after the incident, no one heard that the world government and the navy wanted to encircle and suppress the pirates at dusk. Could it be the world government and the navy are really scared? In 800 years, a terrible idea has appeared in the minds of the people for the first time. For a moment, although everyone was still performing on the surface, they were all waiting in their hearts for the arrival of the day when the pirates defeated Mary Joey at dusk. And just as the outside world was expecting, the group of people looted the Tianlong Ren Manor at dusk came to a small island in the windless belt. Uncle Rayleigh, it's been a long time no see. You boy. Seeing Kyle jumping from the sky, Rayleigh felt a headache. To be honest, although he was once the deputy of One Piece, under his humble appearance, he had a proud heart. But in front of the young man Kyle, he always felt an unusual sense of helplessness. How did you find this place? Rayleigh raised his head and asked curiously. Ha, Kyle smiled and said, it's nothing, it's just that my subordinate misses his brother, come and take a look. Quote. Your subordinate? Riley raised his brow, is it? Before Rayleigh could finish his words, a warm figure fell from the sky again. Uncle Rayleigh. A fire flashed, and Ace came to Rayleigh in an instant and greeted him. How is my incompetent brother now? So it's Ace tilde. Seeing his old friend's descendants, Rayleigh's expression was eased to the naked eye. When he mentioned his disciple, the smile on his face was even worse, and a look of pride flashed in his eyes. Luffy is very good. After my training during this period, he has almost mastered the primary domineering spirit of seeing and hearing. In about a month, he can almost practice armed sex. However, after hearing Riley's report, Ace suddenly looked incredibly surprised. What? No. It's been so long since Luffy hasn't fully grasped the domineering spirit of the two colors yet. What's the meaning? Your brother has only been practicing with me for more than 2 months in total. Although his talent is indeed extraordinary, he has been practicing two-color domineering spirit from scratch in more than 2 months. Is this possible? Rayleigh looked embarrassed and didn't know how to respond to Ace's shock. For some reason, at this moment, he actually saw a little doubt in Roger's son's eyes. It's like, I am just misleading my children. However, if he had learned about Ace's experience during this period, he would probably not have done so. After all, Ace watched with his own eyes the guys who had just joined the Twilight Pirates. He had no idea about domineeringness and practiced in the training room for less than a month. Not only did he have both colors and domineeringness, but he also got the Navy 6 styles. After all, they are all the pirates that Kyle chose for the best choice, and their strength is still very considerable. Some of the best ones awakened the legendary domineering spirit of the domineering spirit after joining the Twilight Pirates for a month. With the spiritual attribute bonus of the character card, the domineering aura is almost the standard for the old members of the Twilight Pirates. It's a person no, even the Kung Fu Manatee and the Sea Beasts and Sea Kings that were conquered by Kyle can be released. The difference is nothing more than the momentum in the domineering aura. Those guys, perhaps even if they use the power of the 3-color domineering aura and character cards, are no longer Luffy's opponents now. But you must know that the power gained from practicing in the cultivation room is endless. Just like Kyle can still continue to upgrade after level 10. His friends can still strive towards level 101 after they reach level 100. Kyle is not sure whether the system level has an upper limit. But if it can really be upgraded endlessly, that means that in the pirate group at dusk, even a pirate loaded with D-level character templates will one day grow into a strong man like the 4 emperors and the Navy general. When Ace learned of Luffy's progress in his cultivation, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Then he stopped looking at old Riley, who misleads his children, and turned his eyes directly to Kyle. Captain Kyle, you're right. If this continues, Luffy will only be left farther and farther. Don't worry, this time, I will help you convince Luffy to join the Twilight Pirates. I think Luffy, and he must not want his future to be trapped by this planet. Well, then I'll leave it to you. Kyle grinned and nodded at Ace. Wait. At this time, the silent Rayleigh finally felt that his old face was a little uneasy. Of course, it was more like Kyle and Ace sang together, and inexplicably belittled himself. He crossed Ace, who didn't know how to show mercy to the old senior, and asked Kyle. Boy Kyle, what you mean is, you want Luffy to join your pirate group. Kyle smiled and admitted generously, it's true. After all, time is limited, so if this kid continues to waste it, the new era in the future has nothing to do with him. Of course, Uncle Riley, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you taught too slowly. I feel like you are just disgusting my teaching speed. The disgust on Ace's face beside you is about to be written on your face. Rayleigh was helpless. Although he was a little resentful, judging from the various things that happened in the Pirates in the Dusk, Kyle does have a way to make people become stronger quickly. The only question is whether Luffy, a kid, is willing to surrender. The strength may not keep up with the times, but Rayleigh's vision is absolutely ruthless. Luffy is not a person who can surrender to others. Want to get him to join the Twilight Pirates? How is that possible? One day later, Luffy ran out of the dense forest in a hurry and came directly to Kyle. Two big eyes shine. Kyle, can you really make me as strong as Ace? Then adventure in the Sea of Stars. Chapter 254 Delisting the Straw Hat Pirates. Don't be so excited, Luffy. Kyle smiled and reached out to Luffy's big face pushed away. Even without the Nika fruit, this guy's every move is still full of flexibility. I don't know if Nika fruit has changed his brain consciousness. Under Luffy's excited gaze, Kyle nodded. That's right. It seems that Ace has told you everything we are going to do. In the near future, we will step into the starry sky and explore the vast and mysterious universe. Ah, universe tilde. Luffy drooled, showing an inexplicable look, and followed Kyle's gaze and turned his gaze to the sky. I didn't expect that there was a larger world outside our world. It was so exciting. Luffy, who was never afraid of adventure, showed a yearning expression. Seeing this, Kyle immediately took advantage of the victory and pursued. So, Luffy, join the Twilight Pirates. Just Ace told you, I have the ability to make people stronger. In this world, the only one who is qualified and capable of exploring the starry sky is our Twilight Pirates. Or, are you willing to stay on this planet and wait for us to pass back one adventure story after another? Of course I don't want to. Luffy immediately refuted. But then, he looked embarrassed again, his eyes full of entanglement. But I am a man who wants to become One Piece. How can I join someone else's pirate group? One Piece. Haha tilde. Kyle, who had expected Luffy to say this, immediately laughed disdainfully. Luffy, is that name really that important to you? I don't think you don't know what the key conditions are for successfully arriving in Lurulif now, right? Otis. Luffy scratched the back of his head in confusion and smiled silly. Anyway, as long as you keep taking risks, you will arrive one day, right? You are still so naive. Kyle shook his head and said with a smile. Lurulif is a special island in the New World that cannot be found through conventional means. Only 4 red historical texts representing the signposts are found, and then according to the intersection of the 4 signposts, the legendary Lurulif. I have obtained 2 of the locations of the road signs now, and I know where the remaining 2 are. While speaking, Kyle reached out and took out 2 pieces of parchment from his pocket, and above it was a chart recording the road sign. One is a red historical text that Neptune took the initiative to let Kyle watch when he was on Fishman Island. The other one is the red historical text that was transported to the Tiga when the Fur tribe was relocated. Under Luffy's confused expression, Kyle continued. As for the other 2 signposts, I also know where. If you want, I can get it for you at any time. I have one here even if it's the eternal record pointer that goes straight to Lurulif. Kyle took out the recording pointer he got from Barrett and showed it in front of Luffy. Isn't it just One Piece? It's just a title. I can help you get it anytime if you want it. No Kyle, I don't mean that. Luffy, who was keen on the process rather than the result, immediately waved his hands repeatedly. If these things were all in the hands of the enemy, he might find a way to snatch them. But Kyle helped him so much and saved Ace, he would not be able to attack Kyle. He quickly said what he said in his heart, I will become One Piece by relying on my own strength. Seeing this, Kyle immediately frowned. Luffy, why don't you understand? What's fun about a sea that has been conquered by countless people? Only the eternal starry sky is the stage that truly belongs to you. As he said that, Kyle's mouth suddenly curled up. How about this? Tomorrow I will publish the locations of these 2 road signs and inform the world of the world. Then I'll get 2 other signs and tell everyone the location of Lurulif. I want to see if you, a little guy who doesn't even have the domineering 2-color domineering, is it that those strong men who have been entrenched in the New World for many years, arrive at Lurulif first and become the next One Piece. When you are qualified to conquer the New World, you may be the 1384th One Piece in this world. Are you a demon? Luffy's eyes widened in shock, as if he had known Kyle for the first time, trembling. Tilde. Kyle smiled slightly and shrugged unconsciously. You can't have both fish and bear's paw. I've given you the opportunity. At that time, you can't be the One Piece and you can't get into the starry sky, then you just have no place to cry. At this moment, let alone Luffy, Even Rayleigh, who was eavesdropping on the side, couldn't help but feel a little moved. This Kyle is definitely a demon. Rayleigh sighed in his heart. Compared to Luffy, who was firstborn, he was so sophisticated that he directly set his character for Kyle. He actually wanted to make the coordinates of Larulif that countless pirates dream of. In this world, only a madman like him will do this. However, if Luffy, who wants to make the stubborn temper, give up becoming One Piece, it seems that there is only such an outrageous way. Sure enough, Luffy immediately fell into Tangled and hesitated with a ferocious expression, as if he was fighting with him. It was not until a few minutes later that he nodded suddenly and said weakly, "Okay. I agree to join the Twilight Pirates." God knows how much psychological struggle Luffy had made when he said this. In fact, during the few minutes of struggle, he had thought about taking his friends to work hard and finding ways to explore the starry sky. But as Kyle said before, he has not even practiced the domineering spirit of the two-color. He doesn't know how long it will take just to conquer the new world. When they have the ability to explore the starry sky, Kyle may have become the One Piece in the starry sky. By that time, if Kyle threw a bunch of answers in front of him without reason, then he would not have any risks. In despair, Luffy had to agree to Kyle's invitation. At least in this way, he can still apply for adventure to the unknown like Kyle who entered the starry sky for the first time. It's done. Hearing Luffy's helpless answer, Kyle's eyes suddenly lit up. Finally, before passing this world, I was convinced. Kyle sighed in his heart, but his consciousness did not stop at all. He instantly opened his backpack and chose a character card that he had kept from Golden City to the present. S-level props character card, Saiyan Kakarot. Looking at the character cards drawn by Kyle, this may be the strongest character card he has drawn so far. Certainly. Due to the system's rules, even the Super Saiyan with the power of star-breaking stars can only give people a character template with a total qualification of 400. However, at the same time, it can also give Luffy the god-level sit-up ability that belongs to the Saiyan. If you want to talk about who has the most prominent sit-ups in this world, there is no one else except Luffy. A stream of light suddenly flew into Luffy's eyebrows, turning his soul into the shape of Kyle. Luffy, who was loaded with a character card, suddenly closed his eyes. In an instant, he became a little baby sitting in a mysterious aircraft. Before Kyle could take him into the starry sky, he was the first to see the magnificence of the vast universe in his experience and insights of the character card. Kyle was extremely happy to see that Luffy had completely become his younger brother. He looked at Riley and Ace next to him and smiled slightly. Uncle Rayleigh, since Luffy has agreed to join the Twilight Pirates, he will no longer have to practice here in the future. Leave him to me, don't worry. Rayleigh took a helpless look at Ace who had just used Susanoo to show his power and beat Luffy up. At this time, after awakening the power of the Synamoji Eye twice, his strength had reached the level of the 4 emperors. Compared to myself before the war, it was like a different person. It only took a few months to cultivate a person into this way. He completely admired Kyle's way of educating people. Riley remained silent, unscrewed his small wine pot and started drinking silently. To be honest, if he hadn't had a thrilling adventure memory with Roger, he would have been moved by the big cake Kyle drew for Luffy. The stars and the sea. He is really a bold young man. Oh, by the way, Uncle Rayleigh. Kyle suddenly spoke again and said with a smile. Since Luffy has joined the Twilight Pirates, Luffy's partners naturally want to join me like him. I have to ask you to call those kids here. Rayleigh, good boy, you are a disciple and you are not going to keep it for me. After a while, the members of the new Straw Hat Pirates were called back from all over the island by Rayleigh. Because the strengths are too different and everyone has their own path to go, each of them has been arranged by Rayleigh to practice. And when they returned here one by one from all over the island, they were instantly shocked by Luffy, who had joined the pirates in the evening. But when Luffy told everyone the reason for joining the Dusk, the few people from the new Straw Hat Pirates also fell into silence. In order to change a person's dream, he directly threatens the dreamer by destroying his dream. This guy Kyle is indeed not a good person. But there is no way. Since Luffy has joined the Dusk, they naturally cannot escape the Devil's capture. It is better to accept this choice of fate silently. With the blessing of character cards, the entire Straw Hat Pirates was completely removed from this world. Due to talent, except Sanji, Kyle did not give others 2 good character cards. As for Sanji, Kyle specially reserved him an A-level character card, Zebra. This is a fighting powerhouse from the world of prisoners of food, and has the ability to eat delicious dishes to make yourself stronger. It is a character card that matches the identity of Sanji Chef. After conquering the Straw Hats, Kyle did not plan to stay in this uninhabited island for long. After throwing Luffy and others into the training room, he directly ordered the Tiga to take off again and rush towards the direction of Magnetic Gu Island. Inside the practice room of Tiga. Ace, I'll leave Luffy's training to you. Let him become stronger as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Kyle suddenly remembered something, suddenly summoned the thief's extreme intention and turned to the page of Nika Fruit. Thorny. With a stinging pain in his brain, he suddenly tore the pages off the thief's extreme intention. Come on, Luffy, eating this piece of paper can be considered as returning the original owner. Ah, eat paper. Why? What's the good thing about paper? Luffy, who was originally marveling at the magic of the cultivation room, looked at the pages handed to him, and suddenly grew his mouth, showing an unbelievable look. I saw my eyes blinking and blinking, looking at the pages and looking at Kyle. That expression was like saying, "You are not sick, are you?" Fortunately, Esming, who was standing aside, took the pages of the book in Kyle's hand and did not give Luffy a chance to react. He directly put the ball into Luffy's mouth. If you want to eat, you will eat. There is so much nonsense. Wu tilde. Luffy, who was covered by Ace's mouth, immediately struggled, but with a gurgle, he suddenly choked up, the pages slipped, and entered Luffy's stomach. Seeing this, Ace opened his hands with a smirk. Bow, bastard, bastard, bastard. Luffy immediately coughed. Ace, you bastard. I didn't say I won't eat it. Can't people be mentally prepared? Luffy's voice came to an abrupt end. Because he suddenly discovered that the disappearing power in his body had returned again. Luffy, who had finally adapted to the power of no rubber fruit, was stunned for a moment. He stretched out his big hand, his arms instantly stretched out, stretching forward for more than 10 meters. This is... Luffy looked surprised. Seeing this, Kyle also smiled softly. Okay, the power of the fruit has returned. I'll leave it to you next, Ace. Please rest assured, Captain Kyle. Ace replied respectfully in an instant. I already know about Luffy's training method. I will let him become a strong man who can stand alone as soon as possible. When entering Tiga, Kyle had already informed Ace of the Saiyan's ability to keep getting stronger through sit-ups. Although he was amazed at the fact that this way of becoming stronger in the world, he immediately understood Luffy's training path next. In order to make his younger brother stronger as soon as possible, he is even willing to sacrifice his cultivation time. Anyway, isn't it just keep beating Luffy? He had wanted to do this kind of thing for a long time. Ha 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 tilde don't do it too ruthless. Kyle waved his hand, and with a thought, he came directly to another corner of the training room. Lord of Shang, I have already found you the Son of Fate. Now, can you tell me what happened back then? Chapter 255 The Joint Army of the Two Emperors. Captain Kyle. The elephant master who was practicing Pokémon skills with Rab saw Kyle and immediately stopped moving. The originally chaotic eyes also became brighter after being brought on the Tiga. Well. This giant elephant, who had lived for thousands of years, suddenly sighed with a long breath. Although I was inexplicably tied to the boat, and I didn't know why I didn't have any resistance in my heart, I was full of respect for the people in front of me. But the Master of Shang, who is carrying heavy responsibilities, has not removed the shackles on his body. When Kyle asked him about the blank 800-year history, he still refused to answer Kyle's inquiry on the excuse that the Man of Fate did not appear. After all, loyalty does not mean being controlled. The elephant owner still has his own ideas. So in the face of Kyle's second inquiry, he still bit his head. I'm sorry, Captain Kyle, I'm not sure he is the one you talk about fate. But if you really want to know the truth about that year, I can tell you. But I hope to continue the agreement with Joey Poi, and wait until the day that should be revealed, and then make everything clear to the world. You guy. Kyle looked at the elephant master speechlessly. It seems like he is forcing a good man to become a prostitute. Forget it, I won't be able to know anything long after, so you should continue to practice with Rabu. Thank you Captain Kyle for your fulfillment. The shrinking elephant owner bowed slightly and looked respectful to Kyle. Kyle, who did not get the finale of One Piece from the Elephant Lord, glanced at him, then flashed and disappeared directly into the cultivation room. The robbery of the Tianlong Manor at dusk was finally suppressed, and no sound of wind was revealed on the sea. As for why the world government does this, there is no way to know. This also prevented the reputation of the Twilight Pirates from becoming famous again. Kyle has nothing to say about this. Or he is happy to do so. Because he had no success in asking Kizaru's second uncle about the location of the Cake Island, he no longer had to stay in the New World after conquering the Fur tribe on Zou Island. As for Yuta, the ability of the Song Fruit, Kyle also plans to invite Brook after he has gained a certain reputation in the music industry. Alpha Yuta's songs have many audiences all over the world, but most of them are civilians with no assets. Even if Kyle now takes Yuta under her command and lets the Don Quixote family release records for her, there is no good fortune. It would be better to wait until he finishes the gold in the Golden City and redecorate it into a brand new mobile entertainment city before considering this girl with an extraordinary identity. It is best to allow Brook and Yuta, plus those who have musical abilities in the dusk to form a world-famous band to attract a steady stream of customers to the entertainment city. How much money can you make by selling songs? The real money is to cut fans. With the strength of Brook and Yuta, it is only a matter of time to become famous in the world with its singing voice. Let the Don Quixote family do a good job in publicity for them. In this world where entertainment is relatively scarce, their fans will still be as much as they want. At that time, several large-scale concerts will be held in the entertainment city, and those crazy fans will definitely be in a constant stream. And there are people, there is economy. The casinos, clothing stores, and restaurants in the entertainment city will also have huge revenue. In addition, the Don Quixote family's weapons trade, the pharmaceutical business of Magdal Island, the perfume and tourism industry in Alabaston. There are still Juche Island that needs to be investigated, the Fishman Island that surrenders, and the islands occupied by the original Whitebeard pirates. During the next period, Kyle just made money step by step, pumped the balls, converted the crew. It is enough to allow himself and the Twilight Pirates to have the power to look down on the world until he masters the power of the star-breaking stars and completely transcends the pirate world. Next, some are busy Tilda. With the domineering aura of seeing and hearing, Kyle looked at one of his friends who were working hard in the practice room. The corners of his mouth slowly rose, showing a confident smile. At the same time, although the outside world did not know that Kyle had another ransacking operation against the Tianlong people, the 5 old stars who suppressed this incident could not pretend to be blind. What should I do? That bastard Kyle is becoming more and more lawless now. If this continues, wouldn't the Tianlong people never be able to leave the Holy Land like a turtle? The bald 5 old stars with 2 beards suddenly punched the table with a punch, looking angrily at the ruins of the Tianlong Manor after being robbed by the pirates in the evening. Next to him, the 5 old stars holding the sword, who were also bald, sighed deeply. After experiencing Kyle's danger, he did not express any expectations at this moment. At this time, the 5 old stars of the blonde gentleman suddenly spoke. At this point, our means alone can no longer curb his development. If it really doesn't work, let's go and ask Lord I Am. Although Kyle has never shown his last name, this does not negate the possibility that he is a Clan D. But the other 5 old stars want to say something, but the 5 old stars with a judge-like hairstyle agree. I agree to awaken Lord I Am. Although this may disturb Lord IM, if we wait any longer, we may have been overthrown by Kyle before the legendary D clan was overthrown. The guy who discovered the flames of the Virgin in space with only the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, and destroyed them with one punch. His threat level has long exceeded that of One Piece King Roger. The Wu Laoxing conference room was silent. After a while, they changed the topic at the same time. The Navy suddenly added 2 general-level combat power. Have you found out the identities of those 2 people clearly? Everyone knows it. Fujito smiled, a blind swordsman with justice. Although his personality is a bit troublesome to the world government, it can be regarded as a shot of a boost to the Navy in this troublesome situation. The prestige in the Navy is increasing. Green Bull Wangmei, a typical classist, loyal to the higher class, once expressed in public that he admired Akainu's behavior, and was the second Akainu. The joining of the 2 of them is also a blessing in this unfortunate period. Yes. Several 5 old stars nodded and agreed. New World, Cake Island. A special tea party was quietly unfolded without inviting any outsiders. Momoma, I didn't expect that you kid would even beg me again. The only woman among the 4 emperors, the Aunt Charlotte Lingling, known as the world's strongest woman, showed her 2 searchlight-like demonic eyes, staring at the strong man with long horns opposite the table. Kaido. The aunt opened her mouth wide and couldn't help laughing. Lingling, when will you laugh until you have any more laughter? Kaido, sitting opposite the aunt, had a gloomy face, his eyes glared, but a look of shame was revealed in the depths of his eyes. Ah, what's the matter? The aunt's laughter did not fade at all because of Kaido's questioning. She slapped her 2 huge palms on the table and smiled arrogantly. Tell me, Kato. What's wrong with me when I come this time? Hearing the name, Kaido's brow trembled suddenly. But when thinking of his purpose, he still endured the discomfort in his heart and expressed his thoughts. Put your face away, old lady. I'm here this time, but I'll help you. Take . Faced with Kaido's words, the aunt naturally didn't believe a single word and made a disdainful voice. But Kaido continued to say as if he didn't hear it. You should also know that not long ago, I was caught by Kyle of the Twilight Pirates. When talking about his disgraceful past, even a hero like Kaido is inevitably a little difficult to talk about. But in order to save Jin and Quinn, he has no other choice now. Kaido raised his head and looked extremely serious, which made Charlotte Lingling, who originally wanted to continue to laugh, unable to help but shut up her mouth. And he continued. Lingling, Kyle's power is beyond your imagination. Although the battle with Whitebeard did hurt me that day, it definitely does not mean that my strength at that time was decayed. But that guy Kyle suppressed me at that time, leaving me powerless to resist. More importantly, he also has a strange hallucination ability. I returned to the 100 Beasts Pirates a month ago, but for this month, I have been in a coma. The culprit of all this is Kyle. There is no force on the sea that can sanction them, including the world government. If we don't find a way to gather strength, one day, he will defeat them one by one. Become a stepping stone to his peak. Kaido's words were powerful, and with such a proud person, he would admit his weakness without hesitation. This unusual attitude made the ant alert. That little devil is really as powerful as you said. The ant held her breath, raised her head, and her expression became more straightened. Kaido nodded, only high and not low. To be honest, my subordinates Jin and Quinn have been forced to become Kyle's subordinates in order to save me, so I urgently need the power to fight against the Dusk and rescue my subordinates. Jin. The ant's pupils suddenly shrank. She also knew very well about Jin's race. And because of her dream of forming a country with many races, Jin has always been the target she wants to fight for. It would be best to have a Lunalia son with her. It seems that I have a reason to have to take action. The ant licked her lips, and the momentum slowly condensed. On both sides of this conference table, the cadres of the 100 Beasts Pirates and the cadres of the Great Mom Pirates were also standing behind the 2 captains. However, the only one of the 3 major billboards left by Jack, the aura of the beasts, is obviously suppressed by the ant pirates led by Katakuri. The meeting ended soon. In the end, the ant agreed to Kaido's coalition invitation. The current world is erratic, and Charlotte Lingling is also quite touched. The sudden emergence of the pirates at dusk only took a few months to break the decades of plans of the old strong men. No one can remain calm in front of this rising pirate group. They must cut the mess quickly and resolve this threat as soon as possible. The ant and Kaido agreed that they would launch a formal declaration of war against the pirates in the evening 3 months. And these 3 months are the easing period for them to recruit soldiers and gather strength. Brother Katakuri, are we really going to fight the pirates in the dusk? Kyle is a guy who has conquered the Whitebeard pirates. Can we really defeat them? After the meeting ends. In a huge candy house, Charlotte Bree, the mirror fruit ability expert, asked his most admired elder brother with a worried look on his face. After the meeting, Katakuri's expression was still in a solemn state. Even if he encounters his favorite dessert, he cannot raise the corners of his mouth at this time. This is my mother's decision. Katakuri didn't say anything. In the Big Mom Pirates, the ant's decision was too big. When he heard Katakuri's answer, Burr's face was also dim. Obviously, from Katakuri's mouth, she could hear her elder brother's confusion and her inner resistance to the battle. I hope nothing will happen. Bu Lei lowered his head and murmured softly. Unlike the Katakuri brother and sister who are not optimistic about this battle, the entire ant pirate group is thriving. In their opinion, no one in this world is an opponent of the ant. What's more, they still have the main force of the 100 Beasts pirates this time. They will win this battle. Time passes by like a flash of time. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed. In the first half of the Great Route, above the Snail Kingdom outside Magdal Island. Welcome, Your Excellency Kyle. Vinsmock Gaji opened the secret door in the kingdom and welcomed Kyle's arrival with a flattering look on his face. Behind Kyle, Raju and Caesar followed closely behind, like guards. Seeing D of Laming after brother showed his body with 5 fruit abilities at the same time, this former MADS member who was just a cooperative relationship with the Don Quixote family directly chose to join the Twilight Pirates. Now, he is the deputy captain of the scientific research unit of the Twilight Pirates and Quinn. No way. Who told him to come late? Before he arrived, Lei Ju led his 3 younger brothers to use the special abilities of the laboratory to successfully develop the method of a person with artificial fruit ability. And it is different from the artificial fruits like Caesar who can only create animal-type abilities. The technology mastered by Reiju can be made, whether it is the natural system, animal system or superhuman system. All of this is inseparable from the inspiration that Doflamingo brought to her. Chapter 256 Fight. Seeing Gaji, Kyle took a step forward directly, with an expectant smile on his face, and asked. Gaji, I heard that you have successfully created an artificial human that carries animal genes. How is it? Is it still stable at the moment? Stable, Lord Kyle. Gaji subconsciously turned his gaze to his daughter Reiju, and his tone became inexplicably moved. Thanks to the genetic experimental data brought by Leiju, the project can be carried out so smoothly. According to the list provided to me by Leiju, we have successfully developed artificial humans in hyena form, swan form, squirrel form, leopard form, pictogram form, snake form. Kyle nodded immediately with satisfaction when he heard this, and immediately asked his most concerned question. How long will it take for these humans to grow to adulthood level? Gaji showed a slightly thoughtful expression and replied, because the animal's genes are loaded, the growth rate will be closer to the animal. But after all, human genes are the subject. Even with Vinsamuk's technology, it will take 2.5 years to be enough to enter the battle. It's been 2.5 years, it's been a bit long. Kyle's eyes showed a look of thought and thought to himself. Fortunately, Kyle had expected this and he had already prepared for it. It seems that it's time to go to Wano country and get the ripe fruit. As a country of Wano that has an important position in the pirate plot, many very magical fruit abilities have appeared. Ripe fruits are one of them. Its ability can make any object you contact mature and age instantly, which is somewhat similar to Pony's ability. But Boney's fruit ability is not permanently effective for living things. After a period of time, those creatures whose age has been changed by her will naturally recover. In contrast, organisms catalyzed by the ability of mature fruits will be fixed at that age and then undergo natural growth. After making a decision in his heart, Kyle raised his head again and said to Gaji, "Time is not a problem. In a few days, I will ask Boni to come over and help you temporarily cultivate a group of artificial humans, and then replace the artificial fruit hearts made by Lahiu. Look at whether animal genes can be combined with corresponding animal-type abilities, and whether animal-type fruit abilities can be awakened directly. By the way, how is the stability development of IQ agents going on?" "It's almost done." Gaji immediately replied. "After all, Indigo from the Golden Lion Pirates is a ship doctor, and there is still a big gap with our professional researchers. With the experimental data of the Golden Lion Pirates for nearly 20 years and the support of a large amount of raw materials, Caesar and I successfully developed the IQ potion that can allow the biological evolution to stabilize in just 1 month." Although he is also a scientific researcher, Gaji, who is a former member of the MADS research team, expressed his disdain for Indigo's civil sciences without reservation. Poor Golden Lion. If he knew that the results he had been waiting for 20 years to achieve, and only took a few months to reach people like Gaji, I wonder if he would regret his wasted years. Kyle did not care about the mockery in Gaji's tone, but nodded calmly. "Well, in this way, the awakened fruit ability person plus the special ability assigned by the IQ potion. The strength of an artificial human can be comparable to that of an elite naval general. With such a group of obedient subordinates, you can almost step into the starry sky." When talking about the word, obedient, Kyle subconsciously glanced at Gaji, who was in front of him. After all, this old father is still in a cooperative relationship with the Twilight Pirates and has not gained his true trust. Now the experimental results are about to be released. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Kyle feels that it is necessary to kill all the unstable factors in the cradle, including the Golden Lion Pirates that have not surrendered yet. The ability of Piao fruit is something Kyle is bound to win. Just as Kyle was about to continue explaining something, an urgent phone ring suddenly rang in the hall. Blah blah blue tilde blah blah blue tilde. Kyle's expression paused. He raised his hand and picked up the receiver of the little phone bug wearing it on his wrist. "Hey, what's wrong?" Robin's voice soon rang out on the other end of the phone bug. "Captain Kyle, Dre, something might be going on in Slosa. Quote, a member of the Don Quixote family in the New World just reported that they saw hundreds of giant fleets rushing towards Dres Rosa. According to the flags above those warships, that fleet should be composed of the 100 Beasts Pirates and the Great Mom Pirates. 100 Beasts and Antis." Kyle frowned and murmured, "Do you have to make me feel uncomfortable at this time?" Immediately he asked the phone bug, "Are there anyone we are in the New World nearby?" "Some." Robin quickly gave the answer. 9 Snakes Lily unit is now performing a weapon escort mission near Dressrosa. Brooks' musical unit also held the first concert trial run in Dressrosa. Well, if the two of them are watching over there is no need to worry about Dressrosa's fall. Kyle nodded, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "Okay, I understand, notify Little Tiga and prepare to set sail. If I don't go to trouble them, I should burn the incense. I actually dare to take the initiative. It seems that they can't wait to give all their industries to the Twilight Pirates." After saying that, Kyle's figure flashed instantly and disappeared directly in front of Gaji. At this time, Raju, who was following Kyle, took a step forward directly, with a professional smile on her face and formally said to her father, "Sorry, my father. It seems that Captain Kyle has something to be busy with, so I will be responsible for the next project situation." Leju Minister. Looking at his daughter who once obeyed her own will, but now she has become a person she wants to be high on her, Gaji felt confused. After all, whether it is animal genetic artificial humans or artificial fruit hearts, some of the key steps can only be achieved in the laboratory managed by Lahiu. Nowadays, whether it is Caesar who continues to develop artificial devil fruits, Quinn who develops biomechanicals, including Frankie who manufactures Gundam Army, they all rely on the approval of Rajuku to make the project at hand more complete quickly. Riju did not show any special expression when it came to Gaji's title. She just smiled indifferently, and then she continued to ask Gaji on the topic that Kyle had talked about before. The Awakened Animal Legion is an item that Kyle attaches more importance to in the Twilight Pirates. So no one wants any mistakes to occur. Just looking at his daughter who already has a certain status in the Pirates in Dusk, Gaji couldn't help but feel restless, which made him feel embarrassed to get it on the table when he looked at the technology empire he built. On the other side. New World. An electric yacht flying with the flag of the Pirates at dusk is wandering happily on the sea where great roots are fluctuating. Sister, the goods have been shipped. We can have a good rest during the next period of time. Sandersonia, the former Nine-Snake Pirates fighter, held an elegant goblet and leaned against the yacht's railing, and smiled calmly. Next to her, there were two sun loungers, one big and one small, placed directly above the yacht. In the big sun lounger, Sandersonia's sister Mary Gorod was lying. On the smaller sun loungers, Boya Hancock is known as the most beautiful girl in the pirate world. At this time, Han Cook was wearing a bright red bikini and her delicate and white skin like milk, exposed to the sun without hesitation. But no matter how much the sunlight tried, it could not dye the perfect jade body black. With the support of two pieces of cloth, a pair of jade rabbits are tall and arrogant. The slender thighs fiddled with an attractive figure. Han Cook slightly raised the love-shaped sunglasses on his head, took a greedy breath of the salty sea breeze, and enjoyed this rare afternoon. Now is not the time to relax. Although she was basking in leisurely sunbathing, she educated her sister. There is not much time left for us. We have a short time to join the dusk. If we don't hurry up and go to Tiga to practice, it won't be long before the minions on the ship will surpass us. After completing this order, our performance this year is still full. In the next time, everyone will enter the training room. We must not underestimate Arjush Island. Yes. Sandersonia, who was taught a lesson, played a mischievously stuck out her tongue and sighed. I understand, my sister. Just then. A phone call interrupted the three sisters' leisurely afternoon time. New World, Kingdom of Dreyrosa. The turbulent melody floated over the entire kingdom. The physical music symbols shine with colorful rays, shining the entire country into colorful colors. After a month of reconstruction, the former gladiator of Dreyrosa not only became several times larger than before, even the interior has become colorful from the bloody and violent before. The original gladiator stage suddenly turned into a huge stage at this time. Brooke, AP, and a group of members of the Twilight Pirates formed a perfect band and played passionate music. In the center of the stage, a vibrant girl with red hair on the left and white hair on the right is singing to the fullest. Around the stage are a group of fans holding various support cards and waving vigorously. This concert lasted for 6 hours. But no one left the audience. Until the girl bowed to everyone present, and announced the end of the concert amid the cheers. The fans left the venue reluctantly. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho tilde it's such a perfect performance, Yuta. Brooke, who put away his violin, stepped forward. Although he also had a wonderful singing voice, he chose to give up the C position and praise the girl. This girl is the singer Wuta who has a strong musical talent. Mr. Brooke. Yuta was extremely excited to complete a perfect concert. Because of Kyle's intervention, Yuta is not as extreme as it develops in the plot. At this moment, she is still just a genius girl who loves music and sharing. At this time, the other members of the band also put away their instruments to cheer for today's home court. It's amazing, Yuta. You're the best singer I've ever seen. Ha ha ha, it seems that our Twilight band will soon become famous in the world. Tisk tilde the world is not our end. Didn't you hear Captain Kyle say it? Our future is the bright sea of stars. Yes, that's right. Sooner or later, Yuta's singing will spread throughout the starry sky. Uncle Apu, Mr. Orchestreo, you are so exaggerating tilde. Hearing Brooke's praise, Yuta's little face suddenly turned red. But Brooke continued to laugh. This is not an exaggeration at all, Xiao Wuda tilde. Although you have not officially joined the Twilight Pirates yet, Captain Kyle has given us an order. As long as you join Twilight, your level can be the same as the captains of the major squads. You can see that the captain, he has high hopes for you. Kylasir, does he really say that? Hearing this, Yuda's two small eyes immediately showed the shape of expected stars. Seeing Brooke nodding, she immediately held her chin with both hands, and her two ponytails shook her hope. I really hope to see Mr. Kyle soon. Ha ha ha, believe me, your wish will come true soon. Mr. Brooke. At this moment, King Liku, who was originally in the audience, suddenly waved his hand and jumped onto the stage and said anxiously. Not good, Mr. Brooke. I just got the news about Tiga, and it seemed that Kaido and Auntie among the four emperors were leading their pirate fleet towards Dressrosa. It is very likely that the visitor is not good. Huh, Kaido and Auntie. The soul fire in Brooke's skull suddenly jumped. It seems that some people don't want our pirate group to have a good time tilde. Brooke's skeleton face suddenly became majestic. Apu and others who also heard this news immediately took care of the guy's affairs and instantly changed from elegant musicians to vicious pirates. In this sea, no one can cause trouble for the pirates in the dusk. Even the four emperors cannot do it. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho, I understand, Liku King. Skeleton Brooke put down the violin gracefully and pulled out his zanpakura from his waist. Snap. A icy aura suddenly spread on the stage. Yuhan's soul flame suddenly gushed out of Brooke's body, carrying a terrifying breath of aging and death. Next, please continue to be responsible for information transmission. If there is any latest news, you must tell me as soon as possible. As for us. Brooke's eyes swept towards the crowd at dusk, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let's just come and see. How many pounds are the four emperors who have been able to gallop across the sea for decades? Chapter 257 Two Emperor Eggs. Oh. Brooke's words soon affected everyone in the evening. Everyone instantly raised the weapons in their hands and shouted loudly, their faces full of excitement. After joining the Twilight Pirates for so long, their own strength and character templates have been greatly improved. Almost all of the previous battles were directed by senior members, which determined the outcome. Now, it's finally their turn to show their power. Seeing their confident expressions, King Liku, who had not practiced on Tiga, directly widened his eyes. Wait, Mr. Brooke. Should this be considered in the long run? That's a joint fleet of two four emperors pirates. Although he was afraid of Brooke's momentum, he suddenly reached out and stopped Brooke, who wanted to go to the battlefield. So what? Brooke's footsteps without a slight pause, his deep and empty eyes looked straight at King Shongliku. It's just two four emperors, it's not worth making a fuss. King Liku, you are also a member of the Twilight Pirates. You must change your behavior in the future. Tell me their direction. Send another warship and send us over. The pirates at dusk must not let the battlefield appear on their own land. Hee hee. King Liku smiled bitterly. Although he also hoped that Brooke could solve the problem, he was the two four emperors after all. Seeing that Brooke insisted on going out to sea to fight, he had no choice but to find a large warship to escort Brooke and others. The port to set off. Brooke looked at the girl beside him and suddenly grinned and asked. Yuda, are you sure you want to meet the enemy with us? Although we are not very afraid, it is a fleet composed of two four emperors after all. I heard that they have more than 100 warships alone. HMPH. Don't underestimate me, Mr. Brooke. Wuda wrapped his arms around his chest and raised his little face to the side. My power is very strong. I may not be able to deal with the four emperors. But as long as my singing can reach, I will give it to me all the fish and other things. Hee hee hee. Yuda showed a hearty smile at Brooke. She had been in the red-haired pirates, and she had no fear of the four emperors at all. Not to mention. He is Kyle, the captain of the Twilight Pirates, and he personally named the person he wanted. Although no one has given any name to the Twilight Pirates at the sea, anyone with discerning eyes knows. The Twilight Pirates have long been a giant who can compete with the world government at the level of the Four Emperors. On the endless sea, from the distant sea level, a dense black dot suddenly appeared in the field of vision of Brook and others. "Here you come." Brook stood upright. Although he did not take the other party seriously, it was a coalition of the two Four Emperors pirates after all. His current strength is comparable to the level of the Four Emperors, plus the strength around him, Apu, who is comparable to the power of the Emperor, and a group of pirates in the dusk. If you face the previous Four Emperors' fleet, there is no pressure. It will be a fierce battle. Brook slowly pulled out the frost-covered Zanpakura from his waist, and the flexible fire was beating violently. Bazon and Anti's battleships were not very fast, but the lookout hand of the forward warship still noticed the ship floating like a lonely leaf on the sea. "Report to my mother, an unknown ship was found ahead. From the direction, it is very likely that it was a cargo ship sailing out of the kingdom of Dreyrosa. Above a huge battleship comparable to the white-bearded Moby-Dick. Kaido and Anti sat on two gorgeous and majestic thrones respectively. On both sides are the cadres and members of the two pirate groups. Cargo ship." The ant smiled indifferently while eating the huge dessert. "Amazing, don't worry. Send a warship over and plunder them." The ant, who has been a pirate for decades, has long imprinted the word plunder in her bones and genes. For mere cargo ships, just grab them. But at this moment. "Wait a minute, Mom." Katakuri, who covered half of her face and dressed in a cold storage, suddenly walked to the ant, with a gloomy face and frowning. "My mother. I just felt something bad. There is a very likely trap for the Dusk Pirates on that cargo ship. I think it still needs to be taken seriously." The ant with a mouthful of cream suddenly stopped moving, her huge head tilted slightly, and her eyes turned to Katakuri. "You mean, there may be people from the Dusk Pirates on that ship?" The ant still trusted Katakuri's ability to see and hear, so she immediately started asking. "I'm not sure, but it's probably like this." Katakuri shook his head apologetically. "The other party also has a strong man with a strong sense of experience and domineering spirit, which can interfere with my perception of the future." Kaido, who was sitting beside the ant, immediately became serious when he heard this. "It's not wrong. It's definitely from the Dusk Pirates. Kyle has the ability to make people stronger, so even those crew members who were just unknown little people before, they may now become strong people worthy of our attention. Is it really as outrageous as you said?" The ant glanced at Kaido in disbelief, and felt that Kyle was probably scared by Kyle's catch. But since Kaido and Katakuri both said this, she naturally needs to pay attention to it. "Well," after pondering, the ant said directly, "since that's the case, Katakuri will lead a team of people to see what's going on." "Yes, Mom." Katakuri instantly received the order. As the strongest player in the Ant Pirates, it is indeed a normal choice to let Katakuri go to investigate the situation. But Kaido, who was standing beside him, opened his mouth slightly. In the end, due to face issues, he still did not say that he would directly transfer the main ship. Direction, a rhetoric for exploring the situation. "I lamented in my heart. Maybe I was really scared by Kyle." He turned to look at his camp and said, "Jack, you can also bring some people to see what's going on." "Okay, Lord Kaido," Jack replied in a muffled voice. Although his personality has always been reckless, since he left the pirates last time, he has also restrained his temper when facing this mysterious and powerful pirates. The two medium-sized warships instantly left the team and rushed towards the direction where Brook and others were. On the other hand, Brook immediately noticed the situation on the scene. "Mr. Brook, they didn't seem to take us seriously and sent two ships over." Hyaming AP said excitedly with his big mouth open. "Yo ha 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 tilde." Brook let out his iconic laugh, "Isn't that just right? First deal with the other two warships, and then we take advantage of their past opportunity to launch a devastating blow to their fleet from the rear. Just do it." Apu slapped his hands and turned into two big cymbals, and he started to beat them in frames. As the deafening sound waves were transmitted outward, waves suddenly appeared on the sea surface, pushing the hull to move forward quickly. "Mr. Brook, brothers, get ready for the battle on the board. Yo-ho-a-ho-ha-ho-ha-ho-ha-ho-ho-ho, no problem. Swish. Bingqing's Zanpo blade suddenly unsheathed, and thin ice crystals suddenly appeared on the sea surface. At this moment, Brook's body completely became the key to connecting the present world and the underworld, and the cold aura surged outward like waves. Behind him, the members of the Pirates of Dusk were not giving in. Show your power one by one. Some people started to form seals and summon psychic beasts, some people pulled out Zanpacket like Brook, some people had the ability to start chanting, and some people had the armor evolution. Various abilities directly made Yuta, who was not yet an official member, look shining. Is this the Twilight Pirates? It's so cool. Hey, Mr. Brook, and everyone else. If there are too many people on the other side and I can't handle it, I can just plug my ears. I will use my fruit ability to drag all the enemies into my music world. Yo-ho-a-ho-ha-ho-ha-ho-ha-ho-ha-ho-ha-ho-ha-ho-ha-ho-ha-ho-ha-ho. Then I'm going to ask you, Xiao Wuda. Seeing the ship opposite getting closer, Brook stepped on the ship with one foot. The moment he finished speaking, he jumped and stepped on the air. A skilled moon step made him feel like walking on flat ground in the air. The people who followed closely at dusk also jumped into the sky, followed Brook's figure, and flew quickly towards the enemy. Brother Katakuri, it seems that something is wrong. Looking at the row of figures suddenly appearing in the air ahead, although they did not have the domineering attitude of seeing and hearing, Bu Lei suddenly frowned and felt a palpitation. Katakuri, who has the ability to predict, looked extremely panicked. No, we seem to be trapped by the enemy. Katakuri shouted suddenly. But before he could deliver the voice to others, Brook, who was light and arrived first on the warship, suddenly waved his Zanpakura and entered the second awakening form without saying a word. Correction, Skull Emperor. The Zanpo blade attached to the frost suddenly shattered at this moment, turning into a mighty spiritual energy, rushing towards Brook's body. In an instant. The decoration on his body has changed tremendously. The fancy costumes that originally meant to leave a passion and vitality impression on the audience suddenly disappeared. Instead, it was a deep purple void cloak filled with chaos and death, completely covering Brook's body. Even if you look from bottom to top, you will only see a dark void. Black mist-like flames filled the bone body. Multi-layered golden crown, worn on top of the head. In the blink of an eye, the Soul King who could bring happiness to people before became a skeleton emperor sitting on the throne. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. Everything will turn into nothingness. Sigh of death. A narrow and long black breath suddenly gushed out of Brook's mouth and rushed towards the ship where Katakuri was. Seeing this, some soldiers from the Ant Pirates immediately wanted to raise their shields to block Brook's attack. But at this time, Katakuri's hands suddenly stretched out, turning into two rice cakes, directly sticking everyone's bodies, and then jumped back quickly. After doing this, Katakuri did not forget to shout to the ship next to him. Don't get close to those black gas. Danger. I know without saying it. Although he does not have the domineering attitude of Katakuri, Jack knows the insidiousness and power of the Twilight Pirates, so he has been prepared long ago. Seeing that the black gas was just pounced on Katakuri, he also breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, his two bronze bell-like eyes suddenly widened. The black gas directly enveloped the front end of the battleship and slowly spread backwards. And wherever the black mist passes, everything is rotting rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 1/5 of the hull turned into pieces of debris, blending into the big one under the slap of the waves. Ocean. The warship that lost part of the hull was instantly unbalanced, and a large amount of sea water poured into the hull. Some pirates who were preparing to carry strategic materials in the cabin were directly swept away by the waves and struggled in whopping sea. Damn it! What kind of power is this? Looking at the strange scene in front of you, both Jack and Katakuri looked ferocious. They have seen the attacks that penetrate the warships before. They can even do it easily on their own. But, looking at the black fog that began to dissipate, they could not confuse Brook's attack with the others. Not good. The hull is still tilted. This ship is about to sink. The pirates on the ship immediately started shouting. Fortunately, they are all elite members of the Four Emperors Pirates, so no one is panicked because of such a scene. A series of spare ships fell into the water quickly and rescued the pirates who were in trouble in the sea. Bree, you first use your fruit ability to bring them into the mirror world. And notify my mother that we underestimated the enemy's strength. Kaido is right. The pirates in the dusk are definitely not so easy to defeat. But brother Katakuri, you. Don't worry about me. Katakuri pulled out the trident behind her, but her figure was forever in the waves. The black fog was too slow and could not threaten me. You will only become a burden to me if you stay here. Buri was silent, but he did not feel disappointed by the elder brother's words. She knew very well that Katakuri just wanted them to leave first, so she said so. The other party just sent one person, and after a little attack, they were in a hurry. In this battle, they are obviously the disadvantaged side. Leaving Katakuri here will only be a bad luck. But I understand, brother Katakuri. Buell nodded vigorously, then pulled out a huge mirror from his body and began to direct everyone to evacuate. At least there is nothing Katakuri said wrong. They stay here and will only become a burden to their elder brother. After stuffing everyone into the mirror, Bule directly placed the mirror in his hand against the wall. She knew that in Katakuri's dictionary, there was never the word, escape. But if the situation is not good later, she will come out of the mirror world without hesitation and rescue Katakuri. Chapter 258 Yoru. Seeing that Buell had already left with everyone, Katakuri immediately jumped into the sky, stretched his arms and stuck to the ship of the beasts. Then he looked at each other in the air and asked Brook. Who are you? I. Brook's tone became dull after returning to the blade, as if he had experienced the baptism of time. I am the captain of the Twilight Band, the special team of the Twilight Pirates, King of Soul Brook. Brook answered Katakuri's questions honestly. Special team, Twilight Band. Katakuri was stunned for a moment. He has never paid attention to entertainment content, so of course he would not know that the Twilight Band, which has suddenly become popular in major TV stations and music columns in the past month. However, from Brook's answer, he could hear something else. Katakuri immediately said tentatively. A guy like you, Kyle actually only lets you manage a band. This is too underestimating people. Yohoahoahoahoa. The laughter that became strange because of the transformation resounded throughout the world. Having guessed that this was Katakuri's temptation, Brook smiled without hesitation. Put your shallow and simple test, young man. You guessed it right. As you think, I am not considered high-end combat power in the Twilight Pirates, so I naturally cannot be the official captain of the ranks. I can tell you with certainty in the evening, there are at least 10 better than me except Captain Kyle. Nowadays, the pirates no longer need to hide themselves, and they travel at night in the brocade clothes. The reputation of Dusk is worthy of praise. Impossible. When Katakuri heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Even Jack and others on the 100 Beast ship instantly lowered their eyes, hiding their shock and fear in their hearts. But Brook continued to laugh. It's impossible, it's not something you can say. At this moment, Apu and others who were a little slower came to Brook one after another. We're here, Captain Brook. Apu, who was full of fighting spirit, directly turned his left hand into a harp shape and his right hand gently stroked the strings. And on him, he was wearing a set of silver sacred clothes at some time. The sound fruit gives Apu the ability to use music to create physical attacks. And he, who loaded the Saint Seiya Pharaoh template, mastered the power to curse the enemy's soul with music. Nowadays, even a person of the Four Emperors level cannot listen to him perform a song in full. Brook reminded, Yohoahoahoahoaho pay attention to your volume, AP, that Katakuri is the person Captain Kyle wants. You don't want to be careful and kill him. Quote. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Captain Brook, I'm responsible. Apu patted his chest and issued a guarantee. Damn it, you guys are so unfair to take us seriously. Jack, who was ignored from beginning to end, finally couldn't bear it after hearing Brook's words, so he jumped out and posed for a fighting stance. Kyle had already insulted him once when he called for the second of the 3 major billboards. Now, 2 guys of the 4 emperors, Katakuri, are standing here, and the other party has ignored him again. Although Jack was very sure that he had no plans to change jobs. But being ignored again and again, how could he resist his inner irritability? However, Jack's furiousness was still in exchange for the ignorance of Brooke and others. Brooke turned around and said to everyone, "I'll leave Katakuri to you, try to capture it alive. I'll deal with other people." After saying that, without waiting for everyone's response, Brooke's figure suddenly flashed, activated the instant step technique of the God of Death, and came directly to the rear of the Kaido battleship. Then used the same trick again. Sigh of Death. Hut tilde. A large area of black mist suddenly gushed out of Brooke's mouth. After releasing such a large-scale sigh of death twice in succession, Brooke's spiritual power is also declining sharply. His power of death and aging is an invincible existence in a single battle. Except for crushing him with absolute power or large-scale AoE to strike him from a long distance, almost no one could resist this strange power. The only disadvantage is probably that it releases the sigh of death, which consumes a lot of spiritual power. And aging is a process, not a result. However, on today's battlefield, no one will find his weakness. Black fog covers. The pirates of the beasts who had already seen their terrifying power were instantly scared to the bow of the ship. Some unlucky pirates who had no time to hide were quickly aging and corrupted in a few seconds after being shrouded in the black fog. Until the end, it turned into a piece of white bones, and with a click, it hit the ground, breaking into powder. With the same decaying hull, it fell into the sea. Avildamon. The strange power and Brooke's terrifying appearance instantly made the beasts feel like they were coming to hell. On the other side, the people led by Apu immediately launched an attack. Among them, almost the vast majority of them are loaded with character templates related to music. In an instant, a wave of graceful, irritable, weird, or sharp voices resounded throughout the sky. And the pirates who were heard by those voices instantly became different in shape. Some were immersed in illusion and became stupid, some were directly cut by sound waves, and died on the spot, while others fell to the ground with their heads in their arms, their bodies twisted like centipedes pressed on the oven. The sound attack moves are more bizarre and omnipresent than ordinary combat methods. For a moment, it was just a meeting. 2-4 fleets, those who escaped, those who are injured, those who are killed. It is hard to believe that this is actually the subordinate of the 4 emperors. More importantly, the one who led them was the strongest person under the command of the 4 emperors. Damn it! Jack was furious. Regardless of the cuts on his body, he could only leave a tiny sound wave attack in the sky, and suddenly turned into a mammoth giant elephant. Without the ability to fly, he kicked hard, and the already dilapidated warship was instantly added to the fire, and more than half of its ship's body fell under the sea. But the mammoth Jack rushed towards Apu with an unparalleled aura. Seeing this, Apu shook his head helplessly. Oh, really, I seem to be treated as a soft persimmon tilde. After saying that, he played the piano with one hand and played a beautiful music. Notes turned into entities, flew out of the harp, and crashed towards Jack. After touching his body, it exploded instantly. Bang 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 bang. In the sky, there were fires everywhere. Under the impact of the explosion, Jack, who could not move forward, finally lost the motivation to move forward and fell towards the sea below. Jack. Puff. A white glutinous rice cake suddenly stretched out his arms, directly wrapping Jack's huge body. Katakuri pulled Jack with one hand and sent Jack to a safe location that had not yet sunk to the bottom of the sea. Jack, don't be impulsive. This is not an opponent that we can defeat alone. If we want to defeat them, we must work together. At this moment, Katakuri no longer thought about how powerful the pirates in the evening were. In any case, his top priority is to win this war. I know, Jack answered in a muffled voice, his eyes burning with anger. Damn Dusk. Damn Kyle. After cursing in his heart, he shook his elephant trunk and said to Katakuri. I don't have the ability to fly. I need a fulcrum that can support the jump. No, Katakuli immediately replied. In the sea, my awakening of my fruit ability does not work. But although the fulcrum is not good, I have another way to make you fly. What way? Jack asked, who had only muscles in his head. That's it. Katakuli didn't explain much, and directly stretched out her hands and turned into two huge glutinous rice cakes, wrapping Jack's body. Hey, what are you going to do? Jack shouted. But Katakuli seemed to have not heard it. Her legs turned into rice cakes directly, and her fruit ability awakened, turning the deck under her feet into a glutinous rice shape, and then blended with her body. Next moment, Katakuli suddenly twisted his body and rotated dozens of times. Then, regardless of Jack's increasingly pale face, he turned around hard. The huge centrifugal force instantly made Jack fly up, and he paired with Katakuri's arms, swept quickly into the air like a popular chain. Not good. Add me to the condition. Looking at the flying elephant, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in Apu's eyes. Neither here the loaded for-out templates or melee types. He was also stunned by the combined attacks of the two emperors. But fortunately, he is not fighting alone. As Apu finished speaking, in the dusk band behind him, several people immediately began to play different music. Immediately, a series of radiant colors shrouded Apu's body, making his body stronger, bigger and harder. Boom! The flying Jack was like a cannonball, stirring up strong airflow and flew fiercely to the crowd of the dusk band. At this moment, a quick figure suddenly stopped him. It was Hyaming Apu who received the blessing of his partner Buff. At this moment, he is already very different from his funny appearance before. Under the urging of the small universe, the silver holy cloaked bursts of holy light, majestic and holy. Apu of the long-armed tribe directly stretched out his arms that were longer than ordinary people, turned into two big symbols with his hands, and then slapped at Jack with a bang. Raise, my little universe. Although it cannot be compared with Zoro's small universe, with the blessing of level, Apu's power has long been different from the past. Boom. The terrifying momentum echoed between the sky and the earth, and the sound was surging. Even the sea surface fell into a hole due to the impact of this wave of power confrontation. Hey. In the end, AP, who intercepted Jack in midair and did not allow him to further endanger everyone in the evening, grinned. The deputy of the four emperors. But that's it. While talking, he suddenly clapped his palms in the air, and his arms instantly joined together, turning into a huge suona. And the sound of the suona is facing Jack's head. A mortal music explosion. Drip. Apu took a deep breath and then suddenly blew on the suona. In an instant, the sharp and loud sound of the suona pierced directly into Jack's head like a huge steel nail. Ah! Jack, who was having a split headache, let out a painful wail in an instant. Seeing this, Katakuri thought to himself that, not good, was right, then swung his arms and quickly took Jack back and placed him on the warship that had been silent for 1/3. When he looked up at Jack, he suddenly saw a big face with bloody ears and cracked eyes, and he seemed to be stunned. With the blessing of his partner Buff, Apu defeated Jack with just one move. Oops. Katakuri's heart sank, and she also realized that Kaido and Jack were not exaggerating before. The power of the Twilight Pirates is really beyond their imagination. Whether it is Brook or AP, they are small people they have never heard of before. But even so, the opponent's strength has made it difficult for him and others to resist. Katakuri couldn't imagine how powerful it would be if it were those strong men who had emerged in the Battle of the Top and the Battle of the Golden City. Even the alliance of the Double Emperor Pirates cannot be the opponent of Dusk. At this time, Katakuri had no intention of fighting again. He now just wanted to report what he saw and heard to the ant, so that the ant would never ruin his brothers and sisters because of a moment of impulse. However, just after Katakuri turned around, a sharp sword emitting a death threat suddenly stood on his neck. Don't move. My control of power is not mature enough. If you don't want to accidentally turn into a dry bone, just throw down your weapon obediently. Using the instant step, Brook turned back into the form of the King of Souls. The deep cold air released from his bones, instantly freezing the warship and the sea surface, preventing the warship from shaking. Unlike Katakuli's glutinous ability, Brook uses his fruit ability to connect with the underworld, and the ice and cold air also comes from the underworld and will not lose its effect by touching the sea. Katakuli suddenly fell silent, but when he saw Jack, who was already demented in 2 dilapidated warships, he knew that all this was powerless to turn the world back. Dang tilde. The trident suddenly landed. Katakuri raised his hands obediently, and a pair of sea roof stone handcuffs were placed on his hands, limiting his strength. On the other side, Apu and everyone also fell from the sky and salvaged the pirates who fell into the water one by one. It's not that they are so kind-hearted that they can't bear to kill. Mainly, now that the pirates are developing rapidly at dusk, labor is needed everywhere. These defeated pirates of the 4 Emperors' pirates were taken back and sent directly to the miner factory. Their strong physical strength was enough to make them a good job. Chapter 259 Two Young Men. Hey, everyone. A few quarters of an hour later, after Brook and others controlled all the members of the Double Emperor Coalition, Yuta also rode a ship near the battlefield, raised his hands and shouted at Brook and others. Yuta. Brook also raised his skeleton arm and responded loudly. Soon, the few people met again. Yuta's eyes patrolled Katakuli and Jack back and forth, and after a moment, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. I know these 2 guys. She stretched out her pretty hand and pointed to the 2 Katakuli who were escorted. Wuta said in shock, aren't they the 3 generals of the Ant Pirates, and the 3 major boards of the 100 Beast Pirates? Wow, Mr. Brook, Mr. AP, you are too frightening. Can you defeat the 2 of them? Ha 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 tilde, it's just a simple thing. After being praised by a cute little girl, Apu immediately shyly scratched the back of his head. Brook also smiled slightly. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho tilde, that's where it's just gone. When you meet Captain Kyle, you will become as strong as us. Even stronger than us tilde. Cut it tilde, Yuta stretched out a finger and swung it. Don't underestimate me, Mr. Brook. If my fruit ability is activated with all my strength, I may not be able to beat you. I totally believe this. Brook still smiled gentlemanly and nodded. But in his mind, he couldn't help but recall the prompt that Kyle gave him when he set off. The ability of singing fruits has the power to destroy the world. This short sentence shows that the energy in Wuta's body is not as gentle and cute as her appearance. And this is also the main reason why Brook would let him get on the boat and help them fight the enemy. After a brief chat, after escorting all the prisoners into the cabin of the cargo ship, Brook and others immediately returned to the ship, allowing everyone to use their respective abilities to speed up the ship's navigation. Hurry up. The fleet has been away for a while and is about to arrive at the kingdom of Dreyrosa. We must stop the coalition warships before that. Brook has a deep understanding of how terrifying the aftermath of the Emperor-level battle is. Just like him, although his overall strength is reflected in the aura of aging and death, if he let go of his figure and exerts his strength, he can still easily turn a small town into a ghost town in an instant. As for those strong people whose strength is reflected in physical melee combat or natural power, they can destroy an entire island in an instant. On the Tiga, every time a battle for the captains of the team occurred, the small world in the training room would be destroyed. Fortunately, the small world has extremely strong repair functions. No matter what kind of damage it is, it will instantly return to its original state after 12 o'clock in the morning. If the 4 emperors of Kaido and Anti were allowed to act recklessly in the kingdom of Dreyrosa, Brook could not imagine how terrible and desperate disaster would be for the people of the kingdom. The ship was sailing rapidly. However, what no one noticed was that just after Brook and others left, a mirror suddenly fell from the corner of the wall and shot it on the ground. And above the mirror, it was Buri's face covering his mouth and crying. Brother Katakuri. What did you say? Katakuli and Jack were defeated. They were even imprisoned. On the main ship of the Double Emperor Alliance, Kaido looked at Buli, who ran out of the mirror and reported to the ant with a look of surprise. Under Kyle's pressure, Bray's body kept trembling. But when she thought of her defeated brother, she replied anxiously. Yesies. That ship is not a cargo ship at all. It's a special rank of the Dusk Pirates. Each of them has outstanding strength and strange abilities, and is good at using vocal music to fight. The strongest one is a skeleton named Brook. He just took a few seconds to destroy 2 warships in an instant. He will spit out a black mist, which seems to have the ability to quickly corrode objects and creatures. After just touching the crew of the beasts, it instantly turned into a dead bone and the corpse fell into the sea. The other strong guy is a person who can turn his body into an instrument. Jack was defeated by his attack, and his ears were bleeding endlessly. Buell quickly reported and told Aunt Yu and Kaido everything she saw in the mirror world. After she finished speaking, both Kaido and Auntie fell into silence. The 2 Four Emperors looked at each other and saw their shocked looks in each other's eyes. Damn Kyle. Kaido, who had completely lost the 3 major pronunciations, suddenly hit the seat armrest. The powerful overlord, the domineering aura involuntarily surged out, stirring up the clouds in the sky and became chaotic. But no matter how powerful his aura is, it gives people the feeling of being incompetent and furious clown, and has no effect except ridiculousness. The ant glanced at Kaido. Her mind is quite clear without being affected by bulimia. Otherwise, she would not have conquered such a huge country and became the 4 emperors. We underestimate the power of Kyle's men, she said as she knocked on the back of the chair. Immediately, the ant's eyes turned and looked directly at Buell. You just said that the guys from the Twilight Pirates are moving quickly in the direction of the fleet, preparing to attack the fleet from the rear. That's right, Mom. Buell nodded immediately. This is what I heard with my own ears. Well, the ant pondered and showed a rare look of thinking. After a while, she spoke again. Kaido, it seems we are going to change the direction of our sailing. If someone really stole the butt so easily, then our old faces will be completely lost. Yeah, Kaido obviously didn't want to talk much, but just nodded and responded. He has lost Jack, and has lost the last fig leaf. If he cannot handle today's affairs properly, then he and the Beast Pirates may completely withdraw from the stage of history. It's not because of lack of strength, but because I have no face to stay on the sea again. It is also very troublesome for a fleet of hundreds of warships to suddenly change direction. But in order not to be stolen by Brook, the Double Emperor Coalition had to do so. After all, even Katakuri and Jack were defeated. The only ones who can defeat the opponent are the 2 Four Emperors. At the same time, Brook and others, who were pursuing the Double Emperor Coalition and preparing to attack, were suddenly stunned. Looking at the group of ships that suddenly stopped in front of them, a trace of bad guess flashed in their hearts. Apu, who was responsible for looking at the ship, was the first to discover the problem. Mr. Brook, the other party seems to have discovered our existence. The arrangement of the fleet is being adjusted. I'm in trouble, Tilda. Brook frowned, even though he had no brows at all. It seems that the other party should have mastered something we don't know about how to transmit information remotely. We defeated the 2 powerful deputies. As long as the ant and Kaido are not stupid, the next one we have to face is likely to be 2 Four Emperors. What should I do, Mr. Brook? Apu jumped into the air, his face also became panicked. Brook's strength may be able to compete with the 4 Emperors, but except him, there is no player here who can compete with the 4 Emperors. Brook also clenched his fist suddenly and murmured. I wish I could have more time. Wait a little longer, Queen Hankook's team can come here. Although Hankook didn't join the Dusk for a long time, Brook knew that Captain Kyle had given her a strong ability. Even so, Hankook's comprehensive strength at this time has reached the level of the 4 Emperors. Although it may be a bit difficult to defeat Ant and Kaido, their joint efforts are enough to hold back the Double Emperor Coalition and prevent them from invading Dressrosa. As long as it can be dragged until the arrival of Tiga, the 2 Emperor Coalition is just a joke. Mr. Brook, do you need time? At this moment, a crisp voice suddenly broke into the conversation between Brook and AP. Yuta. Brook turned around and showed a surprised expression. But Wuda walked up with a firm look on his face. Mr. Brook, I heard your conversation. If you need to delay time, you can consider using my power. My ability can summon all the consciousness of those who hear my singing into my spiritual world. Yuta's rise up silently made Brook and AP. Just a moment later, Brook shook his head slightly. No. Yuta, although your ability is indeed very strong, the other party is a powerful person at the level of the four emperors. Their mental power is not something you can imagine at all. What's more, the ant is a soul fruit abilities. Even if she drags her into the spiritual world, it won't have any effect. No. Yuta interrupted Brook's words directly and said firmly. I said everything, don't underestimate me. Mr. Brook. I am a member of the Twilight Pirates selected by Captain Kyle himself. Just 4 emperors. How do you make sure that my mental power will be inferior to theirs? This. The soul fire in Brook's head suddenly jumped for a moment. Yuta continued, besides, in my spiritual world, everything will be at my mercy, and our purpose is just to delay time. I can throw all my enemies into the corner of the spiritual world so that they can't find us at all. Brook was silent for a few seconds. After a moment, he nodded resolutely and vigorously, okay. Just do what you said. But. Brook's tone became weaker and he looked at Wuta in love. I will enter the spiritual world with you later and help you fight against Anti and Kaido. AP. I'm here. Apu next to him immediately responded. At the critical moment, Brook took out the attitude a team leader should have and ordered directly. Immediately let the people in the band who have amplification ability come over and help you to pass the song out. In addition, the other party's fleet is too large, and Yuta cannot pull everyone into the spiritual world. You and others have sound insulation. After Yuta's ability is successfully launched, ensure Yuta's safety, and then reduce the combat effectiveness of the Double Emperor coalition as much as possible. I understand, Captain Brook. AP immediately nodded, then turned around and ran directly to execute Brook's orders. Time passes slowly. With the intention of both sides, the ships that Brook and others were riding were getting closer and closer to the fleet of the Double Emperor Alliance. Soon, the two sides met. As Brook and others expected, the last few warships that were originally blocking suddenly began to evacuate to both sides. A huge warship stood out from the group in the opposite direction. Amazing, I have to say, your courage is really not that great. The ant standing at the bow of the boat smiled madly and looked straight at the small boat below. Kaido also walked up at this time, stood beside the ant, and cursed silently. Dungeon bastard. On the other side. Although the situation was unfavorable, Brook did not lose his elegant image. He took off his top hat and looked at the 4 emperors with his bones, bowing slightly to salute him as if facing fans. 2 young gentlemen and ladies. I admire your courage to challenge the Twilight Pirates. But. The soul fire of the Netherworld suddenly jumped violently, and gushed out of Brook's body. The image of a huge skeleton that quickly condensed suddenly appeared in front of Anti and Kaido. The majestic soul power makes the body of this soul skeleton directly make up for the height difference between the warship and the ship. Like a resentful spirit crawling out of hell, she exudes a strong hostility towards Anti and Kaido. But. Brook in the soul state continued. You should not give up the upright challenge and choose this kind of complacent way. This kind of impolite behavior will bring you an indelible flame of sin. Next, let's give you a song. A guitar condensed by the power of soul suddenly appeared in the hands of Soul Brook. The Twilight Band, which had already brought silent ear packs and was ready, immediately started to play according to the music scores Brook's movements. Excellent musical literacy and tacit understanding allow them to play a perfect music even under sound insulation. The war began, and the other party even opened up and started singing. Ant and Kaido were a little uneasy by the strange scene in front of them. But the joyful rhythm has already sounded. I saw a vibrant girl suddenly stepping on a shiny note and flying from behind Brook to the sky. Another pirate used magic to condense a huge amplified magic array, with silent ear bags, and flew into the sky with Yuta. Next, please enjoy our performance. Wuta had a smile on his face and a calm expression, as if he was holding a solo concert, with dazzling lights. At this moment, the world is her stage. Chapter 260 The Power of Aging and Death. Spread thoughts come out of sadness tilde. Inatani tilde. The passionate music turned into colorful notes after colorful music, falling from the sky, surrounding the bodies of Ant and Kaido. Completely start to enjoy the stage and performance stage, stand above the notes and dance powerfully. A song, Backlight, that has been improved by Brook instantly sounded. This is. Ant and Kaido narrowed their eyes. Kaido took a step back involuntarily, and did not forget to remind him. Be careful, Lingling, there may be a fraud. I know without saying it. The Ant's face darkened. Although I don't know what Yuta is doing, I'm right to not let her do it correctly. HMPH. Little girl, it sounds pretty good. When I catch you back, let you sing enough at my tea party. Thunder Vigor. Thorny. A cloud with a human face suddenly flew out from behind the ant, and her white body quickly became pitch black, and a dazzling arc of electric power bloomed on her body. It was Hermes, Zeus, who was created by the ant using the ability of the soul fruit. With the ant's order, Zeus's face also became ferocious and fierce. Endless thunder descended from the sky and roared towards Yuta. However, my wrath. Put these evil men out now. That's a punishment of loving love tilde. The sound of the Wuta in the sky changed, and however, with hysterical singing, he injected a powerful force into his singing. In an instant, countless music talisman soldiers suddenly appeared from Wuta's body, and some of them quickly gathered and rushed towards the thunder in the sky. Some of the Incarnation Note Knights guarded Yuta's body. What's wrong? Kaido, who had been alert, instantly discovered the problem. He quickly asked the ant, Lingling, do you feel? The world seems to have become abnormal. HMPH. That's of course. The ant chuckled disdainfully. That's because we too have been dragged into her spiritual world by this little girl. What? How is it possible? When did it happen? Kaido's face changed drastically. If it were in the past, he would never have had such a fierce reaction because of this small change. But since the emergence of the pirates at dusk, in just a few months, he has become nervous and no longer has the image of the former emperor. But the ant, because she has not been beaten by Kyle, she is still confident. What's the matter? The ant glanced at Kaido with disdain, then grinned and said. It's just a spiritual world. Even the soul mom can play with it freely. I don't believe that a little girl can still trap us too. In terms of strength alone, the ant is the bottom among the four emperors. But if you only compete for mental strength, then the ant is definitely the strongest among the four emperors. After all, the soul of so many years is not for nothing. Yuta. At this time, after watching all the friends around him turn into musical knights and attacking Ant and Kaido, Brook also discovered an abnormality. He quickly took back his soul state and flew to Wuta's side in the air. Didn't it be agreed to throw them on the edge of the spiritual world so that it will delay time? Why do you have to fight with the four emperors here? Don't worry tilde Mr. Brook. Yuta in the air was still performing hard, and a void voice came into Brook's ears. My physical fitness is too inferior, and it is still a bit too forced to lock up the four emperors. So I decided to kill them here directly. Brook's tone couldn't help but stagnate. A hint of confusion appeared in his empty eyes. What's going on? Wasn't Yuta a pretty good kid before? Why did you suddenly get used to your temper at a critical moment? Brook was helpless. But since they have successfully entered the spiritual world of Yuta, at least they mean that their initial plan is still successful. The rest, as long as Hancock's team comes, everything will be fine. Forget it. Let you be willful once. Pulling out the Zanpo blade from his waist, a burst of cold aura emanated from the blade. In Yuta's spiritual world, there is not much difference from the real world. All abilities can be used freely. But if your mental body is too small, you will have the possibility of being killed instantly by Yuta. Certainly. This is impossible for Kaido and Anti. After realizing that everything was done by Yuta, Ant and Kaido immediately entered the battle form and launched a fierce attack on Yuta in the air. But Yuta seemed to have not seen it, and continued to sing and dance. The world changes quickly. The warships and the sea disappeared, and replaced by a huge singing stage. Wuta was like a shining starlight, showing off on the stage. After singing one song, continue with the next song. She will keep singing until her physical strength is completely exhausted. Because the singing is her power. The endless note knight walked out of the ripples of void released from all sides and attacked Yuta's enemies. It's really a magical fruit tilde. And Captain Kyle's vision is indeed correct. Yuta is a genius. Seeing this, Brook's flexible fire began to jump violently in an instant. Not everyone can quietly drag the 4 emperors and him into the spiritual world without being discovered. Not everyone can fight against the 4 emperors in the spiritual world. Judging from his performance at this time, Yuta's mental power level is at least at the level of the 4 emperors, or even above. She is an absolute monster. Thinking of this, Brook also understood why Yuta suddenly changed his plan. The genius always has arrogance in his heart. He quickly adapted to Yuta's fighting rhythm. Compared to Kaido, who had transformed into a dragon and swinging flexibly in the air, he finally found Prometheus in his left hand and Zeus in his right hand. Miss, don't disturb Yuta's singing anymore. Next, I will be your opponent. The extreme ice power from Wonquan suddenly surged out of Brook's body. In addition, there is also the aura of aging and death. Brook directly entered the form of Guibian, transformed into the Skeleton Emperor, and flew to the ant. It's you, the Bone Man. The moment she saw Brook, the ant stopped attacking Yuta and handed the job to Kaido alone. Twilight Pirate Fruit, of course it is not ordinary. They were actually some weird guys. Quote. Feeling the involuntary fearful aura on Brook's body, the ant's nerves suddenly became tense. Yohoahoahoahoa tilde. The Emperor of Skeleton let out a humorous and heavy laugh. It is my honor to be able to refresh your understanding of dusk. But I hope you can take the next battle seriously, miss. After all, I don't know what the decaying spirit and soul will become. As Brook's voice fell, a huge black axe suddenly appeared in his bone palm. Since obtaining this power of death, Brook, who had never fought seriously, has shown his complete form for the first time. That was the power that even himself felt scared. Be careful. Before the attack, the kind-hearted Brook did not forget to remind him. But in the next second, the ice from the yellow spring covered the giant axe, and the power of the underworld that was perfectly matched with death, forming a more powerful and terrifying energy. The combination of moon step plus shaving plus instant step makes Brook's speed extremely fast. A dark shadow suddenly flashed like lightning. In a blink of an eye, Brook's skeleton came to the ant with a giant axe. What a fast speed! The ant was slightly surprised, but fortunately, her domineering aura had captured Brook's breath and anticipated his attack route. The power of fire and thunder blended in front of her, emitting a vast power. In terms of momentum, the ant was even more unwilling to be inferior. Mama little skeleton, I think you should go back obediently and be my collection. Mingguang Cannon. Endless fire and thunder soared into the sky, the hot high temperature permeated, the thunder of Lingli shone, and the gloriousness of the gods descended to earth. 2 attacks, one light and one dark, suddenly collided. Boom! It was like the flames and lightning that had life exploded instantly, forming a crazy intertwined energy storm. The huge momentum directly swallowed Brook's figure. Seeing this, the ant immediately laughed. Mama want to challenge me. You are not qualified enough, little skeleton. Is this really the case? At this moment, Brook's reverb sound suddenly came from the interweaving energy vortex of fire and thunder. I underestimate me, but I have to pay the price, young lady. Scream. A piece of blue extreme ice suddenly emanated from the center of the energy storm and spread quickly to the surroundings. What's even more terrifying is, the flames and lightning touched by the extreme ice quickly dissipated as if they were swallowed by a black hole. Impossible. Seeing this, the ant immediately screamed in surprise. But Brook smiled gloomily. There is nothing impossible, miss. As he spoke, the ant's attack had been covered by the power of death and quickly dissipated. Seeing Brook's giant axe attacking, the ant subconsciously raised Homies in her hand, and extended the armed domineering aura on it. Scream. A cold light flashed by. Homies Prometheus and Zeus broke into 2 instantly. Generally speaking, this is nothing. Because the two homies, who are originally in natural states, can still reconcile quickly even if they are cut by the blade attached to the armed domineering aura. However, my mother, I feel so uncomfortable. The broken homies opened his mouth together and made a weak sound. The next moment, under the shocked gaze of the ant, the two immortal homies' faces gradually aged and disappeared immediately. What a pity. Brooke, who had not cut to the ant, sighed. The power of death and aging consumes a lot of spiritual power, so every attack he attacks is done with one blow. It's a pity. The attack just now was blocked by the ant's homies. Otherwise, even if he has the armed and domineering defense, he can at least destroy one of the ant's arms. But then, he raised the giant axe in his hand again. When the ant saw this, her face was also visible to the naked eye. Damn it! What ability is this? Why can it break through the armed and domineering defense? The ant couldn't figure it out. There must be an antidote near the poison. In the pirate world, armed domineering aura and the sea are almost the nemesis of most fruit abilities. Any superhuman ability will be restrained by the domineering armed color and cannot be used. It's a pity. The opponent she met today was using power from another world. Damn it. Seeing Brooke attacking again, the ant quickly took off the hat on her head. The big hat instantly woke up, revealing a human face, and a huge long sword stretched out from the top of the hat. My mother. Homits, who was called Napoleon, immediately shouted respectfully. But what it doesn't know is, her mother woke it up to be used to block the knife. The surging armed domineering aura and domineering aura were wrapped around the blade at the same time. Clang. The axe blade and the blade collided violently, making a violent sound of golden swords. The sound waves swept through the air and spread around like waves. Brooke, who was less powerful than the ant, was directly hit by a fierce force, flying behind. But the ant did not feel complacent because of the success of the attack. After the battle, she quickly looked at Napoleon in her hand. Under his frightened gaze, homies Napoleon's expression, who had just woken up, suddenly changed. I saw that from the location where the blade body collided with the giant axe, a wave of nothingness suddenly appeared, and then the blade body quickly rusted, spreading all the way to the ant's palm. Dang! The scared ant hurriedly threw away Napoleon in her hand. At this moment, she was completely frightened by Brooke's ability. Momsier. Napoleon made a weak call for help. The ant thought about it and took out part of her huge soul and gave it to Napoleon again. Napoleon started to repair it with the naked eye. However, after just a few seconds, the rust color flooded again. It's no help Tilda, the ant sighed in her heart, but at the same time she became more alert to Brooke's ability. At this moment, Brooke, who was knocked out, stabilized his figure and maintained his last elegance as much as possible. He raised his dim head and introduced to the ant from the air. Aging and death are irreversible forces. As long as I am still alive, the power will not fade away. Miss, surrender. I don't want to see such a young lady die in ugly aging. Brooke was like a gentleman and took the initiative to persuade him to surrender. The ant's power is too powerful, and she also has the ability to give items life at any time to resist his attacks. If it continues for a long time, Brooke is worried that his spiritual power will be exhausted first. Anyway, his purpose is to delay time and delay until Captain Kyle arrives. All problems will be solved. Chapter 261 Reinforcements Arrival. Surrender. The ant's face was gloomy. What are you kidding me? Although she was startled by Brooke's ability, how could she, who was able to become the four emperors, be a fear of death? A fierce look flashed through his eyes, and the momentum on the ant's body suddenly condensed, and the vast domineering aura surged up like a storm. Seeing this, Brooke couldn't help but sigh. Oh, why should I do this? As he spoke, a roar and raging domineering aura suddenly stirred up in his body. Although it is not as thick as the old lady's overlord color, under the influence of the power of the underworld and the power of aging and death, it is barely able to tie the old lady. The next moment, the ant stretched out her arms, and countless soul balls suddenly shot out, drilling into the rocks, earth and trees in all directions. One by one, the inorganic lives that suddenly awaken suddenly have an independent consciousness. Mother. Mother. Ellipsis ellipsis. The sound of calls came one after another in this spiritual world. In the sky, the singing Yuta was still using various notes to fight against Kaido's fierce impact. Brook lifted the giant axe, and the soul power in his eyes kept leaping. Oops. After looking at the scene he least wanted to see, Brook whispered softly. Should you say that you are the 4 emperors who have been able to travel across the sea for decades? You discovered my ability flaws so quickly. Ah. The ant laughed out loud. I guessed it's true. Your ability is consumed a lot. The soul power accumulated over the years is enough for me to turn this spiritual world into my homies. I want to see if your ability is more powerful. Or is my power stronger? Ah. The ant who found the point of breaking the deadlock became arrogant instantly, not as if she was frightened a few minutes ago. Homies, who had piled up in mountains, gathered from all directions and soon surrounded Brook in the middle. Obviously, the ant was preparing to use Homies' amount to consume Brook's energy. However, Brook suddenly chuckled. Yo-ho-a-ho-a-ho-a-ho-o tilde. So that's it. Is this why you are happy? Scream. A burst of black smoke like water vapor rose. The battle axe, which was originally condensed by the power of aging and death in Brook's hand, suddenly began to dissipate. And instead. But it was a frost-cold sword. Swish. The long sword stood in front of him, and Brook's soul quickly transformed from the netherworld green into a dead blue color. He opened his mouth to the bones. Sorry, I may be disappointed, miss. My fruit ability seems to be just going to restrain you. What? After hearing Brook's words, the ant frowned again. But in the next second, another glimpse that could not be observed by the naked eye flashed by countless homies. With a whoosh. When the ant's domineering aura captured Brook again, his figure had already come behind her. When the ant, who was shocked by Brook's speed, was suddenly stunned and turned around quickly. Then I saw Brook standing upright, continuing to hold the long sword upright, his eyes converging on his blade. With the reflection of the bright blade, the ant could clearly see a pair of empty and dark eyes. At this time, Brook said, Song of Skies Blizzard / Poochie. As his voice fell, the originally energetic freshman homies suddenly stopped. In the blink of an eye, all homies instantly broke into 2, none of them were spared. And at their fracture, you can also see a crystal-clear ice layer. Click click. The ice spread rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, all the homies was shrouded in the air. Then it suddenly shattered and turned into a pile of ice crystals and fell onto the earth. Brook turned around and smiled. I am the ability of the yellow spring fruit, and I have the power to connect the present world with the yellow spring. And the cold air from the underworld can cause fatal damage to the soul. I'm sorry, Ms. Lingling, even if I don't use the power of aging and death, I still have the means to restrain you. Impossible. I know the ability of the Wonquan fruit. Why do you have 2 fruit abilities on you? The ant immediately denied that she could not understand Brook's condition. Brook continued to answer his questions and answer questions. In the Twilight Pirates, nothing is impossible. Ms. Lingling, I really don't recommend that you continue to fight Captain Kyle. Captain Kyle is a very tolerant man. Before you make serious mistakes, Captain Kyle will even agree to accept you as a member of the Dusk if you want. Believe me, I won't lie to you in this. It's ridiculous. The ant spat angrily. Let me be a subordinate for a little kid. I think you're really crazy. I still don't believe it. Your abilities can be activated infinitely. The angry ant once again dispersed a large amount of soul power from her body, ready to continue to transform everything around her. However, this time, before the soul power fell, a dark cold air suddenly spread out, directly freezing the soul power. I said, my ability just happens to restrain you, Ms. Lingling. Brook continued to be a lobbyist. I can understand your mood, and people are always reluctant to believe things beyond their cognition. Just like you don't want to admit that Captain Kyle can kill you and Kaido with just one punch. As powerful as me, even stronger than me, there are dozens of people in the Twilight Pirates. Under Captain Kyle's guidance, our strength is still breaking through without limit. Even if you attack the kingdom of Dreyrosa, it would be just Captain Kyle's anger. Then you will become the dust of history and completely disappear into the world. Instead of being blinded by arrogance, why not stop and think about the future carefully? Perhaps it was Brook's dual ability that shocked the ant, or perhaps the content of his words scared the ant. After Brook finished saying this, the ant really didn't take action again and fell into deep thought. Before, she was indeed very excited and agreed to Kaido's invitation. After all, the merger of the two emperors should be a combat power in this world that no one can match except the world government. Hundreds of warships and tens of thousands of elite pirates. How powerful is this power in this world? But can they really defeat the Twilight Pirates? Not to mention the mysterious and inestimable Kyle. There are at least 3 guys who show the combat power of the general in the video of the top war alone. Sand Crocodile Clockdale, Moonlight Molia, Thunder Ainolo. Plus the power of the Whitebeard Pirates. Can they really defeat such a team? The ant raised her head and looked at Kaido, who was still fighting with countless notes in the sky. Utan's passionate singing, like a fighting BGM, filled Kaido's every move with a bit of handsomeness. However, that song is his real enemy. For a moment, the ant didn't know what to do. Perhaps because of feeling the ant's confusion, Kaido in the air flashed after Roaring Thunder Gossip, and suddenly changed back to human form and landed beside the ant. Ling Ling, what's wrong with you? Kyle frowned and looked at the ant with palpitations. Kaido said, can we really win? The ant looked at him and asked suddenly. Kaido was silent. If the ant asked her this question a day ago, he might have told her without hesitation. There is nothing, it is impossible for them to merge. But now they have not won the battle, Jack and Katakuri are captured first. Then the two of them were trapped in this spiritual world again and could not break free. There are only little girls singing and bones in this spiritual world. In other words, the rest of the pirates in the Dusk and the Double Emperor coalition were still left outside. But after Jack and Katakuri were captured, will the others be opponents of the Twilight Pirates? For a moment, Kaido also fell into deep confusion. Especially after he had just activated all his strength and was still unable to break through Yuta's defense. At this moment, after seeing the inner struggle of the two Four Emperors, Brook immediately spoke and took the opportunity to say, you guys, you have been fighting and killing on the sea for so many years. I guess what you are doing is just a sentence Roger said. The big secret treasure One Piece. If your ultimate goal is this, I can tell you very clearly. My Captain Kyle is not interested in the big secret treasure. Even if you want, you can use Bailey to buy 2 red historical texts in his hands, plus 2 other historical texts in the Wangwo and Wano Kingdom. You can directly obtain the coordinates of One Piece and become One Piece. But by that time, I just don't know if you can still see the name of One Piece tilde. Speaking of this, Brook chuckled mysteriously. What did you say? Hearing this, Ant and Kaido immediately shouted in shock. Kyle is willing to sell the coordinate history text in his hand. Why? They don't understand. Over the years, the sea has been surging and countless heroes have failed here. Isn't it just to find One Piece and become One Piece? If Kyle doesn't want to be One Piece, then why should he be One Piece? Starry Sky. No need for Auntie and Kaido to waste a few brain cells, Brook told them the answer directly. Captain Kyle's goal has never been this sea. His stage is in that endless galaxy. When you fight to the death for the title of One Piece, Captain Kyle has successfully gained the power to explore the starry sky. In the future, we will set out from this planet, head to the vast universe, and explore the true mysteries of this world. Brook opened his arms, and even without any skin, he could still let the ant and Kaido see the fascination on his face, as if singing for his wonderful future. Starry sky. Universe. Sure enough. After hearing Brook's explanation, the expressions of Ant and Kaido suddenly became even more stunned. Because that is a realm they have never fantasized about. And compared with the universe above, the overlords of the world and One Piece seem to have become inexplicably small. The two of them fell silent, but there was a flash of light in their eyes. Time passes slowly. The breath of fighting gradually disappeared. Only Wuda in the sky is still singing soft songs to prevent the enemy from raiding at any time. The singing can give her omnipotent power in this spiritual world. Until half a minute later. Kaido opened his mouth and asked, Kyle, he really doesn't want to be One Piece, but wants to explore some starry sky. Of course, Brook answered immediately. But before he could continue to say something, Yuda's singing suddenly stopped at this moment. Immediately, she suddenly fell from the sky, with two ponytails dancing in the air, one red and one white. Mr. Brook, our reinforcements are here. Wuda, who had been singing for a long time, shouted with exhaustion on his face, but his eyes revealed joy. Reinforcements. Hearing this, the ant and Kaido's pupils suddenly shrank. The two of them subconsciously raised their heads, thinking that Brook had said so much to them, just delaying the time. Certainly. Brook does have this meaning. But seeing that the ant and Kaido had been moved by him, he quickly smiled and waved his hand, signaling Yuda not to worry first. And he took off his return blade form as a gentleman and changed his appearance to the King of Souls of the nation. Brook chuckled at the aunts and said, Relax, too. Now the reinforcements at dusk have arrived, and your goal is that no matter what, it is impossible to achieve it. It's better, you two think carefully about what I just said. What I just said, but there is no false statement. Neither Captain Kyle's mind nor his goals are the vastness you can believe in. At present, we are also gathering people with ambition to make full preparations to explore the mysterious starry sky universe. If you have any ideas, you can send someone to contact the Twilight Pirates at any time. Okay, if you have the rest, let's go back to the real world and chat. Wooted Tilda. Yes. Little Yuda looked at Brook and the 2-4 emperors curiously, and in doubt, he lifted the shackles of the spiritual world. In an instant, since the birds and flowers all around me disappeared instantly, I returned to the sea where the waves roared. However, compared with not long ago, the scene at this time has undergone earth-shaking changes. Among the hundreds of warships, 1/3 of them were destroyed and were about to sink to the bottom of the sea. The remaining warships also received damage of varying degrees. Ant and Kaido looked around blankly. It is logical that they were dragged into the spiritual world by Yuda, and it didn't take long in total. Why did they come out again? The scene became like this. That's you, are you going to attack the kingdom of Dressrosa? At this moment, a cold and majestic voice suddenly came from above the two of them. The ant and Kaido quickly looked up and saw a familiar figure. Pirate Empress, Boya Hancock! Exclamation mark. But unlike the Pirate Empress they remembered, Hancock was wearing a white Taoist robe and surrounded by several small black balls. Her slender hair fell to her feet, and her body was filled with a sacred and arrogant atmosphere. Chapter 262 Otsutsuki Kagaya. S-level character card, Kagaya Otsutsuki. This is the character template that Kyle loaded for Hancock. As one of the few female strong men in the pirate world, after seeing that Hancock and Kagaya Otsutsuki reached 65%, Kyle took the initiative to load this top S-level character card on her. And she was awakened to the second stage, and even matched it with S-level equipment, Chudaoyu. Hancock, who is already very powerful, has obtained this powerful character template. Although she has only practiced on Tiga for more than a month, her combat effectiveness has improved rapidly, comparable to the 4 emperors. Kaido. Seeing the 2-4 emperors tied up by several white bones awakening from their spiritual space, Hancock, who had already occupied the double emperor coalition fleet, suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly, showing an invincible attitude. It's you two, you want to attack the Twilight Pirates. Ever since she saw Kyle beheading the Tianlong people who had tortured her 3 sisters, her heart has completely surrendered to dusk. The style of conduct is even more in line with the direction of the pirates in the dusk. At this time, most of the pirates in the Double Emperor coalition were already stunned by Hancock's domineering aura. Only a small number of cadres can still act freely. But these guys are not the opponents of the original 9 snake pirates with character cards loaded. Sandasonia, who was assigned to the A-level character card Pokemon Monarch Snake, and Marigolude, also loaded with the A-level character card Digimon Emperor Snake Beast, is a god among the 4 Emperor's pirates. Block the god of killing, and Buddha block the god of killing the Buddha. Even if the Juice Minister Smoogie and Biscuit Minister Crib, who are comparable to the former Hankook's Juice Minister, are no match for the two. The power of the Monarch Snake gives Sandasonia the ability to use grass-type Pokémon moves. Various huge flying leaves quick swords directly cut off one warship after another. The ability to continue the enemy's physical strength and turn it into the ultimate absorption of her own physical strength has made her invincible in this team battle with many hostile targets. Mary Gorod, who was loaded with the Imperial Snake Beast, also gained the powerful power of Digimon. As a subordinate of the 4 sacred beasts, the Emperor Snake Beast not only has the top physical and agility in the digital world, but also can gather energy to create sharp treasure signs the same as Spear in ancient times. Even if they are cadres and members of the 4 Emperor's pirates, they dare not take it directly. Although it is a bit of a dream to completely suppress hundreds of warships based on just one ship. But with Hancock and his strong arrival, coupled with the fact that the Ant and Kaido were dragged into Yuta's spiritual world, Jack and Katakuri were captured by Brook. In a moment, the entire Double Royal Alliance was able to operate freely, but none of them dared to come forward to challenge this team with only a few dozen women. Even they have only joined the Twilight Pirates for a few months. In this way, Hancock launched a blood resistance limit similar to the Kagaya clan in Naruto, and used the bone chain that she added special abilities to tie the Ant and Kaido tightly. I don't know if it was influenced by Lian's ability to pull out the bones from Hancock's body, and it turned out to be a magnificent pink. And the bone ridges that should have been sharp also became smooth. The connected bone chains form a huge pink love, firmly clasping the Ant and Kaido. It made them not look like they were captured at all. More like a couple sitting on a specific device waiting for the show during the wedding. But just in case, Hancock also gave them a double insurance layer with Halo Stone. Even though at the level of the 4 Emperors, the restrictions on them by Halo Stone are no longer so obvious. Miss Hancock. Brook, who fell from the sky, fell between Hancock, Auntie and Kaido, and respectfully performed a gentlemanly etiquette towards Hancock. Although Hancock joined the Twilight Pirates after him, in the battle between her and Luo's 10th team captain. Although the Pirate Empress unfortunately lost because she had just joined the Dusk for a few days, the various abilities she showed in that battle made people dare not despise her at all. Ace, who has already won the position of captain of the 8th team, felt a sense of oppression from his bloodline on Hancock. Without using the power of aging and death, Brook, whose combat power has retreated to the second line of Dusk, should take the initiative to greet the stronger ones. Who are you? Hancock narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Brook who was blocking him, and then suddenly recalled it, and a flash of inspiration in his eyes said. Brook of Souls, the captain of that entertainment team. Ahem, it's the Twilight Band, Miss Hancock. Oh, sorry, I remembered it wrong. After recognizing Brook's identity, Hancock changed his normal state and instead restrained the involuntary arrogance he exuded. No one who can get a job in the pirate group at dusk is what kind of fuel-efficient lamp. She would not think that she could be arrogant and domineering in front of Brook and put on the airs of her queen because of Brook's humility. After all, from the moment she joined the Twilight Pirates, she was no longer a queen or a captain of the 9 Snake Pirates. Nowadays, she is just a member of the pirates in the Twilight Pirates. After she was defeated by the current captain of the 10th team, Luo, she had a deep understanding of this. The power that was violent enough to tear the space apart was taught a lesson to her, a little person, who likes to be queen-like. Not to mention, not everyone is interested in the captain position. In other words, those who can become the official team captain may not be the strongest 10 people in the pirates. Seeing that Hancock did not act as proud as others, Brook also suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's fine. Miss Hancock did not embarrass him in front of outsiders, and turned him into a stone sculpture. He, an LSP who is almost 90 years old, cannot withstand Hancock's beauty and the power of loving fruits. Miss Hancock, can I leave the next situation to me? Before, in the spiritual world, I have introduced Captain Kyle's ambitions to the 2 emperors. Perhaps, these 2 people may join Dusk and become part of us. Hankook was slightly shocked when he heard this. Then her eyes quickly swept across the ant and Kaido behind Brook. Sure enough, they didn't see much suppressed anger on their faces. Instead, it was an illusion of loss. After all, after seeing that the 7 warriors High Hankook, who they once looked down upon, now has the power that is comparable to them, or even better than them. They knew that what Brook said in the spiritual world before was not false. And it is very likely that reality is more cruel than his words. Hankook, who had the complex expressions on the faces of Ant and Kaido, couldn't help but look up at Brook again. Maybe, even if you don't need me, you can handle the current situation. Hancock suddenly spoke. Ha 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 tilde, Brook smiled softly. Miss Hankook was joking. There are hundreds of warships that are not something that our small band can handle. Maybe. Hancock spoke gently, then turned sideways and handed the stage to Brook. 2. Brook turned around and faced the old lady and Kaido, who were already tied up. He did not ask Hancock to lift the restrictions on them to demonstrate the grandeur of Dusk. Even if necessary, he would not mind using the power of aging and death that he was afraid of, and send the 2 famous 4 emperors to the underworld. Of course, that's what happens only in the worst case of negotiation failure. The soul fire in Brook's head leapt slowly. In the battle of the spiritual world, he did not consume anything at all. But he still showed the same mental outlook as usual and said with a smile. I'm sorry, as you've seen. Your joint force has been completely defeated. I hope that the 2 of you will surrender as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary casualties. And that, what I said in my spiritual space is not a procrastination plan. If you think clearly, I am very happy to treat you as the referees for you and take you to see our Captain Kyle. I believe the captain must be happy to meet you too. Brook's words made Ant and Kaido not know how to answer. But when I saw the dilapidated scenes around me and the strange chains that I had no reaction to break free, although I was still unwilling to accept it, there were indeed not many choices left for them. And explore the endless starry sky. Such ambition sounds more taller than the One Piece they have fought for decades. An inexplicable emotion emerged in the hearts of the 2. In the end, Kaido, who had been captured by Kyle once, took the lead in breaking through the defense line in his heart. He suddenly raised his head. Although his body was controlled, his spirit and momentum were still majestic. Obviously, the battle in the spiritual space did not cause much damage to him. He suddenly spoke, I can lead the beast pirates to join the Dusk. Kaido, you. Hearing this, the ant turned her head in shock and stared at Kaido with wide eyes. It seemed as if I was looking at a stranger. But Kaido suddenly sighed in a deep voice, sorry, Lingling, I dragged you into the water. But the current situation really makes me wonder what else can be done. But there is one thing we have to admit, we have already totally failed. When the word, failure, was spoken from Kaido's mouth, the originally angry ant suddenly became weak like a balloon that had spread her hands. Yes. They lost. What's ridiculous is, they did not lose in the pursuit of the big secret treasure. Boot in the hands of a young man who makes him more ambitious and capable, and makes them unable to fight back. As Brook said to them in the spiritual space before. Even if they successfully occupy Dressrosa, what can they do? They are not without the ability to fight to the death. If the full force breaks out, even this strange chain and the Halo Stone device will not be able to limit them. The key is that their hearts have been defeated. The few guys who appeared casually in the pirate group at dusk could make them look like this. Ant and Kaido could not imagine how miserable and sad it would be when they face Kyle. Well. The ant suddenly sighed, then raised her head, looked at Brook, and said with a melancholy expression similar to Kaido. I am also willing to lead the Big Mom pirates to join the Dusk. A wise decision. Mr. Brook smiled. But the next second, the ant and Kaido suddenly raised their heads and said in unison. But. Brook paused slightly and looked up at the 2 of them. I saw a fire of fighting spirit gushing in the eyes of the ant and Kaido. With only a trace of the dignity of the strong man, the two looked at each other and Kaido took the lead and said, "We have a condition before joining the Twilight Pirates." Condition. Brook frowned slightly, and an unhappy expression appeared between his eyebrows. He knew that if Captain Kaido was here, in order to conquer the Four Emperors, he would have agreed to their conditions without hesitation. But as a member of the Dusk, he only felt that the two guys were a bit too much shameless. Being able to join the Twilight Pirates and follow Captain Kyle is the luckiest thing in the world. All the wealth and honors that have been poured out in front of you, and you still have to negotiate terms. But in the end, Brook returned to his usual calmness and said calmly, "Please say it. If it weren't for the outrageous conditions, I think Captain Kyle wouldn't have refused." "Not outrageous." Kaido took the initiative to say. "We just hope there will be a formal battle. It's not the kind of tricks I took in the spiritual world before. It's a real thing, except Kyle, who defeats us one-on-one. So that we can see the miracle you said and accept this change of identity with peace of mind." "That's it." Brook's discomfort was slightly weakened when he heard this. He raised his head and said, "This is indeed not an excessive condition. After all, the ones in the pirates who can defeat Ant and Kaido are at least in double figures. I can promise you this condition." Brook nodded and accepted the words of Auntie and Kaido. "However, my power is too weird, and even I can't control it myself, so you may have to wait until you meet Captain Kyle before you can fight. No need to be so troublesome." At this moment, a deserted and majestic voice suddenly came. Hankook, who had not walked away, turned around after hearing the conversation between Brook and others. She swung her hand and the love chain tied to the ant and Kaido disappeared instantly. Then her bright eyes swept across the Four Emperors one by one, revealing a queen-like confident smile. "If I just defeated you two, I'll do it." Chapter 263 Ten-Tail's Arrival. Miss Hankook. Brook suddenly turned his head, and the soul fire jumped slightly. Hankook once again took the queen's airs and took a domineering step forward. "Isn't it just a one-on-one battle? It just so happened. I originally wanted to wait until I returned to Tiga and then find a strong man to test my mastery of new abilities. This is really what I like. Little girl. Are you sure you want to accept the challenge from both of us?" The liberated and Kaido stood up together and looked at the arrogant Hancock. Who would have thought that the Four Emperors, who have been in a high position for a long time, have occupied the New World for many years and have been constantly crushing newcomers' dreams, will one day become a challenger? "Certainly." Hancock replied without hesitation. With the top S-level template, after inheriting various abilities of Otsutsuki Kagaya, she has completely broken away from the boundaries of humanity, and began to evolve in the direction of gods. Although Kyle only awakened to the second stage for her due to the lack of awakening stone, even so, she gained the ability to integrate with nature. Whether it is physical fitness or chakra recovery speed, it has almost reached the level of consumption but recovery speed. Just a wheel battle, it's nothing to her. Apart from specific weird abilities or extreme power, she is not afraid of any enemies. It's just that what bothers Hankook is. The strong men in the Twilight Pirates have the above 2 points at the same time. That's why she was defeated by Trafalgar Rod's operating fruit space ability and the violent power of returning to the sword. Ant and Kaido looked at each other. Feeling the gushing out of Hankook with her powerful aura and her identity from dusk, the two of them didn't say anything more. The two nodded, then Kaido walked out directly and looked at Hancock with his eyes. "Since that's the case, let me launch the first challenge to you." "No problem." Hankook's eyes remained cold and he responded without hesitation. "Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho it's a wonderful direction." Brook, who was standing beside him, immediately burst into laughter, and then he slowly pulled out the Zanpo blade on his waist and smiled. "Since that's the case, let's be regarded as witnesses of the two. As for the location of the battle." Brook looked around. All nearby are wreckage of warships of the Double Emperor Alliance, and a little further forward is the kingdom of Dreyrosa. The battle between emperor-level strong men will cut off mountains and seas when they move, which can easily cause unnecessary impact. But at this moment, Hankook suddenly interrupted Brook and said, "It doesn't matter. I remember that the 4 emperors' Kaido should be the abilities of the fish fruit, phantom beast species, and the blue dragon form. The ant also seems to have the ability to fight in the air. Since that's the case, there is no need to find any battle locations. Let's fight quickly and end all this here." For a pirate like Hankook who has a certain status, the information of the 4 emperors is nothing to them. After directly pointing out Kaido and Auntie's abilities, she instantly entered the second awakening form. Hankook's eyes suddenly glared, and a white Taoist robe exclusive to the Otsutsuki family suddenly appeared out of thin air, replacing Hankook's original outfit. Perhaps it was the ability of Lianlian fruit that affected Hankook's awakening state. The loose Taoist robe that was supposed to be completely covered with Hankook's legs turned into a super short slim tight skirt that only reached her knees, wrapping her concave and convex figure into an extremely tempting way. A pair of white and transparent stockings covered Hankook's slender legs, and a pair of soft crystal shoes were added to the perfect jade feet. Compared to Kagaya Otsutsuki and Hokage, Hankook is more like Sailor Moon at this time, with his body full of vitality and a feature that expands the bloodline of men. If it weren't for the same time, her eyes would have become pale eyes that were so arrogant that she would become sacred and inviolable. It is hard to imagine that her seductive outfit is used to fight. However, after transforming, Hankook did not give others too much time to appreciate his perfect form. She flew directly into the sky, and a ray of sunlight reflected from somewhere was blocking the secret exposed by her rise. Before leaving, Hankook did not forget to remind him. "Brook, if the battle will have any impact in a while, I will leave it to you to deal with it." "That's it." Brook looked at Hankook who had taken off the air reluctantly and nodded. "Okay, please leave it to me with confidence, Miss Hankook." Yohoahoahoahoa tilde. "It's great to be alive." "Then Lingling, I'll go first." With a complex and inexplicable mood, Kaido suddenly transformed into a huge blue dragon after explaining, stepping on the strong wind and flew quickly towards the direction where Hankook left. The ant was silent, but she took off her hat, silently summoned a light of inspiration, and flew her soul power to the hat. Napoleon was completely killed by Brook in the spiritual space. And so were Prometheus and Zeus. So she now wants to recreate new homies' weapons for herself. Otherwise, even the simplest flight would not be possible in a while. On the other side, it is said to be an air battle, but in order to avoid unnecessary damage, it affects these elite pirates who will join the Twilight Pirates. Hankook flew for a long time, and finally found a suitable position before stopping. "Just here, no problem." "No." Flames of thick purple flame clouds were released from Kaido's body. He slowly changed back to orc form, and stopped in the air under Yan Yun's support, and his aura continued to rise. Even the flame cloud expanded rapidly. There was a huge black and thunder cloud floating in the originally clear sky at some point, with a heavy color for the battle that will happen next. At this time, Kaido was like a tyrant who had been burning his boats, betting on this battle that had been his decades of dignity. After this period of setbacks, he had nothing to hesitate about. Let this battle become his last performance as the 4 emperors. The era of the great pirates is coming to an end. Without any verbal communication, as if an agreement was made, Kaido and Hancock launched an attack at the same time. "Come on, the proud little girl. Let me see what a miracle Kyle has given you." Under the dark clouds, the dazzling thunder tore the space apart, just like Kaido's inner madness, attached to the huge mad with the powerful armed color. The terrifying waves blew the sea below and kept rolling, rolling up the stacked waves. "Surrender to 3 lives and inspire Naraku." Boom! The huge flame cloud trembled suddenly, and Kaido's body suddenly appeared in the sky again. He jumped high, swirled the fierce mace in his hand, and hit Hankook's face. There is no sympathy for the sake of the fragrance and sacrificing beauty. Faced with the scene in front of her that looked like the end of the world, Hankook had a cold look, just like her arrogant personality, and did not give Kaido any answer. With one hand, she waved her hand and suddenly 5 small balls painted black and emitting magical waves appeared beside her. Open black lens bracket seeking for Taoist jade close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket category, weapons close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, S close black lens bracket. Introduction. The energy weapon condensed from high-density chakra of yin, yang, 5 elements and 7 attributes contains the power of all things, and can freely change shapes or attributes. The energy contained in a jade-seeking Tao is equivalent to the equipment or the energy in the body is summed up. When equipped by a specific character, an additional effect will be triggered. The equipment can increase the number of Taoist jades by constantly injecting shakara into the Taoist jade, which can be increased to up to 9 pieces. Close black lens bracket. Seeking Tao jade is something that is naturally produced in the body of a person who has learned immortal arts. But under the transformation of the system, it has now become an external equipment. Even if the members of the Twilight Side are not ninja templates or equipped with the Tao-seeking jade, they can summon a Tao-seeking jade with their strongest attack power at any time. Under the nourishment of chakra, the number of jade-seeking Tao can be increased. Now, Hankook has successfully cultivated 4 Taoist jades that are comparable to her full-strength attack. This also made her strength qualitatively leap compared to when she left the Tiga. Seeing Kaido's thunder strike coming, Hankook was calm. Several jade-seeking Tao flew out directly. 2 maces flying towards Kaido, and 3 flew directly towards Kaido's body. Boom! A violent collision suddenly echoed throughout the world, and the impact of the collision was like a ripples of a stone falling into the water, surging wildly towards the outside. Although it is not as indifferent as the 5 Taoist jade in Naruto, the 5 Taoist jades that contain Hankook's full blow at this time can easily intercept Kaido's attack. The next second, Hankook's eyes suddenly glared, and Kaido's body instantly turned into a perspective image, appearing in her sight. The flowing power of chi and blood and the domineering aura that roared towards each other all mean Kaido's determination. At this time, Hancock suddenly spoke. You want to see the power that Captain Kyle gives us so that you can convince yourself, right? Although I don't like that guy. But if it's for Captain Kyle and Dusk, let you see what I really look like. Come out, the monster living in my body. 10 tails. Wow. A dazzling white light suddenly bloomed in front of Hankook. Immediately afterwards, an ugly monster with an ugly shape that is no less than Kaido's Qinglong form. It has a huge body shape, dark brown hard skin like tree bark, and 10 huge tails behind it that are disorderly and gallant Ling Wu. What's even more strange is, the entire head of this ferocious monster only has a huge scarlet eye pupil. Inside the pupils are circles of eye waves that look like reincarnation. Above the eye waves, there are 6 black magma arranged in 3 large and 3 small. Hankook's figure fell down and stepped on the head of the terrifying giant beast. The 10 tails instantly lowered their huge heads and expressed their surrender to the person above them. Come on, Kaido. The battle has just begun. Hankook whispered softly. Just like Clockdale, who is a one-tailed man, after loading the character template of Kagaya Otsutsuki, Hankook also inherited the power of the 10-tailed man and became a one-tailed man in the pirate world. In the unawakened state, the 10 cubs in her body can only provide her with a more kind chakra, which is equivalent to an additional chakra. After a sleep, the 10 tails grew in her body, allowing Hankook to continuously absorb the power from nature through the 10 tails to replenish his physical energy and life, and to achieve a certain degree of immortality. After the second awakening, the 10 tails achieved a terrifying increase, and Hankook, like the Clockdale, the man, released the 10 tails and fought with her. However, because of the ugly appearance of 10 tails, Hankook has always resisted this extra power. So even when she was competing with Luo for the position of captain, she had never used this power. But now, in order to make Kaido realize Kyle's greatness more intuitively and end this farce as soon as possible, she finally began to face this ugly big guy in her body. Mom, is this a strange species of phantom beast? Looking at the 10 tails in the sky, the ant riding in the brand new white cloud homies exclaimed a burst of surprise. Even Brook showed a little shock on his face at this time. After all, it was the first time he had seen the power of the 10 tails. After a fight, Kaido suddenly exerted force and suddenly knocked all 5 jujubes out. After all, Hankook's time to join the dusk is still too short, otherwise, these 5 jades alone would be enough to make Kaido eat for a while. After 5 pitch-black balls were knocked away, they returned the same way and returned to Hankook's body again. Kaido also showed shock, looking at the huge monster that suddenly appeared in front of him, and talking to himself, whispering. Aren't it agreed to be one-on-one? Isn't this cheating? However, Hankook, who summoned the 10-tailed ones, did not explain at all, and directly reached out to point out Kaido's slender hand. Defeat him. Ow. Compared with other tailed beasts, the 10 tails are more like a mass aggregate and do not have much wisdom. After receiving Hankook's instructions, it became violent in an instant. Several huge and thick claws kicked hard in the air, as if they were stepping on the ground, and the 10 tails jumped up quickly and smashed towards Kaido, who was a little stunned. However, in the pirate world, giant monsters are not considered rare things. Kaido quickly came to his senses, and was also unwilling to be outdone. His body instantly expanded into a huge blue dragon, soaring in the sky. Shenglong Fire Dragon Torch. The scorching flames instantly wrapped the Qinglong's body, illuminating the world red. Kaido rushed towards the 10-tail without hesitation. Boom! The 2 giant beasts collided with each other, and the sound made could be heard even in the kingdom of Dressrosa, which was far apart. Some curious guys even held high-level telescopes and came to the open view and went in the direction of the battlefield. Immediately, they saw 2 terrifying scenes of 2 giant beasts that could easily destroy a country entangled in the sky. Is that the end of the world? The curious guy whispered softly. Chapter 264 The 2 emperors return to the territory. In the sky, 10 huge tails like dead trees tightly wrapped Kaido, who turned into a blue dragon. 5 very small black balls in this battle carried huge power, hitting Kaido's struggling body back to the side of 10 tails. Although Kaido had tried all his strength, he was at a disadvantage just as the battle began. There is ambition but no intention. Kaido, who had no idea about Hankook's ability, originally thought that this would be a fight between strong men. After all, in the pirate world, even the ant and Whitebeard who have Superman's soul fruit and the shock fruit are good at fighting styles that are the simplest and most intuitive melee fighting. However, under Hankook's strange means one after another, Kaido was directly involved in a tough battle. Shenglong Flame Gossip. Feeling the more and more tails wrapped around his body, Kaido had to consume a lot of energy again and release a more hot flame. The fire illuminated the whole world and spread to the 10-tailed body, beginning to burn the 10-tailed body. A sizzling sound kept coming out, and along with it was the body of the 10 tails burned into coke. The flamed green dragon also took the opportunity to break free from the 10-tailed shackles. I am worthy of being the 4 emperors, but I am not so easily defeated. Seeing this, Hankook immediately felt emotion from the bottom of his heart. With Kaido's temperament just now, he could almost instantly kill himself. But the next second, the corners of her mouth suddenly raised, and a sharp gaze flashed in her eyes. Fortunately, she is no longer the Empress of Jush, but a member of the Pirates in the Dusk. If you think you can defeat the 10 tails with such a simple way, then you're too naive. As Hankook waved his arm, 5 chasing jades flew out instantly, chasing Kaido, and connecting in the air, turning into a long chain, wrapping around Kaido's body again. Damn it! Are you a snake? Seeing this scene, Kaido immediately cursed in his heart. Whether it was the attack of the 10 tails or the pursuit of the queuing Daoyu, it made him feel like he was being targeted by a poisonous snake. A combo of 5 Taoist jades, even if he must use all his strength to resist. However, Hankook's pursuit is not over. Although she did not fully grasp the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya. But even if it is only part of the ability, it is enough to open the eyes of the people in the pirate world. Wonkwon Hirasaka. As Hankook murmured, her figure suddenly left the 10 tails that were absorbing natural energy and recovering their broken body. The next moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind Kaido. Immediately afterwards, a slender white silk thigh shook out of the shadow and hit Kaido's face. And behind the white thighs is Hankook's sacred and seductive figure. Wangquan is more powerful than Ryasaka, the ultimate time-space ninjutsu that is more powerful than the Flying Thunder God. There are no restrictions or conditions, and you can move instantly in any space. Pong! The sudden attack did not panic the experienced Kaido. Although shocked by Hankook's seemingly endless ability library, Kaido still instantly attached a layer of armed color domineering aura to his body surface. Hankook's surprise attack only made Kaido's body slightly beat up, and did not cause serious damage. But Hankook's goal has been achieved. HMPH. Hankook suddenly sneered. The next moment, the 5 chains formed by the seeking Taoist Jade knocked directly at Kaido's door. Seeing this, Kaido had to follow Hankook's attack and land his body downward to avoid the attack of Chu Daoyu. However, "You've fallen into the trap," Hankook suddenly revealed softly. Not yet when Kaido reacted, she stretched out her palm and shouted directly to the sea below. "Sea of nature, follow my orders." What? Kaido was suddenly shocked, controlled his body and looked down. The sea surface, which had originally burst out with waves during the confrontation between the two, suddenly stopped as time had stopped at the moment at Hankook's order. Then all the sea water condensed towards the center of the battlefield, and soon formed several water snakes that were larger than 10 tails, flying directly from the water surface and attacking Kaido with the power of the ocean. As the mother of Shikara, Otsutsuki Kagaya has the power to control all nature in the world. Although the flames she controlled may not be as hot as the burning fruits, the ice she controlled was not as wide as Bingbing fruits, and the quicksand she controlled was not as weird as the shark fruits. But in the pirate world, there is a natural force that can almost cause a blow to more than 90% of the strong. That is the deadliest poison for those with fruit abilities, the ocean. Boom! Several ocean water snakes bit Kaido's blue dragon body from top to bottom, as if they were about to dismember him, and immediately clamped him into the air. Although the snake teeth condensed by the sea water are not as sharp as the sword, it is even more impossible to break through Kaido's most defensive defense in the world. But the power of sea water instantly suppressed the power of the fruit in his body. As the 4 emperors, Kaido has long had a strong resistance to existences such as seawater and sea tower stone. But being able to resist does not mean that the sea water and the sea tower stone have no effect on him at all. However, other abilities will be weak and powerless when they come into contact with sea water, and he can still burst out with considerable power. But in advanced battles, even a slight gap will be infinitely magnified. What's more, Kaido is already at a disadvantage. Even the ant below shouted in shock when she saw this scene. Damn it! How could there be a ability to control seawater in this world? Is this a new technology? The next battle has entered a certain, garbage, time. Hankook constantly manipulated the seawater and formed a dimensional reduction blow to Kaido. The 10 tails who recovered also ran over again and started a tangle at Kaido. Kaido is already in a passively beaten scene, and he can only fight back a few times occasionally, causing some damage to Hankook or the 10 tails. However, these damages soon disappeared after absorbing the power of nature. But Hankook, who was only in a 2-sleep state, lacked tough offensive methods in his hands, except for the 10-tailed beast Jade that condensed slowly, which led to a slight stalemate. That's all. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. It can only be said that the 4 emperors are worthy of being the 4 emperors. While being suppressed everywhere, Kaido still refused to give up. With his awakened illusion beast fruit ability, he used his super physical energy recovery speed to fight Hankook and the 10 tails for 3 days. But in the end, without additional energy to supplement him, he still lost to Hankook, who can absorb the power of nature at any time. Plop! The Qinglong's body slowly turned back to humans, and was dragged into the sea by several water snakes in one fell swoop. Apart from some bubbles, there was no sound. Nailed it! Hancock, who defeated Kaido, stepped on the top of the 10 tails, and looked down at all this from top to bottom like a god. Although she also fought for 3 days and 3 nights, her physical fitness and spirit are still in a period of complete victory. This is the power from Kagaya Otsutsuki in another world. Then next. Hankook's eyes turned and looked directly at the ant who had been waiting next to him for a long time. It's your turn. In 3 days, the pirates of the Double Emperor Coalition who were shot down into the sea had already been rescued from their respective battleships. At this moment, seeing Kaido actually being defeated by Hankook, he instantly turned his gaze to the ant, but inexplicably silent. Because during the past few days of watching the game, some smart guys have already seen it. Maybe they really want to pack together and be given to the Twilight Pirates. To be honest, after seeing Hankook's power, the elites among these pirates did not feel much, but instead felt a little secretly happy in their hearts. After all, even a crew member of the Twilight Pirates has such terrifying power, so how powerful the overall strength of this pirates will be. In particular, Big Mom and 100 Beasts, plus the previous Whitebeard pirates. The forces that the 3-4 Emperor's pirate groups gathered together, do you think he would live a decent place and be the king of a great route? No one will believe such a statement. The ant who was named by Hankook was shocked. For some reason, even the heart that had never been throbbing when facing Locks was back then began to pound. But, in addition to a little fear, the ant felt more excited in her heart. Although the ant is crazy like an idiot, under normal circumstances, her thoughts are still relatively normal. She could naturally guess what other pirates could think of. More importantly, even Hanku after joining the Dusk, this small 7 warriors sea can achieve such a great improvement. Then how powerful would she and Kaido be if they were transformed by Kyle's ability? Now, the ant even had a little worry in her heart, that is, she was afraid that Kyle would not believe their sincerity and refused to accept the 2-4 emperors. Of course, this concern of the ant is completely redundant. Under the absolute loyalty restrictions of the system, once she had the idea of surrendering, she would never be able to escape from Kyle's palm. Riding in the clouds of Homits, who was named Hermes, the ant slowly came to Hancock with the reborn Napoleon hat sword. Although she knew that she could not defeat the beautiful little girl in front of her, her dignity as an emperor still brought her here. As before, there is no signal. Hankook and Auntie began to fight fiercely. Compared with Kaido, Ant has a good advantage, that is, she has already learned most of Hancock's abilities in advance. But compared with Kaido, she has another great disadvantage. That's because although she has had a stronger body than the giants since she was a child, she does not have the animal awakening ability that Kaido can restore her physical strength. In addition, the role of the ant's flexible fruit in combat is not obvious. So this battle will be decided faster than before. It's just 1 day's effort. When Hancock controlled the sea water that was controlled by him was extremely restrained by Homies, the ant was defeated by Hancock's various strange moves. There is no way, his physical fitness is not as good as Kaido, and his flexibility is even crushed by Hancock. Just as the ant thought at the beginning, this was a meaningless battle. With a thud. The ant also followed Kaido's pace and fell into the deep sea. A group of members of the Double Emperor Coalition who finally pulled Kaido out of the deep sea looked at me and I looked at you, and finally sighed sympathetically with each other, then put on their equipment and jumped into the sea again. No way. Cadres and senior officials are almost all capable of fruiting and have no ability to enter the sea at all. And they couldn't watch the defeated Kaido and Ant drown in the sea, so they had to work hard for them, such as the grassroots members. In this way, the two of them will obediently join the Dusk, right? Hancock, who won the 2-4 emperors, still had a cool and gorgeous expression. It is absolutely impossible to say he is unhappy in his heart. Those are the 4 emperors. And there are 2. Although she always looked arrogant in the past, she knew that even if her power had surpassed 99% of the people in the world, there would always be 1% of the guy who had her unimaginable. The power. But now, the 4 emperors, who were once unattainable to her, have been defeated by her hands one after another. All of this really needs to. Thank you, Captain Kyle. Hancock couldn't help but whisper softly. But at this moment, a male voice suddenly fell gently in her ears. You're welcome. Hancock. Hankook was suddenly shocked, then suddenly turned around and suddenly found that a figure suddenly appeared behind her on the top of Ten Tail's head. It was Captain Kyle who gave her such powerful strength. "Captain Kyle, why are you here?" Hankook blurted out in surprise and began to ask. But as soon as she finished speaking, her cheeks became rosy in an instant because she realized that she had asked an idiot's question. Even the news that the Two Emperors coalition was preparing to attack the kingdom of Dreyrosa was uploaded by the Tiga. Kyle, who knew about this so early, naturally would not watch his territory be violated. Hee. Kyle did not embarrass Hancock, but answered seriously. After receiving the news, we set sail directly from the Drum Kingdom and rushed over. I have to say, Hancock, you are really suitable for this power. Ah. Hancock became shy inexplicably, but soon returned to normal. Did you see how I fight? So, Captain Kyle should have come here long ago. That's right. Kyle nodded again and said with a smile. Actually, on the second day of your battle with Kaido, the Tiga had already arrived over the nearby waters. It's just that I see you fighting fiercely, so I didn't bother you. Brook has told me what happened. Hancock, you really gave me a huge surprise this time. Chapter 265 The Guardian of the East and the God of the South. The huge slowly landed, and under the shocked gaze of a group of pirates, they fell into the sea. The Tiga, which has been upgraded to level 8, has once again seen a drastic increase in its size. Even the warships that Ant and Kaido were riding on became inconspicuous in front of the Tiga. At the greeting of Little Tiga, several pirates with excellent medical skills walked out of Tiga one after another, and each of them exuded the aura of a strong man. Captain Kyle. Little Chopper jumped in the air, but his small body contained power that no one present dared to underestimate. Like Chopper, who followed Kyle earlier and had A level or above character templates, has long been strong. The Sutra surpassed the Four Emperors and reached a new height. However, because Zhou Clang is kind and does not like to fight, Kyle recently gave him the position of captain of the medical team of the Twilight Pirates to lead other guys in the pirates who have healing abilities. Marco, who was originally a white-bearded pirate, is now a member of this team, and with the healing ability of the Immortals, he successfully got the position of Chopper's deputy. Long time no see, Little Chopper. Seeing Chopper's arrival, Kyle immediately responded with a smile. Because the Tiga is getting bigger and bigger, and with the increase in the number of chefs, the cafeteria has changed from the big pot rice at the beginning to ordering. It is quite common for some friends to not meet each other for several months. Especially since he was appointed as the captain of the team by Kyle, in order not to embarrass the Dusk, he now either trains in the training room or develops new drugs in the pharmaceutical room every day. I am busy every day and don't even have time to sleep. In order not to affect the time of Chopper, Kyle also ordered directly. There are many injured pirates here, and they may be part of the Dusk in the future. Lead your team members and heal them as soon as possible. Please leave it to me with confidence, Captain Kyle. Little Chopper slapped his chest and responded confidently. Although the character card of the Moose Beast did not bring him any healing ability, relying on the medical knowledge that he constantly absorbed from Dorier's doctor and the various magical pills developed in the magical pharmaceutical room during this period. A mere fatal injury is just a handful for Chopper. Soon, the members of the medical squad became busy under the command of Chopper and Marco. He treated the pirates who had been injured by Hankook and her sisters before. Chopper and Marco came to the main battleship that Ant and Kaido were riding. At this time, Smoogie and Crib, two of the three generals of the Big Mom pirates on the battleship, were watching nervously. In front of them, the Ant, Kaido, Katakuri and Jack were placed one by one, waiting to receive treatment from Chopper and Marco. Chopper shook his body and suddenly a white doctor's coat appeared on his body, and there was a medical box about the same size as his reminder on his hands. Doraemon's medical box. Open black lens bracket category. Props close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, be close black lens bracket. Introduction. Bringing a stethoscope in the medical box can determine the patient's condition, select suitable medicines, and have a weak therapeutic effect. Close black lens bracket. This is a small prop that is not very powerful, as can be seen from its system rating. But after matching the Tiga pharmaceutical room, this prop made Chopper barely waste any time and could directly select the most suitable medicine from his drug reserves and give it to the patient. After taking a few pills, Kaido and the ant consumed their physical energy recovered at an outrageous speed. Marco also reached out his hand and summoned his immortal flame to heal the 4 people at the moment. Originally, this job should have been held by a little human princess with the ability to heal fruits. But now she is in the practice room, busy treating the members of the Twilight who were injured due to training. With the ability of rule-level healing, she is the guarantee for the crew to carry out various practices without restraint. With such a powerful effect, Kyle certainly won't let the little princess waste time and rescue a group of guys who are not members of the Dusk. Soon, under the effect of the powerful pill, Auntie, Kaido and others woke up one after another. They widened their eyes blankly, staring at the blue sky and leisurely white clouds, but they did not make any sound for a long time. I don't know if it was stunned by Hankook or if it was difficult to accept the cruelty of reality. Where is this? I'm not fighting. It seems that I was defeated, right? Wouldn't that mean? Thoughts that were almost the same echoed in the minds of the 2 emperors. And at this moment, a deserted voice suddenly appeared, interrupting their thoughts. You guys, when will you lie down? The ant, who was lying on the deck like an old couple, turned around and looked at each other, and saw their embarrassing appearance in each other's eyes. Because they had just been fished out of the sea, the 2 of them still looked wet. And the sea water on their bodies is still continuously weakening their strength. After a brief silence, the 2 of them seemed to recognize the reality. They closed their eyes and sighed, then sat up together and looked at the person in front of them. The captain of the pirates at Dusk, Kyle. At the same time, it is also very likely that they will be the future boss of the 2 of them. What? Don't pretend to be asleep anymore. Kyle looked up and looked at 2 guys who were much taller than him even when they were sitting there. Although after gaining strength, his body also achieved secondary development and began to develop according to the trend of Kizaru's second uncle. But in front of Kaido and Auntie, he was still a little short. But in her thin body, there is power that makes Kaido and the ant fear. Just a glance at each other, Kaido my ant's momentum instantly weakened a little. The intuition of the strong made them dare not be indifferent in front of Kyle. Yuyui's Kyle. The ant who met Kyle for the first time shockedly chose to speak and asked Kyle knowingly. Is this difficult to see? Kyle smiled lightly, but his eyes kept circulating on the ant and Kaido, and finally stopped on Kaido's face. To be honest, Kaido, what you did made me a little angry. However, Hankook has informed me of your previous conversation. For the sake of your willingness to be my subordinates, I choose to forgive you. So, the decision you made before is sincere, right? A sincere smile suddenly appeared on Kyle's face. But looking at the smiling face, Ant and Kaido felt inexplicably. If they say something no word at this moment, maybe they will die on the spot in the next second. It is indeed so terrifying that he is the captain of the Twilight Pirates. Under Kyle's questioning, the 2 of them instantly became awkward. Especially Kaido, a guy who was once captured and released by Kyle. After all, to a certain extent, he is the leader of this war. That's right, Kyle, Your Excellency. We are sincere. Perhaps because she felt Kaido's inner embarrassment, the ant spoke first and put down her figure. With experience joining the Rocks Pirates and being a woman, she is not particularly resistant to becoming a stronger person. She stood up on the deck and then slowly landed on one knee in front of Kyle and a group of pirates. Captain Kyle, we have learned your ambitions from Mr. Brook. If possible, please make sure we add a handful of warm dry firewood to your vast ambition. Please believe that we will definitely be your most outstanding subordinate. A perfect dog-licking speech was spoken from the ant, shocking everyone present, including Kyle. Only Kaido, who was beside him, sighed in his heart when he saw this. Because he was in the same situation, he knew very well what the ant was feeling at this time. She was worried that Kyle would give up giving them that magical power because she was afraid of their identity. As a strong man, their self-esteem was greatly hit by the once inconspicuous Hankook. Since the situation has developed to this point, they do not have any need to continue to hold on. It's better to put down your figure and show your sincerity so that Kyle can use his mysterious abilities to make them stronger. Thinking of this, although Kaido was embarrassed to speak because of shame, he still, like the ant, immediately made a kneeling move to express his surrender. At this moment, a joyful light flashed in Kyle's eyes when he turned around. Because under the system test, these two top powerhouses in the pirate world have truly entered the state of loadable character cards. There is nothing to hesitate about. Kyle immediately pointed out the two character cards he had prepared in the backpack interface, and pressed the confirm button to the system pop-up window in front of him. In an instant, two streams of light shot into the body of the ant and Kaido in his sight. And these two four emperors, who had no way out, slowly closed their eyes and entered the perception of the character card. S-level character card Oriental Guardian Archive Dragon Beast. S-level character card Southern God General Yijo Kiryu. The former is one of the legendary Digimon and four holy beasts in the digital world, and has the magical means to control thunder. The latter is a member of the Zero Team of the Spirit King Guardians in the Death World. One of the strongest death gods. In addition to fighting, he can also make the soul power into a delicious dish, making the person who eats it powerful. Both are top-notch existences in their respective worlds, and they are highly consistent with the abilities of Kaido and Anti. The fit is as high as 90. With this extremely high degree of fit, it can be foreseeable. At some point in the future, the power from the pirate world will perfectly merge with the power of the other world, showing a stronger new posture. On the other hand, Katakuri and Jack, who were delayed treatment, also woke up from coma one after another. As soon as the two opened their eyes, they saw their mother and the captain kneeling in front of Kyle. Although they had stopped escorting them when they were taken out of the custody room, the pirates who had stopped escorting them talked about the fact that the ant and Kaido were about to join the Dusk. But even after seeing this scene with his own eyes, the two of them still felt that they were living in a dream. You know, when he first heard about this, Jack had a big fight with the escorts, so Hankook knocked him out. And maybe it was done casually, or maybe it was a pair of good things. She also generously gave Katakuri a sleeping package. After a long time, Ant and Kaido opened their eyes again. A look of shock and joy appeared on the huge faces of the two. Captain Kyle. Kaido suddenly raised his head, very surprised. A shout of Captain Kyle was even more friendly. Although the character template is only one level, and the increase in power is nothing to them. But the perceptions and special abilities from S-level character cards have been firmly engraved in their souls. And this also made them realize why Hankook and Brook had such powerful power. They did not take this wrong step. And their future will become broader because of this day. It was not until this moment that they realized where the admiration for Kyle came from Brook's mouth. That is definitely not the absolute loyalty brought by the system, but also the surrender to Kyle's power. But because they have seen it literally. What a vast world their Captain Kyle carries. One Piece. Hee hee. Conquering a sea, a group of pirates, is it considered ambition? Their future lies in the Sea of Stars. The remaining handover work lasted for more than a week before finally coming to an end. With the lead of Ant and Kaido, the Big Mom Pirates and the 100 Beast Pirates joined the Dusk very quickly. After giving some B and A level character cards that he was reluctant to give to others casually, Kyle also brought a group of people to the Tiga. Today's Tiga, even if it carries tens of thousands of people at the same time, is effortless. It is obviously not very accurate to say that he is a ship. But Kyle still emphasized to everyone that the Tiga is a ship. A pirate ship. Because only by the recognition and love of more people can their little Tiga have greater power. When the Tiga set sail again, the president of the World Economic News Agency, Morgans, who was inquiring, also performed a respectful manner towards Kyle, and immediately flapped his wings and flew back to the next door in a bulky way. In the newspaper that has temporarily landed. Dear Mr. Kyle, please rest assured. Our newspaper will definitely report this news seriously and solemnly, and will definitely not disappoint you. Morgans assured Kyle from the air. Even though his etiquette was close to perfection, it still couldn't block the shock in his eyes. After all, who can think of? After Whitebeard, Kyle actually conquered the 2-4 Emperor teams, Bim Mom and Baijo. The weight of this news is a bit too important. Morgans could already imagine what kind of shock it would bring to the world when tomorrow's newspapers spread to the world. Chapter 266 Wano Country Plan. Kaido and Auntie joined the Twilight Pirates. Today isn't April Fool's Day, right? You must be teasing me, right? Hate's over. This world is over. Little ones. I smell the smell of war. Let the storm come more violently. There are 3 missing positions of the 4 emperors. Doesn't that mean that whoever can make his mark in the new world is the new 4 emperors? With the release of a newspaper, the entire pirate world suddenly fell into chaos. Some people are surprised, some are worried, some are afraid, and some are moving towards the future. People with different expressions have added vitality and color to this world. However, in the real underground world, a group of mice who had been secretly hidden for many years showed their heads one after another as if they smelled the smell of oil. The pirates in the dusk have already had more than 4 naval generals' combat power. Maybe they really have the ability to subvert the world. Should I take the team in advance? New world, a certain sea area. On a warship that looked ordinary, the 4 emperors Red Hair and his friends leaned on the left side of the ship, drinking beer while watching the newspaper that interrupted their banquet. Oops. Looking at the latest content in the newspaper, Shanks instantly didn't even feel like attending his favorite banquet. He slowly stood up, and without disturbing the other boys, he called out several cadres from the red-haired pirates and shared the contents in the newspaper. After a while, the entire red-haired pirates' top leaders fell into a state of silence. Ben Beckman sucked a cigarette hard, looked at Shanks' face, and looked at him. So, among the 4 emperors, we are the only ones who have not yet contacted this Twilight Pirates. Jesus raised his brow and said, "Boss, what do you think of Kyle? With his current strength, he can already fight with the world government, right?" "You guys," Shanks sighed, but his eyes were serious, "but don't underestimate the foundation of the world government. 800 years of accumulation cannot be destroyed by the torrent of an era. But this pirate group at dusk has Kyle." The folds of the newspaper were clamoring. Shanks looked at the white beard, Ant and Kaido standing behind Kyle in the newspaper, and felt inexplicably. Although he is essentially different from other great pirates, he can conquer the 4 emperors at the same time. The 3 of them forced him to be careful. This guy Kyle doesn't really have any special ability to change people's hearts, right? Red Clay Continent, Mary Chawa, 5 Old Star Conference Room. No, we must not let them develop any more. Look at what they have done during this period. Recruit pirates, conquer the 4 emperors, and sell guns, ammunition and all kinds of strange things. According to the latest information from CP, the 1-month commercial income of Magdu Island alone is 10 billion Bailey. This is not the other messy industries of the Twilight Pirates. If you don't stop them and let them develop, I'm afraid they will really become an uncontrollable disaster. The god of scientific defense, J. Gorusha Satanson, slapped a pile of intelligence on the table, and righteously promoted the threat of the pirates at dusk to his colleagues. However, after his voice fell, the other 4-5 old stars remained silent. The martial god, who had a white beard, had a serious expression. "Stop it. What should I do to stop it? The 3 generals from the Navy have just gathered together. Now we have investigated the research of Baikalpunk in the 100 years of blank. Revolutionaries also don't know where to create ancient weapons Pluto which have been liberated in the New World many countries. Quote, now, our troops are simply unable to get enough skills. Unless we 5 are dispatched in person. Damn Burgapunk. I should have found a way to imprison him at the beginning. This doggy thing that is scattered inside and outside." The 5 old stars of the round head cursed suddenly. Satan's eyes were also filled with anger. "I will go out in person with Vegapunk. Then let Kizaru and me kill this guy completely. No one can provoke the authority of the world government. For the revolutionary army, let me go. The financial warrior Nasuro, who had been to Golden City before but was scared away by Kyle, responded. No matter what, we must figure out the origin of their ancient weapons. Burgapunk has been under our surveillance and it is impossible to have any contact with others. So there must be another group of people in this world who have the ability to interpret ancient characters. It's a turbulent time. Why did Lord IM say that the Son of Destiny obviously not appear, but the situation is so turbulent? A bunch of 5 old stars wanted to break their heads, but they were puzzled. Compared with the surging turbulent clouds around the world, the pirates that caused all this were extremely quiet. Tiga, inside the captain's room. Kyle sat on his captain's chair with a smile, looking up at the 2 people in front of him. If there is no problem, this matter will be settled. Golden City is officially renamed as the City of Dusk, and you, Brook, will be the City Lord. In the early stage, I will ask the Golden Emperor and the others to go back to help you control that city as soon as possible. But you must also grow up as soon as possible and spread the reputation of the entertainment City of Dusk to every corner of the world. Although it sounds a bit difficult, I believe that this is not a difficult thing for you, right? Please rest assured, Captain Kyle. Brook stood attentively, and the soul fire in his eyes was leaping happily. Next to him, Xiao Wuda, who had just joined the pirates in Dusk, was also full of joy. In order to match her super musical talent, Cell specially chose a card for her who is also a musician, Salifan. This is a dream-seeking musician from the world of League of Legends. Like little Yuta, Salifani was born for music and had strong musical literacy since childhood. And Salifani also has a talent, which is to hear music played by other people's souls. But because the city where he was born was not so beautiful, he heard the sad voices in the souls of Zuan people, overwhelmed by these voices in his childhood, and could not even step out of the house. Until later, she drew inspiration from these sounds, turned chaos into concertos, and made a grand wish to change the world with music. Salfani and Yuta, both of them, have extremely overlapping similarities, both of their miserable childhood and their experience of growth, and their degree of fit directly exceeded 90%. It is only a matter of time that Yuta, who has obtained the talent for Salfani's soul movement, became the world's #1 singer. And the original Golden City, with her support, will definitely become the most popular city in the pirate world. Even if there is a celestial dragon person who died tragically there. After seeing off Brook and Yuta, Kyle waved gently to Robin beside him. Robin immediately understood the meaning and pressed a button. Not long after, the door of the captain's room was opened again. I saw Kaido, who was huge in size, walked from the door towards Kyle's location with the 3 major boards that had been reassembled on the Tiga. Captain Kyle. When he arrived at the desk, Kaido stopped and stepped on the soft carpet, but the expression on his face was extremely complicated. In just a few days, he went from being the 4 emperors who were attracted by thousands of people to become a subordinate of others. During this period, the surprise of his identity change made Kaido feel confused. But at the same time, the mysterious and powerful force in his body was telling him this will be the most correct choice in his life. Especially after seeing Jin's strength, he had already begun to approach him. Sit. Seeing Kaido, Kyle immediately smiled and nodded, then reached out to signal. A mechanical sound rang out. Several chairs that perfectly fit the figures of Kaido and others slowly emerged from under the ground. Kaido sighed in his heart that Kyle had many fancy tricks. He sat down and asked cautiously. Captain Kyle, I wonder what's wrong with you looking for us. Don't be so nervous, Kaido. Kyle smiled. Although you did the wrong thing, since you have chosen to join the Dusk, everything that happened in the past is a piece of writing off. From that moment, you have been recognized by my people. Thank you, Captain Kyle, for your forgiveness. Kaido shook lightly. Although he didn't understand why Kyle chose to forgive and believe in himself so easily, after hearing Kyle's words, his heart that had been hanging over the past few days was finally able to calm down a little. Haha, relax. Kyle looked at the elders of the Beast Pirates opposite with a smile. I'll call you here today, and there are important tasks to hand over to you. In the Wano country, it's Kurokara Orochi who is serving as the general now, right? His fruit ability should be in the form of the Yamata Orochi as the phantom beast species. It's a waste to use such easy-to-use fruit ability on him. You guys go back in a few days and catch that guy for me. By the way, there are those guys from the Kazuki clan. Although you are already my subordinates, Kazuki Oden is also a friend of the Whitebeard. Anyway, there is no hatred between you. Oh, no, you killed someone's son and father, and they want to lose their hearts no matter what. But it doesn't matter. If they are willing to accept joining the Twilight Pirates, I don't mind returning the rule of Wano country to the Hikatsuki clan. Success, king, defeat, bandits are the natural laws of the development of the times. Their wrong decisions have led to decades of painful experiences in the people of Wano country. All the consequences will be compensated by the Kazuki clan in person. I think they should have no reason to refuse such a deal. Of course, the premise is that those members of the Light Moon clan are willing to join Dusk and be managed by Dusk. This is the list of useful people in Wano country that I have compiled. Many of them are old subordinates of the Katsuki clan hidden in Wano country. Many of them have good fruit abilities. Especially this guy named Aaron. Her fruit ability is an ability that the scientific research team needs extremely. Be sure to bring her to me alive. Kyle took a stack of documents from Robin and placed them on his desk in turn for Kaido and others to watch. Above is detailed information about the hidden Kazuki Sukiyaki and Kazuki Hikaru, as well as a group of Hikaru hid in Wano country, including the undercover Kojira who works as an undercover next to Kurokano Orochi. It also marked the Niugui pill that ate the fruit of Renren, the phantom beast species, and the form of Dazuda. This is. Looking at the extremely detailed information on the desktop, Kaido and the others were completely stunned. They have occupied Wano country for nearly 20 years, but they have not discovered that there are still such a group of guys hidden in Wano country. Suddenly, Kaido's forehead suddenly burst into cold sweat. He was not afraid of the group of little bugs hidden in Wano country. Just when I thought of Kyle's ability to never visit Wano country, but I knew all this well and felt extremely frightened. Maybe my little thought was discovered by Captain Kyle long ago. That's why Captain Kyle deliberately let himself go back, just to let himself unite with the ant and then fall into the trap. The more I thought about it, the more I felt fear in Kaido, and the only thought in his heart gradually disappeared. As time goes by, he will completely become a member of the Dusk and continue to be proud of it. Oh, by the way. Just as Kaido and his friends checked the information about Wano country, Kyle suddenly remembered something and added. Considering that you have only joined the Twilight Pirates for a few days, Jin and Quinn were also in the training room and scientific research department before, and they are not sure about the style of our Twilight Pirates. For this mission, I will send 2 members to follow you to Wano country. In addition, some other actions are needed there. Other actions. Kaido looked at Kyle with a puzzled look. Kyle smiled mysteriously and clapped his hands suddenly. The next second, the door of the captain's room was pushed open again. 2 figures slowly stepped into it. One of them is Doflamingo wearing a pink feather cloak. Another one is the green algae swordsman carrying a golden box, Roronoa Zoro. Kyle smiled. In the future Wano country, I plan to open it up in the name of samurai and vigorously develop the tourism industry. This is also my first mission for those Light Moon clans who have not joined the Dusk. Doffer is very experienced in this regard. He will be the person in charge of this mission. You all have to obey his command. And since we want to open to the public in the name of a samurai, we must naturally be worthy of the title of a samurai. So I plan to let Zoro challenge Hawkeye, the world's largest swordsman in Wano country. A country with a new generation of the world's largest swordsmen will definitely be deeply yearned for by those swordsmen. Chapter 267 The New Chef Captain. What? Hearing Kyle's explanation, Kaido's expression changed again and again. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Doflamingo and Zoro. Zoro was fine, after all, he was not the best swordsman, and he was also unsatisfied with this name. How could anyone shock those who would not take Hawkeye seriously? What really made him feel resistance was that Kyle actually appointed Doflamingo, the clown he once looked down upon, to serve as the commander of them and others. He knew that he had just joined the Dusk and might not be able to gain 100% trust. But even if the strange swordsman with a golden box on his back is their command, why bother to choose Doflamingo? Captain Kyle, there is no need to let Dover follow me. You just need to tell me what you have explained. I promise you will see a satisfactory answer. Haha, don't be so strong in resisting, Kaido. You are already at Dusk now, and you must know how to adapt to your thinking. Kyle waved his hand, interrupted Kaido's rebuttal, and then explained with comfort. Doflamingo witnessed the reforms of Dressrosa at Dusk and had been in Dusk for a while, so he knew better what kind of Wano country I wanted. No need to say more about this matter. Kaido was speechless for a moment. Although he didn't dare to say anything to refute because of Kyle's face, it can be seen from his hesitant eyes that he was still very dissatisfied with this arrangement. But at this moment, Doflamingo stepped in front of Kaido with his relative's unrecognizable steps. He first looked Kaido up and down under Kaido's bad gaze, then he let out a beautiful smirk and joked. Show you. It seems that our Lord Kaido hasn't figured out the situation yet tilde. What did you say? Hearing Doflamingo's words, Kaido immediately showed an angry eyes. If Jin and Quinn behind him hadn't been pulling him secretly, he would have swung his fist to brother Doflamingo for a moment. Let him know. Although he was defeated, he was still the Four Emperors Kaido. But what made Kaido angry was that after teasing him, Doflamingo ignored him and turned his eyes to Kyle, and his expression suddenly became flattering. It was exactly the same as when he saw Kaido before. Captain Kyle, Doflamingo said seriously. I have already understood your requests. Please rest assured that I will definitely do this cleanly and beautifully. Please wait for good news. Well, I still trust your ability to do things very much. Kyle responded with a smile, giving Doflamingo enough status. Then he looked at Kaido again, revealing a slight thoughtful look. But before Kyle could speak, Doflamingo was already ahead of him, anticipated Kyle's idea in advance, and said directly. Kaido's side doesn't bother Captain Kyle. I will handle all this. Your time should be spent on more precious things. Since that's the case, I'll leave it all to you. Hearing this, Kyle nodded with satisfaction, a smile appeared on his face. Should we say that we are worthy of being a rare intelligent creature in the pirate world? It's so comfortable to have such a guy who has no moral bottom line and can always understand his purpose working under his hands. Then he looked at Zoro, who was following Doflamingo, again. Instantly, the two of them grinned at the same time. Kyle said, I didn't expect that so long has passed before I knew it. I remember that there were only a few of us on this boat. That was just 2 years ago, Captain Kyle. Don't say it as if we are old. Zoro was not dragged into the memory by Kyle, and quipped with a smile. Haha, that's right. Kyle smiled slightly and looked up at Zoro. The next second, his eyes suddenly flashed with hope. So, go forward boldly, Zoro. Just like this ship. Just like our pirates. Go and be clean and neatly become the world's #1 swordsman. Ah. Zoro sang in a deep voice, took off the turban from his shoulder with one hand, put it on his head, and gathered the green algae heads that had become messy due to training. I will do this, he murmured softly, turned around and continued to smile. After all, my goal has been tricked by Captain Kyle. A world's #1 swordsman, it's just a matter of being able to win. Quote. After the words came to his voice, Zoro directly held the golden holy clothes box with one hand, and his vast momentum and unparalleled confidence gushed out of his body. For a moment, Kaido was stunned. Because when Zoro released his aura, his powerful intuition actually sent him a very strange signal. The man in front of me can easily defeat him. What's the situation? Are there all such weirdos in the Pirates in the Dusk? Kaido, who had just joined the Dusk for a few days, was puzzled. It was not until the awe-inspiring figure walked out of the captain's room that his consciousness gathered back. At this time, the clown who had once despised him came to him and sneered in a low voice. Yu-yi, I didn't expect that the four emperors would be frightened by Zoro Jun's aura. I've really learned a lot today. I'm so proud. Joker. Kaido, who was angry and embarrassed, turned red and suddenly roared in anger. But in the next second, a gloomy and terrifying aura suddenly emanated from Doflamingo's body. Unlike Zoro's vastness, Doflamingo's momentum was like a pervasive needle tip, exuding a cold and wet feeling. I saw Doflamingo seemingly suddenly getting angry, his eyes were gloomy and his tone said coldly. This is Captain Kyle's room. Not a place where you can run wild. Since you have joined the Twilight Pirates, be familiar with the rules on this ship. Don't bring your idiot airs here. Believe it or not, now even Quinn can easily defeat you Guy. Quinn, who was suddenly named, smiled awkwardly. Noting Doflamingo's gaze, he quickly pretended not to hear anything, looking at a mural on the wall 45 degrees, as if he was appreciating art. However, his performance just shows that in Quinn's heart, he recognized Doflamingo's statement. After all, although he did not have any outstanding scientific research works during this period. But after drawing on the body structure of the cannon beast after his awakening, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus after Drake's awakening, and other mechanical creatures in the pirates. Under the special function of the laboratory, he successfully loaded more powerful shells and energy into his body, and replaced all the mechanical parts on his body with the most solid metal made by Wobble. In addition to the power brought by the upgrade of character templates during this period. Although not very sure, Quinn, who is fully confident in his new achievements, does not feel that he is not Kaido's opponent. At least they will be at the same level. Fortunately, Kaido, whose firepower was absorbed by Doflamingo, did not notice Quinn's expression. Otherwise, he might really get angry on the spot. You rat who only dares to hide in the corner. Angry Kaido shouted at Doflamingo with his previous impression of the flamingo in order to humiliate the other party. However, how could Doflamingo be disturbed by these things? He only heard a sneer, You can only work hard on your mouth now. As he said that, he threw his cloak and made an invitation to Kaido. Since you are so dissatisfied, then make the decision in the way you are most familiar with. You Guy. Kaido narrowed his eyes slightly. Although I guessed that Doflamingo would be like this, I must be fearless. After all, Hankook, who was also the Seven Warriors see as before, had already shown extraordinary power. But Kaido finally accepted Doflamingo's aggressive approach. First, I want to see what kind of power this flamingo has gained. Second, just like before, his self-esteem cannot make him take the initiative to surrender. Especially not long ago, Doflamingo had to lean under him and betray him. Fighting with him will give you a face if you win, and losing will convince yourself, do things well, and be a little pirate on this ship. After taking a back to Kyle, the two of them stepped out of the captain's room, called Little Tiga directly, and used the passage to send them to the cultivation room. Obviously, in the pirate world, muscles are often more useful than brains. To be honest, if it weren't for the work that hadn't been done, Kyle would have wanted to see the battle between Doflamingo and Kaido with his own eyes. Although Doflamingo only loads an A-level character card, it is still the one that is worse among A-level. But with the 4 fruit abilities he matched him and his own line fruit abilities, it can be said that it is easy to defeat Kaido, who is still in the stage of physical and domineering confrontation. What really attracted Kyle was Kaido's shocked expression after facing Doflamingo. Oh, it's a pity. After sighing in his heart, Kyle waved to Robin. Robin, who had a tacit understanding, immediately recognized the intention and began to call on the next group of members. Soon, with the help of Little Tiga, the door of the captain's room was pushed open again. The big one who walks directly from the passage to hear Mom and Chloe slowly entered the room. Captain Kyle. When he arrived at the desk, Chloe immediately said respectfully to Kyle. The ant next to her was like a curious baby, looking at her. Sit. The same routine as usual. Kyle asked Auntie and Chloe to sit down first. Immediately he crossed the cross, put it on the table, and asked with a smile. How, Chloe? Auntie's ability, has the experiment been successful? It's successful, Captain Kyle. Chloe, who had long known the real purpose of Kyle calling them over, nodding immediately, his eyes showing reverence. Who would have thought? The food made by one person can actually make people gain such terrifying power. At this time, Chloe only felt his soul leaping extremely. If he hadn't known what kind of monsters he had on the ship, he might have returned to his passionate blood and pursued his dreams as one piece. As he said that, he subconsciously turned his gaze to the beautiful beauty next to him with a beautiful figure and a pink and tender lips. Who would have thought that a few days ago, she was a big fat man with a bloated and obese body? Amazing Captain Kyle, the power you give is so interesting. I don't know that the power of soul actually has such a wonderful use. All right. Although she looks a little old, her upright figure sets off the aunt at this time with a mature style of a royal sister. Just like it. Kyle raised his mouth slightly, and waves flashed in his eyes. As a character who appeared in the late stage of the Death World, Kiryu Yejo, who is a member of the Zero Team and has the title of King of Valley, is not only the top of death, but also has the ability to consume physical strength and create temporary soul. And using these souls, she can also create dishes containing the essence of the soul. Those who eat these soul dishes will absorb the essence of the soul and gain powerful power. This ability is very powerful. With the physical strength of the ant, she could almost use soul cuisine to upgrade the strength of an ordinary person to the level of a major general in the Navy headquarters, which is a pirate level with a bounty of 500. However, if it was just like this, it would not be enough to surprise Kyle. After matching the ant's soul fruit ability, this ability has been truly sublimated. The ability of soul fruits allows the ant to extract and store other people's souls. Using Kiryu Yoshisu's cooking ability, she can condense all of these soul powers into the cooking. And just now, the ant has successfully made all the accumulated souls, plus the temporary souls that she can create in her own body, into a table of dishes. Then, let Chloe, who only loaded the C-level character card, eat all the guy who had the strength to reach the lieutenant general. After a round of tests, it is certain that Chloe now has the combat power of the Four Emperors. Although the power of the Four Emperors level is no longer very outstanding in the Twilight Pirates. But the deeds of creating the Four Emperors this night are enough to be valued by Kyle. However, if the ant created the Four Emperors only consumed the soul power worth about 500 years of life. That's just another matter. There are too many damn people in this world. A person has a lifespan of decades. As long as he consumes dozens of people, he can create a combat power of the Four Emperors. Now, those crew members loaded with C and D levels also have benefits. Chapter 268-5 Color Spectrum. Very good. It seems that this ability is indeed suitable for you, Ant. After listening to Chloe's reward, Kyle immediately praised with relief. Immediately he began to make a decision that he had made long ago. Since your ability is related to food and can also make your friends stronger, then from today on, you will be the captain of the chef team of the Twilight Pirates. I think this way, you can be much easier, Chloe. That's right, Captain Kyle. Chloe's eyes lit up when he heard this change in his position. He was removed from his position as captain. Not only did he not show any sad expression, but instead a look of relaxation appeared deep in his eyes. No way. The pressure is too great. With the strength of an ordinary lieutenant general, he gives a group of guys at the level of 7 warriors, generals, and 4 emperors every day. Although it is unlikely that something will make things difficult for his companions in Dusk, who is said to be a smart person who is born to think randomly. In addition, compared with the rest of the chef team, the food he cooks neither shines nor has special effects. It is really difficult for him to eat 100 times better than him. Nowadays, the appearance of an ant is also a relief for him. However, under such heavy pressure, Chloe still handled the food problem of tens of thousands of people in the entire Dusk Pirates so perfectly. In addition to the great supplement of the chef team, this is naturally inseparable from his outstanding mind and management plan. He loaded the Black Deacon template. When he was a housekeeper, it's always the most perfect. How could Kyle let him leave the management of the chefs? Don't be too happy too early, Chloe. Kyle suddenly grinned. Looking at Chloe with a shocked expression, he slowly said. Although your captain position has been transferred to the ant. But there will be no changes in your work content. I'm not at ease to hand over such an important position as being responsible for the entire gang's food to a greedy guy. The position of the captain of the ant is more of a symbol. I will be relieved to be the deputy captain of the real management of this team. Otis. Chloe blinked in a daze. What's the meaning? My workload has not been reduced in the slightest, and my rights have been greatly reduced. Do you hear that this is what people do? My dear Captain Kyle. Is this will there be something wrong with it, Captain Kyle? The weak Chloe kept as restrained as possible and said to Kyle with a sad face. Ms. Lingling is obviously the captain of the chef team, but everything about the chef team has to obey my instructions. This is too unfair to Ms. Lingling. Kyle raised his eyebrows with a funny look, and directly saw through Chloe's heart and said. Don't think so much, Chloe. This matter is settled. And don't think I don't know about you. Although the abilities you gain cannot be on the surface from the perspective of combat effectiveness. But you, who possesses pure demonic power, are now in a truly immortal state. In addition to the soul dishes that the ant gave you, your current strength is definitely not weak on this ship. Chloe, who was seen through by Kyle, was silent for a long time, and then sighed deeply as if he had accepted his fate. Oh, I get it, Captain Kyle. I will assist Ms. Lingling well. Yeah. Kyle nodded with satisfaction, a trace of cunning flashed in his eyes. He was not joking about what he said just now. Chloe, who has completely inherited the power of the Black Deacon, is not only a good player in handling various housework, but also gains the characteristics of a demon. Unless there are props or weapons that specifically limit demons, no one can really kill Crow. And his lifespan will be like the demon, endless. This is a true eternal life. And who would have thought that this ability would actually come from a C-level character card? So, do you have no objection to the arrangement this time, Ant? After finishing the conversation with Chloe, Kyle turned his gaze to the ant again and asked. Ah. The old lady who had returned to her slim figure shook violently with her proud breasts. Of course I won't have any objection, Captain Kyle. I can be entrusted with an important task just as soon as I boarded this ship. I am much lucky than that little devil Kaido. Ah. Although the laughter was a little strange, the ant's appearance and figure were too outstanding at this time. When her body trembled, she felt a wild beauty. All I can say is, this fruit is a world that looks at the face. After continuing to chat briefly, after knowing that the ant, his children and subordinates had found their respective positions in the pirate group at dusk, Kyle also asked them to leave the captain's room. Lunchtime is coming, and without them taking charge of the overall situation, the cafeteria will not know what chaos will be. According to the ant, if all the souls of homies in Wangwo were taken back, she could probably create thousands of combat powers of the four emperors in one breath. Although this requires her to return to the whole country for a period of coordination, this will be an indescribable wealth for any force. It's a pity. Auntie doesn't have that much time. After all, she joined the dusk not for cooking. Her primary goal is to gain powerful strength. And the stronger her power is, the more amazing the soul cuisine produced every day based on her own energy. That's why the ant didn't care about clothes still in power in the chefs. Because she has no ambition to be here. Of course, since she has served as the captain of the chef team, she also has an inevitable responsibility, which is to have 3 meals a day. Although it is impossible to spend a day making soul dishes for everyone, there is no problem in consuming physical energy and soul stock every day, and making a few servings of soul dishes that can make people gain great power. After dealing with the problems with the chef team, Kyle's work today came to an end. He skillfully stretched out his claws and hugged the little secretary Robin next to him in his arms. While enjoying the softness of fragrant jade entering the body, I was thinking about what to do next in the evening. Kyle's overall idea will not change. That's making money. Keep making money. Now the number of personnel in the pirate group at dusk is enough, which even leads to Kyle's concern that someone will not be able to assign a character card in the end, and begins to draw the balloons in half legend and half boutique lottery to get more low-level character card. So far, Kyle spends almost every month lose tens of billions of pele's in the lottery system. The system's Krypton cheating function is still very good. Despite his approach of only entering and not leaving, sooner or later, he will completely collapse the economic system of the pirate world. But in order not to prevent Bailey, who lost his credibility, could not continue to recharge, he could only seize the present. The future will be handled by the future. Anyway, he also believes in the wisdom of future generations. At the same time, just as Kyle and Robin were doing shameless daily practice, in the practice room of the cabin, a battle was being watched by several people was in full swing. What's wrong, Kaido? Is this the only power you have? Is this your pride all along? In the sky, a monster with a tiger's body, a python tail, and a monkey's appearance was jokingly smiling, staring at Kaido, who fell to the ground and turned into a human form below. Damn it! The shot-down Kaido was surrounded by strange karma fire. From his painful expression, we can see that it was not the flame created by his fruit ability. Kaido struggled to stand up from the ground, picked up the mace on the ground, and looked at Doflamingo in the air with an angry face. He yelled angrily and asked, "Is this the ability Captain Kyle gave you?" Joker. Yes, that's right. Doflamingo replied generously, "D's resentment. This is the name of my ability. It can allow my body to carry 5 hearts at the same time. With the help of Miss Leiju, every heart represents a fruit ability. And as my abilities continue to develop, this number will continue to increase. This is my strength. Fancy." Kaido suppressed the shock in his heart, and then he swung the mace in his hand without changing his face and shouted. "In the face of absolute power, everything is nothing but futile. Great Whitey Thunder Gossip. Thorny." The terrifying thunder pierced through the void and wrapped around Kaido's giant stick. Under the fierce swing, the mace, which was filled with a violent domineering color, instantly smashed the Doflamingo ball in the sky. But in the face of such a vast attack, Doflamingo had no intention of dodging, and even had a sneer on the corner of his mouth. In front of absolute power. Yee. I agree with this sentence very much. It's just Kaido, do you have any misunderstandings about the words, absolute power? You who lost to Han Cook. How dare you challenge me, as the captain of the 7th franchise? Free sticker Karma Fire Thunder. Swish 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 swish. With Doflamingo's light sound, several linear flames suddenly shot out from the void, and at the speed that Kaido had no time to react, it directly wrapped around him. Immediately, a dazzling golden electric current suddenly burst out from the body of the turtle, spreading along the Karma Fire thread, and instantly descending to Kaido. Ah! The double attacks of lightning and Karma Fire forced Kaido to stop attacking. Thunder and flames are obviously the power he is most familiar with, but now it has become the cause of his injury. And what is more important is, just as the pain in Kaido began to decrease, a group of lava meteorites suddenly fell in the sky. It is different from a Kainu's attack method that casts a wild net. With the ability of the online fruit, each meteorite has its own separate track, ensuring that all lava meteorites will hit Kaido and will not crash halfway. At the same time, a terrifying darkness suddenly spread from the depths of Doflamingo's feet like a black hole, spreading rapidly towards Kaido's feet. After touching Kaido's body, the fruit power in his body instantly seemed to encounter a sea tower stone. The active bloodline factor was as solid as a rock, making him unable to use the fruit ability. In an instant, all of Doflamingo's 5 fruit abilities were used, and they were used on Kaido without reservation. Although Kaido has obtained the S-level Blue Dragon monster character template, most of the Digimon templates are only on the physical amplification and will not bring any strange abilities to Kaido. With only a few days in which he joined the Dusk, the power of the template was not fully utilized. This also led to his inability to find a good way to break through the realm after his fruit ability was suppressed. Doflamingo, who suppressed Kaido, was obviously very excited. He kept using various fruit abilities and completely set Kaido in place. He could only use his mace to smash the flying meteorites like a baseball player. Doflamingo will not miss any chance of ridicule. Tisk tisk tisk. This is the absolute amount you say. It's too embarrassing, right? 4 Emperors Kaido. Damn it, you guy. Boom. Facing the vast meteorite cluster, Kaido had no time to say a complete word. It's like being teased. Even the audience around them had different expressions when they saw this scene. Dad, this guy Kaido is actually too there is today. Quote. Seeing this, I suddenly don't blame him for attacking you by the war on the top. Ace wrapped his arms around his chest, a teasing smile appeared on his face, his eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, and he looked at the battle below. Gulalalala. Ace, Kaido is now a member of the Dusk. Don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. But. The white beard looked at Doflamingo, who suppressed Kaido with a serious expression, and the light in his eyes was leaping. How long has it been? This guy Doflamingo has completely mastered the ability of the fruit. If I don't strengthen my training, I may not be able to keep my position as the captain of the first team. No, Dad. How could that clown, Doflamingo, surpass you? You are too worried. Ace immediately flattered and highlighted the image of a good son. When the white beard heard this, he looked at him angrily. Yurang's arrogant is not a good thing, Ace. It's not surprising what happened on this boat. Maybe you haven't felt it yet, but if Zoro, who is currently the captain of the third team, is in a desperate battle, I may not be able to defeat him. I still don't understand the power of the small universe. Whitebeard said as if he was a real father. Ace smiled embarrassedly. I understand, Dad. Immediately he closed his mouth and watched the battle on the scene attentively. As time goes by, Kaido's disadvantages become more and more obvious. And at some point, the battle has completely entered garbage time. Under the development of Doflamingo's fruit ability, Kaido finally fell to the ground completely under the baptism of his most familiar fields, thunder and karma fire. Chapter 269 General Wano Country. Now, can you obediently listen to my orders? Seeing that Kaido did not stand up again, Doflamingo also changed back to human form and fell to the ground. Originally, he was only half the height of Kaido, but now he was looking down at the object he once dared not speak loudly. Who, tilde. Kaido, who was lying on the ground, breathing violently, and quickly restored his body to energy by intake of a lot of oxygen. It was not until a while later that he struggled to raise his head, staring at Doflamingo with his huge eyes. Kaido said intermittently, then is that the power that Captain Kyle gave you? Jingyu, Doflamingo smiled but said nothing, but everything was already silent. Kaido lay down again, his eyes twirled, and saw the crowd of viewers watching the two of them fighting in the sky around him. Among them are the White Beard, who is the 4 emperors with him, and also the members of the former 4 emperors group. In the sight that was swept through, Kaido saw Marco and Ace of the original Whitebeard pirates, Katakuri and Akelik of the Old Mother pirates, and even more so the original 100 Beasts pirates Ir and Jack. If such a group of people gathered together in the past, it would be impossible to be so obedient and a fierce battle would inevitably break out. But now, they just looked at themselves silently with different expressions on their faces. This scene made Kaido understand that his era has completely passed. And now is a brand new era. It is the Age of Dusk. Kaido sighed again with a long breath, and then he suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Doflamingo beside him, and said, I will leave the action of Wano Country to you. Yuan Chi. Doflamingo smiled evilly, don't worry. This is Captain Kyle's mission, no one hopes it will fail. And, it must not fail. After saying that, Doflamingo suddenly activated the ability of the line fruit, condensed a big white hand, and friendlily pulled Kaido up from the ground. I heard him laugh again. Adapt to your new identity as soon as possible, Kaido. In this boat, you can get everything by working hard. This is simply the best place in the world, isn't it? But don't waste your precious time because of your pathetic self-esteem. You're right. Kaido looked at Doflamingo's stitch, hesitated for a moment, then he nodded heavily, and stood up as he pulled the stitch. Originally, he was a little uncomfortable because of his identity change and showed a deep look. It seems that I still need to go a long way to dominate here. A few days later, Wano country. A medium-sized ship slowly docked on the edge of the island. Unlike ordinary islands, Wano country is located on a strange peak, surrounded by continuous and endless cliff waterfalls. The turbulent splashes and waves are enough to make most ships retreat. At the top of this peak, there is a strange inland sea, and Wano country is in this inland sea. The geographical environment and the policy of Wano country to close the country have isolated this country, which carries special historical nodes. To climb this island, you must have a strong one. But this small problem is certainly difficult for this Twilight Pirates group close black lens bracket black ship. Kaido, I'll leave it to you. Doflamingo, standing at the bow of the boat, grinned and skillfully gave orders to Kaido next to him. Although Kaido, who was dissatisfied with his heart, immediately turned into a blue dragon form, summoned a hot cloud of flames, and dragged the ship to fly up the sky. Soon, they arrived at the Ghost Island in Wano country. This is the base camp of the 100 Beasts Pirates. At this time, a group of members of the Beast Pirates were busy collecting supplies. They were left behind and kept in the caretaker and did not understand the current situation at all. They only learned through the contact of the phone bug and the whole world of newspapers. Their beast pirates seem to have been granted the order by the pirates at dusk. Although it feels inexplicable and unreal, since the cadres have taken the lead in demolition, what can they do? At this moment, a figure that was extremely familiar to the members of the beast suddenly landed from a high altitude, and a warship was also accompanied. Looking at Kaido, who had fallen to the ground and turned into a human form, the eyes of a group of pirates suddenly shone. Captain Kyle, Master Kaido. The screams suddenly echoed throughout the Ghost Island. Looking at a group of his former subordinates, a complex look flashed in Kaido's eyes again. However, now they have tasks, but they don't have any extra time to give him a sigh of life. After all, the sooner the mission is completed, the sooner they can return to Tiga and practice. Soon, Kaido called several people who were left behind the Ghost Island to fight, and then informed them of the matter of joining the Twilight Pirates. And in order to complete the task, a series of commands were issued. The pirates on the Ghost Island immediately began to execute according to the order. Wano country, the capital of flowers. A samurai in a kimono and clogs hurriedly opened a sliding door, interrupting the elegant pleasure of the black charcoal Orochi, who was drinking and enjoying the beauty. General, something is wrong. Kaido, he has returned to Ghost Island. What? The black charcoal snake, who wanted to scold his subordinates in front of the beauty, was suddenly shocked when he heard his subordinates' rewards. Why is he back? Don't they have joined the Twilight Pirates? The samurai who reported was silent and could not answer this question from the black charcoal Orochi. But he still told the most urgent matter at the moment. I don't know what's going on, but just now one of the 100 Beasts Pirates called over and said that Lord Kaido wanted to invite the general to the Ghost Island to discuss the next behavior policy of Wano country. The black charcoal snake frowned. What does it mean? Does this guy still want me to join the Twilight Pirates with him? The warrior was silent again. But after a while, the black charcoal snake stood up and reluctantly gave up the beauty's company. There is no way. In the face of absolute force suppression, he has no ability to resist Kaido at all. But what he didn't know was, today, once his foot stepped out of the room, there was no possibility of stepping back. In the next few days, a lot of strange things happened in Wano country one after another. First, mines in various parts of Wano country were suspended one after another, slaves were released, and special pirates sent them back to their respective hometowns. Then the black charcoal snake political system collapsed completely. The subordinates of Kurokano Orochi from all over Wano country have all suffered varying degrees of blows and have been completely supervised. Before the oppressed people in Wano country could react to what was going on. This flamingo fully proves with his own actions that Kyle's vision of selecting people is so unique. In less than a week, he had led the remaining personnel of the 100 Beasts pirates to completely suppress Wano country and to hide Hikaru Sukiyaki and Hikaru Sukiyaki, as well as several old ministers of the Guangyu family were rescued. Wano country, the capital of flowers, and the former Osaka city. Doflamingo and Kaido sat on the throne that originally belonged to the general. Below, Hikaru who was pulled out of Hikaru Sukiyaki stood there uneasily, his eyes fluctuating and his heart was in a mess. Several samurai and ninjas who belonged to the retainers of Hikatsuki were also holding their weapons in their hands, looking at Kaido vigilantly and hatred. But Doflamingo, wearing sunglasses, swept his eyes that others were not easily noticed by others, and then he suddenly grinned. You. What are you thinking about, everyone in Wano country? As early as 3 days ago, Doflamingo had informed everyone in Wano country of all the requirements and conditions put forward by Kyle. Although Doflamingo brought Kaido with him, these guys were naturally full of joy after hearing that they were willing to return the rule of Wano Kingdom to the Kazuki clan. But after hearing the instructions of Doflamingo to ask the Hikatsuki clan to join the Twilight Pirates and to let Hikatsuki be the new general of Wano country, they instantly showed an objection. Wait, Mr. Doflamingo, thank you very much for your support to the Light Moon clan with the Twilight Pirates, but as the former general of Wano country, Kazuki Sukiyaki, he stood up vigilantly and said to Doflamingo and others. It's really hard to convince people if a woman is a general. And as early as 20 years ago, Oden's wife, Kazukashiki, had already used the ability of the Fruit of Time to send Kazuki Momonosuke to 20 years later, about half a year later. It's better to let me manage Wano country for a period of time first, and then hand it over to Kazuki Momonosuke. Do you think this is good? The disguised Katsuki Sukiyaki showed an old look, but from his eyebrows, it was not difficult to see the kingly spirit that once belonged to him. However, hello. After hearing the words of Kanatsuki Sukiyaki, Doflamingo, who was sitting in the general's position, suddenly screamed in a low voice, interrupting Kanatsuki Sukiyaki's words. Next second, a black silk thread suddenly ejected from Doflamingo's fingers and instantly wrapped around Kazuki Sukiyaki's body. Immediately, the dazzling light of light reached Kazuki Sukiyaki's body along the silk thread. Thorny. Ah! A scream immediately rang out. Sukiyaki. Grandfather. Guangyuari and a group of Guangyu retainers shouted in concern. But the terrifying electric shock obviously would not show any mercy because of the shouts of everyone. It was not until the sound of Katsuki Sukiyaki gradually faded in the dazzling lightning and finally disappeared that Doflamingo took back the discharged wire and immediately showed a gloomy smirk. I hope you guys can figure it out. What you can get is not what you want. But we have to see what we are willing to give you. A mere family dog that was driven out of the country, a guy who could not even protect his own country, dared to negotiate terms with Dusk. It's ridiculous. After saying that, Doflamingo leaned over slightly and looked down at the Guangyu people below. I'm not discussing with you. There is no difference between us who will be the general of this Wano country. What we need is just an obedient person sitting in the position that should be obedient, that's it. From tomorrow, I will announce to all parts of Wano country, Hikaru will be the general of Wano country. As for the next thing, professional staff from the Twilight Pirates will directly communicate with Guangyu Ri and Sun. Don't worry, Dusk is different from all beasts. After Wano Kingdom is founded, you will be able to understand how prosperous the Drum Kingdom and Dressrosa are under the command of Dusk. Of course, the price of all this is that there may be top forces in the world at any time and just come to attack these countries. While speaking, Doflamingo glanced at Kaido inadvertently. Under the tyranny of absolute power, the Guangyu clan has no ability to resist at all. Either give up Wano country completely, or take the position of general obediently and become the puppet ruler of the Twilight Pirates. Everything has been settled. Because they have no chance to refute. But after confirming that there were no serious injuries except for some burns on the surface of the body, Guangyu Rihei, who had moved into the general's mansion, had inexplicably become confused. She looked up and looked out the window. The cold moonlight scattered on her beautiful face, so holy and beautiful. Over the past 20 years, Guangyu Ri and the pseudonym Xiao Zi used their beauty and talent to get close to the black charcoal snake, just to be able to help his brother when he returns on the day of prophecy. But now, I was inexplicably designated to become the general of Wano country. What happened in the past few days has completely exceeded her expectations. Because of her own womanhood, Guangyu Rian never thought that she would one day become a general in Wano country. And now. Twilight Pirates Captain Kyle. I actually agreed to let a female player serve as the generals of Wano country. I hope I won't let you down. A few days later. With the efforts of a group of remaining pirates in the 100 Beasts Pirates, several huge screens were built in major towns in Wano country. Such a strange scene immediately attracted the curiosity of the people of Wano country. Because while building these screens, pirates will also distribute clean food to poor villagers, so many residents have gathered near the screen at this moment. On this day, the people of Wano country who had just received the relief food distributed by the pirates were gathering under the huge screen to eat rare food. Just then, a flash suddenly lit up on the large screen that had been dark for a long time. The next moment, Guangyu Ri, dressed in a majestic empress, suddenly appeared on the screen. Hello, people of Wano country. Chapter 270 Seraph. So, has Wano country stabilized? It seems that handing over the matter to that guy Doflamingo was indeed the right decision. Tiga, Kyle, who was in the captain's room, immediately smiled satisfied after hearing Robin's report. Immediately he waved to Robin and said, "Since the Guangyu clan has chosen to surrender, let them come back with Doff and the others. In this way, Wano country will come to an end. Oh, by the way, since Wano country has completely surrendered, then Zoro's challenge to Hawkeye. I have sent someone to contact Morgan's." Robin, who was bent down and replied, "The specific information should be reported tomorrow, but it will probably take some time to face the challenge when Hawkeye finds out. Don't think about those things, we have time now. The world government has no time to deal with us now." Kyle raised his lips lightly, smiled slightly, and threw the information in his hand onto the table. This information comes from Fujito and Green Bull, who have become the general of the Navy. The information content is about J. Gorusha Satanstan, one of the 5 old stars, and Navy General Kizaru, leading a group of naval and CP members to Eggshell Island to capture Baikalpunk. Taking this opportunity, Fujito and Green Bull also successfully brought detailed location information of Eggshell Island to Kyle. 5 old stars. Looking at the information in his hand, Kyle couldn't help but mutter. Although I don't want to break up with the world government immediately, if I can successfully rescue Vegapunk and invite him to join the Twilight Pirates to continue research. Perhaps, those slow-moving scientific research projects will be completed soon. A ray of light flashed in Kyle's eyes. He snapped his fingers instantly, called the ubiquitous little Tiga over, and immediately informed the location of Eggshell Island to Tiga. Arriving at Eggshell Island as fast as possible. From the current information, we might be able to give the 5 old stars a big surprise. Kyle licked his lips and said excitedly. Little Tiga instantly received the order, controlled the Tiga, and flew in a new direction. At the same time, Great Root, Kraikana Island. Hawkeye, sitting in the old castle, looked at the newspaper with Zoro's challenge book in his hand, and his eyes as sharp as a goshawk immediately flashed with excitement. And the guy who brought him surprise on the day of the war on the top of the sky also appeared in his mind. Immediately, I don't know whether it was excitement or emotion, Hawkeye murmured in a complicated tone. Roranoa Zoro. It seems that you have the confidence to defeat me. Although Zoro was suppressed by him in the battle that day, Hawkeye knew very well that Zoro had already had the same level as him that day. plus his greatest capital, youth. Hawkeye is not surprised. One day, he may be defeated by this new generation of swordsmen. But he didn't think that day would come so soon. Okay. Let me see what it is, giving you the courage to challenge me again. Not long after, with the help of a group of black-haired guerrillas, a raft like a coffin set sail from the dilapidated port of Kraikana Island. The world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye, looked at the position of Wano country with one hand and slashed the Wushang Da Kue Dao Yi with the other hand, and moved forward in the sea. Zoro's sudden challenge successfully attracted the attention of all parties in the world. Of course, what attracted more attention was the dusk that directly expanded the combat effectiveness of the 2-4 Emperor's pirates. Although no one dared to speak out, everyone was actually waiting for the one who attacked Mary Joa at dusk. They believe that that day will not last too long because dusk has this qualification. However, what people don't know is, just as they were looking forward to the battle between Zoro and Hawkeye, a war that was enough to make the world boil happened quietly. In the New World, a broken eggshell-like island surrounded by naval warships of different types. Near the island, a group of mechanical beasts that are larger than the giant Sea King are confronting these warships. Due to the emergence of the pirates at dusk, many accidents occurred in the direction of the pirate world. At this time, on Eggshell Island, except for Vegapunk and his 6 clones were located in the highest control room on the island, and were busy fiddling with various instruments. Damn it! Why did the Navy know about studying historical texts? I have clearly modified the memories of those intelligence agents. An old man with a face that looks like Einstein on Earth muttered while flying his fingers and pressed them one by one on various buttons. And his clones with their own characteristics are also busy with their own affairs. In fact, what no one noticed was that one of the huge and hot-bodied girls, eating various foods quickly to provide energy for others, while dodging their eyes as if something was hidden. She is one of the 6 clones of Vegapunk, York, which represents greed. Because with the ability of the brain fruit, Vegapunk's brain became larger and larger. For this reason, he directly used surgery to unload his brain from his body and placed it inside the eggshell of the island, making a move. A brain warehouse called Punk Record. In this way, after receiving knowledge and information, he will store it in a growing brain warehouse. And he and his 6 clones will also share all the memories in the brain warehouse. But no matter how smart a person is, he can't even figure out the hearts of the people. In order to ensure the purity of his scientific research, Vegapunk removed his greed from his body and created York. Under the influence of greed, York developed a rebellious heart and made a deal with the 5 old stars at the cost of becoming a celestial dragon, reporting on the matter of Vegapunk studying the a blank 100 years of history. From a certain perspective, it was Vegapunk who betrayed Vegapunk himself. Outside the island, Navy General Kizaru respectfully brought a cup of hot tea to Satan and immediately sat on the chair next to Satan. From this set of moving movements, we can see that Kizaru's status in the minds of the 5 old stars is not an ordinary high. At least half of the confidant. Even the former marshal of the Warring States period is impossible to sit in this position as a nonchalant man. Therefore, if any force can secretly instigate Kizaru to rebel, the blow to the 5 old stars will definitely be extremely huge. After a bite of hot tea, the 5 old stars gracefully inserted the slices of bread in front of them with a knife and fork, and started today's afternoon tea. Kizaru reported on the side. Sir Satan, the agents of CP0 have arrived at Eggshell Island, but something seems to have happened. Not long after I landed on the island, the CP0 agents lost their information. Based on the intermittent information returned from their missing prequel, it seems that the agent named Stussy attacked them. I really didn't expect that there would be betrayers in the elite agents who have been selected through layers of selection. Kizaru's old face looked sighing, as if he was talking about an ordinary little thing. Because all the original CP0 members have been intercepted by Kyle, the CP0, who has handled dangerous tasks all year round, has been disconnected from meeting them. When Stussy, the old CP0, launched a raid, he directly defeated all the CP0 agents. Stussy. A dim flashed in Satan's eyes, and he murmured softly. Although his appearance still maintain the calm that the world's nobles should have, his heart is now so complicated that it is indescribable. It was raining all night. He couldn't understand why the world government was betrayed by elite agents at such a dark and important moment. Of course he knew about Stussy. That is an elite agent who has worked under the 5 old stars for decades. Who would have thought that such an existence would be an undercover agent for others? After a moment of silence, a fierce light flashed in Satan's eyes again, and even the afternoon tea could no longer be eaten. He said directly to Kizaru. You are the shining person who ate the shining fruit. Burgapunk's laser defense system should not stop you, the flasher. Can you go over it and enter the interior of Eggshell Island? It should be possible. Kizaru immediately nodded and replied, but at the same time there was a slight pause in his tone. It's just the guy who is in charge of guarding the lower part of Eggshell Island is my friend. Friend. Satan Sarah raised his eyebrows and glanced at Kizaru, then said. You don't have to worry about him. You just need to be responsible for solving Vegapunk and don't let him cause greater unrest. Well, Kizaru pondered, I can't ignore someone who is determined to fight for his duties, but I will not betray my will, either. Once I enter the interior of Eggshell Island and are discovered by them, Zontaomaru will definitely lead all the sea beast weapons and 50 pacifists to launch a general attack on the warships here. The Navy is now in a shortage of people. Once too many warships and soldiers are lost here, it will definitely be an immeasurable loss for us. There are really more and more troublesome things. After hearing Kizaru's words, Satan's steady attitude finally changed, showing a difficult look. Immediately he asked again. Do you know the location of the fusion furnace that can create the virgin flame? Although that weapon cannot fight against Kyle, it still has the ability to destroy other forces on the sea. Now the Revolutionary Army is carrying pirated ancient weapons in the world, threatening the rule of the world government. We need more virgin flames to kill the nations that have defected to revolutionaries to warn the monkeys. Kizaru pondered, is the location of the fusion furnace. The missing agents have found out this. Do you need me to control there? Well, it's the most important thing to control the fusion furnace first. As for other things, you can adapt to the situation. I understand. Kizaru received the order and immediately turned around and walked out of the cabin. Under the eyes of countless naval forces, it turned into a beam of light and flew suddenly to the sky. At the same time, inside the Eggshell Island, the Burgapunk clone, who has always been calm and represents integrity, suddenly shouted at the screen. No, the Navy seems to have sent General Kizaru. He is the flash man who ate the shining fruits, and our laser defense system has no effect on him. It's really troublesome. Vegapunk looked sleepy and asked the clone, Edison, which represents wisdom, road. How long will it take to make an aircraft that escapes Eggshell Island now? It takes at least an hour. Edison, who is like a robot, answered immediately. Yeah, Vegapunk nodded, since that's the case. Then let us release our secret weapon. I originally wanted to show the results to the 5 old stars and let them increase their investment, but I didn't expect these results to appear in this way. Edison immediately understood Vegapunk's instructions, and then several of his mechanical fingers immediately started to operate. On the other side, as the Satan Sanctuary guessed, the laser shield that could block hundreds of naval warships did not cause any damage to Kizaru. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru had already broken through the defense system and entered the interior of Eggshell Island. However, he had just appeared, and Zontaomaru, who had been prepared, had already appeared in front of Kizaru with 50 pacifists. Old man, I didn't expect you to come anyway. The fat-shaped Zontaomaru had a firm look. He waved his hand and 50 pacifists opened their mouths instantly. The huge energy shock wave condensed in their mouths. It's so scary, Tilda. I didn't expect you to greet me in this way. Seeing this, Kizaru's face remained motionless, but he became afraid in his mouth. However, the next second, his eyes suddenly condensed. Then Zontaomaru, since you chose to appear in front of me, you must have already understood what will happen next. Have you been enlightened yet? HMPH. Zon Taomaru put on a starting position of martial arts, and obviously he didn't think that 50 pacifists could pose a threat to Kizaru. My defense is the strongest in the world. I will never let you cross here, old man. 10 minutes later. Zon Taowen fell to the ground covered in blood, gasping for breath. Damn it! He roared with fear. A beam of light came to him and turned into a Kizaru figure. Fate is really hard to understand. It seems that I don't have enough things to teach you. Kizaru looked at Zon Taomaru with a complicated expression. But then he raised his feet and turned into a dazzling flash. Next, as long as he knocks Zon Taomaru out, all pacifists will be unable to act because they lose their commander. In this way, as long as the Navy eliminates the external sea beast weapons, it can launch a general attack on Eggshell Island. However, at this moment, the embarrassed Zon Taomaru turned his head and smiled weakly at Kizaru. Old man, you don't think that the power of Eggshell Island is the only one. Fragrant feet. A delicate shout suddenly came from the distant sky. Chapter 271 Invitation. A slender calf suddenly descended on Kizaru's head as if crossing the void. However, as soon as the sound appeared, Kizaru's domineering aura had already caught the attacker's root. His head tilted gently, letting a charming and underestimated figure pass by him and hit the ground behind him. Boom! The earth suddenly let out a wailing cry, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. At this moment, another sharp slash appeared silently in front of Kizaru, instantly splitting his body in half. The next moment, a child whose hand slowly changed from the blade state to the normal arm appeared on the broken wall in the distance. When he saw the child's figure, especially the pair of sharp but tender eagle eyes, a strange light flashed through Kizaru's eyes. No way! He quickly turned around and looked behind him, and happened to see a figure who looked like the Queen Han cook standing up from the ground, looking at him coldly. Tisk 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 tisk. Seeing this scene, Kizaru immediately smacked his tongue. I didn't expect that Vegapunk would create Seraphite so quickly. As a friend of Vegapunk and also the senior executive who has the closest communication with the scientific research team in the Navy, Kizaru naturally knew Vegapunk's seraphic plan. Even for this plan, he made a lot of efforts. But I didn't expect. This plan that once shocked him, now after success, the first enemy he faced was actually himself. This is really so troublesome. According to Kizaru's understanding of Vegapunk, it is impossible for him to let unfinished projects appear in the world. So since there are two seraphs here, it means. Kizaru suddenly turned around and looked around. In different corners, 5 young children appeared one after another with a pair of white wings behind them. And their appearance just corresponds to the 7 warlords seas of the Navy. It's really a big deal. Kizaru had a dark face. If it was just 1 or 2 seraphs, it would be nothing to him. But when 7 seraphs connected to the same central network, have a strong tacit understanding and are even more powerful than the 7 warriors appear. Even if he is the Navy general, he may not be able to protect himself. Is this your support, Vegapunk? Quote. Kizaru sighed in his heart, and then he immediately took out the phone bug in his pocket, and then turned into a beam of light without hesitation and flew to the sky. Immediately afterwards, he called the 5 old star Satanshung directly. On the ground, the 7 Seraphimini angels suddenly stood up and flew to the sky. Using their skilled moon steps, they chased in the direction where Kizaru disappeared. Of course, compared with Kizaru's flashing ability, even though Seraph's moonstep ability has surpassed the top agents of CP0, the gap between them is still very obvious in terms of speed. Not long after, Kizaru had already arrived at the other end of Eggshell Island. At this time, the phone bug was also connected. What's wrong, Kizaru? Satanshun's doubtful voice came from the phone bug. Immediately afterwards, he heard Kizaru's anxious voice. Sir Satan, I need support. Vegapunk, he has created all the seraphs. Sarain. Satan Saint also looked surprised when he heard this. Has that plan been successful? Wait, I remember that in Seraph's command authority, the command of the 5 old stars should be higher than anything else. If you throw the phone bugs at them, they should be able to recognize my voice print. Okay, I can give it a try. Kizaru replied immediately, but also added. But, Lord Satan, I don't think that smart guy from Vegapunk would leave such a big loophole for Seraph even though he knew he was going to turn against the world government. The 5 old stars were silent. But I know very well that even the Admiral Kizaru is unlikely to be able to fight against 7 seraphs carefully arranged by Baikal Punk. After a long silence, he suddenly sighed, forget it. Now, I have to deal with the subsequent mess myself. As he said that, a magic circle suddenly appeared under his feet that was incompatible with the pirate world. At the same time, Seraph also chased the Kizaru who stopped. 7 Seraphimony is located in 7 directions, surrounding Kizaru. But Kizaru, who had left the phone, chuckled, completely no longer as panicked as before. Finally it's time to get off work Tilda, he muttered with a silly smile. The next moment, the magic circle that appeared at Satan's feet also appeared on the land below Kizaru and others. A half-man with a spider on his lower body and a cow horn on his head suddenly appeared from the magic circle. It is J. Gorusha Satanstan, the 5 old stars who were just talking to Kizaru just now. Kizaru, your speed this time is much slower. As soon as he appeared, Satan Saint was the first to blame Kizaru. But Kizaru covered her face and smiled, not looking at Satan's body, and said with a wry smile. After all, it's Vegapunk, so be careful and never make a mistake. HMPH tilde. Satan's shrine snorted lightly, then stopped paying attention to Kizaru, and turned his eyes to the 7 seraphs. And what's amazing is, the 7 seraphs who were originally energetic when facing Kizaru were now panicked, and judging from their stiff bodies. They seemed to have been exerted with some kind of fixed ability and could not move at all. What is that? In the control room on the top of Eggshell Island, seeing the fighting body of the 5 old stars, several clones of Vegapunk immediately exclaimed. However, the expression of Vegapunk, who had been expected, did not change much except for the slight surprise in his eyes. That's Satan, one of the 5 old stars. He is the ability of the animal type, Niu fruit, phantom beast, Niu ghost form. I didn't expect that he was also in the fleet encircling Eggshell Island. Immediately, a look of despair suddenly appeared deep in the eyes of Vegapunk. Although this is the first time he has seen the battle form of the 5 old stars, he has a good friend with Kizaru and has often inquire about the information about these 5 old stars. Although he was just trying to learn more about the abilities of the phantom beast species so that he could study bloodline factors by himself. But now that he is in the forefront of the enemy, he can feel the pressure brought by the phantom beast species. Phantom beast species. Don't we have one too? At this moment, Lilith, who was naughty and evil, suddenly reminded. Are you talking about the fish fruit made from Kaido's bloodline factor in the form of the Azure Dragon? Vegapunk shook his head, it's useless. Not everyone who eats the phantom beast species can gain power immediately. Everyone, be prepared to give it a try. The flame of enlightenment ignited in the eyes of the old naughty boy Vegapunk. Facing the dual combat power of the 5 old stars and the Navy General, they already had the ambition to die. It's just a pity that his beautiful world has not yet been completed. The clones on the side also had different expressions, but they did not have much fear of death. But at this moment. But Shaka, who had always been calm, suddenly exclaimed. Subject, there is a strange signal to send us a call application. Vegapunk was stunned for a moment. Who will have to talk to me at this time? Is it because the world government wants to persuade me to surrender? Vegapunk hesitated for a while, and finally I still chose to agree to let this signal be accessed. The evidence that the world government has been clear about the clear research that it has been mastered by the world government for 100 years is bound to be impossible for the world government to surrender and continue to work hard for them. Therefore, the signal that appears at this time must belong to a third party. Under Sakyamuni's operation, the signal quickly passed the Eggshell Island protection system and connected it. On the large screen in the control room, a face that shocked and familiar to Vegapunk suddenly appeared. Is it connected? Quinn's big face slowly retreated from the screen, revealing a hint of surprise. Hey, is it Vegapunk? You are Queen. As a companion who once worked hard for his dreams, Vegapunk immediately recognized his companion who had been at Mads. Tilda. Quinn let out a bad smirk. That's right, it's me. It's really a turn of feng shui. I didn't expect that you, the bastard of the world government, will be besieged by the world government's fleet. It is rare to laugh at this Vegapunk who has been suppressing him in Mads, and Quinn will not miss a single opportunity. However, Vegapunk did not react at all to Quinn's ridicule, but instead asked in confusion. Your signal can be transmitted through the Eggshell Island defense system, which means you should be nearby. But now Eggshell Island is surrounded by hundreds of warships. You old guy. Seeing Vegapunk and caring about his ridicule, Quinn immediately looked bored. At this time, another sound came from outside the screen. Of course it's because we are in the sky. As he said that, the direction of the screen suddenly changed. A young man sitting upright on the throne appeared in the sight of Vegapunk and others. Hello, Vegapunk Tilda. Kyle friendly and greeted this great scientist who was leading the world for 500 years. You are the captain of the Dusk Pirates, Kyle. Lilith suddenly exclaimed, and the obscure jade rabbit on her chest was up and down because she was too shocked. Who could guess that the head of such a cute and enchanting girl was filled with the soul of an old man who was already 65 years old? Seeing that the other party had already recognized his identity, Kyle nodded with a smile, and then asked straight to the point. It seems that you are in some trouble now. Vegapunk's eyes lit up, and he was so smart that he immediately guessed something. Are you here to save us? You should have seen that the near Eggshell Island is surrounded by the Navy, and there is a Navy general and a 5-old star on the island. It's very difficult to rescue us. Vegapunk is very clear about his importance. In the eyes of all forces, he is a hot commodity, originally held by the most powerful world government only. But now that the world government is ready to destroy him, there will naturally be forces from all sides coming to invite him. But Vegapunk never expected that the first person to invite him would be the Twilight Pirates. 5 old stars. Hearing Vegapunk's oral narrative, Kyle's face did not change at all. Instead, he looked out of the screen and asked lightly. You guys, who would like to meet this 5 old star for a while? I promised in advance that if someone lets him go, I will be punished when I come back. Goolalala Tilda. I thought I would meet these old guys decades ago. For this operation, I will go there. Although it was not seen in the camera, it is not difficult to tell from the old and thick voices and special laughter that this person was one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard. However, at this moment, another voice suddenly appeared. Hey Tilda Whitebeard. Captain Kyle has a great use to keeping the Eggshell Island. Do you want to burn this island out of the way, or do you want to completely sink it into the sea? This battle is not suitable for you. Hey Tilda my shadow has seen that old guy. He is a phantom beast species with cow heads and spider legs. If he is made into a zombie, his strength will definitely be great. Don't always think about your broken zombie. It's useless on the battlefield. Captain Kyle, let me go. Just test the power of my Susanoo. There was a sudden quarrel inside the pirates at dusk. Obviously, the first strong man to defeat the 5 old stars is extremely attractive to them. Although they joined the Twilight Pirates, they still care about worldly fame. Seeing this, Vegapunk and others also became strange. It is obvious that the 5 old stars are like hell demons bringing despair to them. But in the Pirates of Dusk, the Satan below is like a flawless reputation, and everyone wants it. In the end, it was Kyle who stopped their quarrel. Really, when will you guys give up boring quarrels and do your best? It's really a joke for outsiders. Kyle smiled helplessly, then reached out and pointed at him directly. Forget it, I'll go anal, let's deal with the 5 old stars below. Quote. It just so happens that your thunder power will not cause too much damage to the island. I plan to build this island into a future technology theme park. Oh, By the way, I'll save you. There should be no problem with joining the Twilight Pirates. Kyle suddenly asked Vegapunk and others in an obviously undeniable tone. No problem. Vegapunk responded immediately. He has long heard of the behavior of the pirates in the evening. If the other party can really solve the 5 old stars and rescue him from the current dilemma. Even if you join the Twilight Pirates, it's nothing. Anyway, for Vegapunk, it's just a different place to do scientific research. What's more, he doesn't seem to need to change the base, according to what Kyle means. So good. After receiving a positive answer from Vegapunk, Kyle's smile on his face became even more intense. Under his eyes, a lightning suddenly disappeared on the deck of the Tiga and landed at the eggshell island below. Chapter 272 Capture the 5 Old Stars. At the same time, the bottom of Eggshell Island. Boom. With a strange optical fiber strafing, 7 powerful Seraphimini angels instantly flew backwards, smashing onto the hard metal building, and stomping onto the building. Vegapunk, he is indeed a genius. Satan Saint gasped slightly, and a hint of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Throughout history, there are countless people with the ability of brain fruit, but only Vegapunk can develop technology to such an extent. Now that even the devil fruit has been copied successfully, I'm giving Vegapunk a while. I really don't know what shocking results he will invent. These amazing achievements will surely change the world and bring huge turmoil to the world. And this is also the last thing the world government wants to see. I've solved you, and it's time to end this farce. The mysterious magic circle appeared again at Satan's feet. The strange purple light shone and condensed in his eyes. Next moment, the light flew towards the most beautiful snake girl among the seraph. The ability of sweet fruits is too strange and can affect people's minds. Even the demon who never takes life seriously is almost merciless because of the power of snake girl. Its effect is evident. In comparison, the power of the other seraphs was just a child who had just learned to fight. He can easily kill with a wave of his hand. Not good. Looking at the optical fiber that was shooting at her, snake girl's little face suddenly panicked. But when she wanted to shave and avoid the attack, her body couldn't move at all. Go to die tilde. Satan Shrine murmured softly, as if he had seen the future. But the next second. Interesting, can you restrain others' abilities under your eyes? Your fruit ability should be limited, right? A strange voice suddenly came into the battlefield, causing Satan, who was waiting for the death of the seraphim, to suddenly glare at his eyes. Boom. The terrifying thunder suddenly fell from the sky. Amid the light and shadow of lightning, a tall figure holding a heavy hammer suddenly appeared. Well, just like I guess, your ability is not absolute. Analu's body was wrapped in lightning armor and his mouth wide open. Although I knew that Captain Kyle must have considered choosing him, I could become the first man in this world to kill the 5 old stars. Analu seemed to have seen his statue in the future be respected as a god by a group of miserable people who had been slaves. This is definitely a battle that will be recorded in history. At the same time, several metal cameras flying in the air came to the battlefield and recorded everything in the battlefield. This is a hidden camera device that Cell specifically asked Vegapunk to release. Video of the death of the 5 old stars. It should be no problem to sell billions of dailies. It's you. The bottom of the eggshell island. After the lightning dissipated, the whole picture of Aniro was revealed, and Satanshin immediately screamed in surprise. He instantly recognized Aniro's identity. The ability of the natural thunder fruit in the pirates in the Dusk Pirates. You'll show up here, could you say it? As his thoughts flashed, Satan's face suddenly changed, and his eyes, which had always been calm, also showed panic. The scene of Kyle destroying the Virgin Flame with one punch is still reluctant to dissipate in their minds. This is also the main reason why the 5 old stars dare not take the initiative to attack and encircle Kyle. But now. That's right. Enelu laughed, and the more panicked he was, the happier he was when he saw the 5 old stars panic. Immediately, as if he was deliberately scary, he said word by word. The pirates at dusk have arrived at Eggshell Island. Boom. Like thunder exploded, a violent sound rang in Satan's mind, which made him feel a little uncontrollable for a moment. The seraphs on the side looked at Eniro, who suddenly appeared and showed a curious expression. However, although he is an artificial human, he doesn't know that this big man who suddenly appeared is what they did, but they also realized that Enelu was a friend but an enemy. For a moment, the scene actually solidified. Even Kizaru, who had been hiding far away, changed his face after seeing Anelu's figure. Is Kyle so brave? And just as Kizaru thought, Anelu and Satan's in the distance had officially confronted each other. Boy, are you really going to be an enemy of the world government? Satan's saint adjusted his mentality and suddenly shouted. For 800 years, countless peerless geniuses have thought they had controlled their power, so they tried to provoke the authority of the world government. However, 800 years have passed, and those provocateurs have long become ashes of history, but the world government is still standing and ruling this sea. Anelu, you have strong natural fruit ability. If you are willing to return to the world government, I can make the decision and let you rank high in the world government. Even if you are assigned to a few countries, it's okay to play with it. What do you think? Before the war started, Satan, who had no confidence in himself, first tried to win over a wave of people's hearts. However, his wishful thinking is destined to fail. Ha, old guy, your temptation will not work for anyone in the Twilight Pirates. You don't know at all how great our Captain Kyle's goal is. It's a pity. You no longer have the chance to see it. Boom tilde. A thunder beam like a waterfall suddenly appeared on Eggshell Island, as if it was about to blow a hole in the sky. The violent thunder power seemed to come from a different time and space, constantly gathering from Anelu's body to bloom around. The dazzling current was like agile little snakes, instantly spreading the entire battlefield, turning this place into a thunder domain. The template after the S-level Thunder Gods 3 awakens, plus the power of thunder and lightning brought by the Thunder Hammer and the Thunder Fruit, plus the outstanding talents of Anelu's own. At this moment, he seemed to have completely transformed into a god in charge of thunder. His opponent is a demon with a bull's head and a spider's body. Is this really something that the ability of the Fruit of Soaring Thunder can do? Looking at the thunder and lightning in front of him, a look of horror suddenly appeared in Satan's heart. He instantly mobilized the blood in his body, and his thick-armed domineering aura covered his whole body. And at this moment, he activated his ability to form a bull and ghost again, trying to fix the Anelu in front of him. But what I got was a ridicule from Eniro. Are you activate that ridiculous ability again? Under the protection of lightning, Anelu's body moved freely and was not affected by the abilities of Satan's abilities at all. Immediately afterwards, his body turned into a thunderous lightning and rushed towards Satan wholly with endless thunder. Damn it! How could it be that there is no impact at all? Seeing this scene, Satan Stan could no longer hide his inner surprise and directly showed it on his face, even saying it out of his shock. This also made Eniro, who heard this, laughed. Influence. How could the mere devil's ability affect me, the god who is in charge of thunder? Die, the 5 old stars. Thor is coming. Boom. Anelu, who turned into thunder and lightning, instantly came to Satan's head, and his body expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a thunderous body hundreds of meters high. The huge palm that emits dazzling thunder all the time slapped directly, and the earth suddenly buzzed. The Satan Saint, who had nowhere to escape, was directly shrouded in lightning. Thorny. Ah tilde. A low scream suddenly rang out. At this time, Enelu had already surpassed the 4 emperors, and after awakening, he mastered all the characteristics of Thor. Nowadays, he is a cosmic overlord who is enough to gallop across the universe and wander around in the starry sky. It's just that he doesn't want to leave the Taiga, and he needs the cultivation room to continue to become stronger. Otherwise, Enelu would have taken the lead and acted as a cosmic scout for the Twilight Pirates. As for the 5 Elder Stars Satan Saint, his strength may have surpassed the Navy General and reached another class with the help of fruit ability. But compared with Enelu, who awakened 3 times, it is still a lot worse. No, how is this possible? Satan, shrouded in thunder, is unwilling to accept this reality no matter what. If the 5 old stars hadn't used the world's top magic pills and bloodstones to consolidate themselves over the years, the attack of Enlil alone would have been enough to kill one of the 4 emperors. Such terrifying strength has long surpassed the pirate world's perception of power. Who tilde. A dim magic circle suddenly appeared under Satan Saint, quickly swallowing his body, and also swallowing a little thunder. The next second, not far from the battlefield, the magic circle reappeared. Satan Saint, who had the power of lightning remaining on his body, gasped out of the magic circle, and looked up at the god of thunder in horror. Escaped. Magic formation. Did you just use magic? Enlil, who was extremely domineering in seeing and hearing, immediately discovered the change of Satan's position. He raised his head and looked straight, chasing the direction of the Satan sanctuary. There was a hint of curiosity. As a member of the Twilight Pirates, Eniro is naturally familiar with the magic circle. After all, there are hundreds of magicians among his partners. But this is the first time he has seen it in the Aboriginal people in the pirate world. In this scene, even Kyle, who was watching the game from high altitude, was slightly stunned. Is that magic circle the ability of the 5 old stars? Kyle on the Tiga's Tiga narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a look of interest. In addition to the devil fruit, Kyle has also known all kinds of strange abilities in the pirate world. But this was the first time he heard about this thing related to magic. Interesting tilde. Kyle licked the corner of his mouth lightly and suddenly said to Robin beside him. Send a signal to Enlil, telling him not to kill the 5 old stars first. Call him out and bring him up, and call Bren over to me. I want to see what is this world government hiding something for 800 years. As for orders, Captain Kyle. Robin instantly received the order and immediately started to act. 1 billion volts electric light. 2 billion volts Lei Ying. 3 billion volts Thunder Dragon. Below, although I was slightly surprised by Satan's way of escape, Eniro's attack did not stop at all. Under the state of Thunder God, Eniro constantly released various thunder and lightning attacks from his body, and one by one was more fierce than the other. Each attack fell on the ground and instantly melted the metal ground, forming a secondary attack on Satan. Under the attack of rapid lightning, Satan Saint had to use the power of the magic circle to keep running. But even so, he would still be hit by lightning from time to time and fall into endless pain. Screams rang out endlessly. It is completely unimaginable that this call would actually come from the highest point of world power, the 5 old stars. Kizaru and the 7 seraphs in the distance stood together unknowingly. However, they, who should have been hostile, had no intention of fighting at this time. Instead, they looked at Enlil intently, playing with Satan who kept coming out of the ground like beating a gopher. Seeing that the aura of the 5 old stars became weaker, if this continues, it will not take long for the first 5 old stars to die under the enemy to appear in the world. Fortunately, at this time, a strange butterfly suddenly appeared, changing the tragic fate of Satan. I just don't know if this butterfly will make Satan Saint even more miserable. Enlil. Captain Kyle said that he wants your subordinates to show mercy and don't kill the 5 old stars first. Captain Kyle wants you to bring him back to Tiga, and he will use it for other purposes. Enlil, who was having a lot of fun, was stunned for a moment. The huge body of thunder quickly turned his head and noticed a mysterious butterfly beside him. Hell butterfly. Enlil recognized the identity of the butterfly at the first time, which was a contact tool that those guys on Tiga who possessed the power of death like to use. It is said to be made of spiritual Z. Of course, Eniro was not interested in this. He just confirmed through the butterfly that this was indeed an order issued by Captain Kyle, not a trick created by the little mouse in front of him. I see. Enlil replied to the butterfly through the body of thunder. The next moment, his eyes turned to the battlefield again. Although the thunder in his hand did not stop, his speed of gathering strength slowed down significantly. One of the 500 million volt Ray's finger. 300 million volts Rice wife. Time passes slowly. In a blink of an eye, half an hour passed. The 5 old stars once again proved to the world that they are not soft persimmons. If it were the 4 emperors, Anti and Kaido, the current 4 emperors would never last for a quarter of an hour. Kasten did it. And it has also doubled the world. However. That's all. Not long after, on the deck of the Tiga. Plop. Eniro threw it casually and threw the charred Satan Saint on the deck in front of Kyle. Then he immediately knelt on one knee. Captain Kyle, fortunately, I'm not disgraced. My mission is completed. Chapter 273 The Man Cursed by Knowledge. Good. Looking at the world government ruler under his feet, Kyle did not show too many unexpected expressions on his face but just nodded calmly. After all. With the combat power of the Twilight Pirates now exceeding the level of the pirate world, there is nothing to be proud of to bully these guys who are only a little stronger than the 4 emperors. Kyle ordered directly to Bren, who had been waiting next to him for a long time. Go and extract his memories. As for orders, Captain Kyle. Not yet used to the pirate group, Bren's heart trembled. Altauhe was given a powerful force, but because he was a pirate group from the dusk that joined from a hostile force, he always made this girl from the 3-eyed tribe feel inferior. However, because of Breen's special nature, Kel specially selected a powerful A-level character card for Breen, Shokumaki Mizuna. As a top superpower in terms of spirit and mind, Kasuke Mizube's power and Bren's memory fruit are very complementary. With this special talent alone, Breen is no less important than ordinary team captains. It's just that it will take quite some time to make this mentally ill patient who has been inferior since childhood due to race problems realize these things. With the spiritual power given by the Fumib Shokuya template, Bren easily broke the memory restrictions of the 5 old star Satan Sheng. Immediately, a 800-year history slowly unfolded in front of Bren. Because history is too long, Bren, whose strength has not yet been greatly improved, unknowingly immersed in it. The narrow and long historical clips were like films, and were constantly pulled out of Satan's mind by Breen, as if they were endless. However, none of the people present would feel that this was a waste of time. The secret that had been hidden for 800 years was finally revealed to them at this moment. Everyone was holding their breath and waiting for the result of Blin. However, at this moment, an inappropriate voice suddenly appeared, interrupting everyone's waiting. That Mr. Kyle, will you guys fall on Eggshell Island? On the screen that has not been turned off, a cute girl asked in front of the camera. At this time, the operating room of Eggshell Island was so quiet that even the sound of a needle falling was clearly heard. It's pitiful. What happened in just 1 or 2 hours really made it difficult for them to breathe. First, a Navy general made the entire Eggshell Island feel like it was facing a great enemy. Fortunately, they still have secret weapons, and 7 Seraphs appeared. Although they were not sure to defeat Kizaru, it should be no problem to restrain them and leave enough time to escape. But the Seraph, who thought it was foolproof, failed because of the appearance of the 5 old star Satan Saint, which led to Vegapunk and his clones falling into a desperate situation again. Then the pirates appeared at dusk and sent a person to defeat Satan in just a few strokes. It was obvious that time had not passed, but for some reason, Vegapunk only felt that he had experienced a lot. So after the battle, he would send the cutest Lilith among his clones to communicate with the Twilight Pirates. Although Lilith is a naughty personality, she can still distinguish the importance of things at critical moments and acts like she is cute. Land. Kyle, who heard Lilith's questioning, looked at Bren, who was extracting memories. Seeing her forehead was constantly emitting fragrant sweat, it was estimated that it would be unlikely to extract the memories of the 5 old stars in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Kyle nodded to the camera. Okay. Please help Tiga find a landing point, just as we can discuss what's next. Okay. Lilith responded excitedly, and then said. Oh, by the way, Mr. Kyle. According to our surveillance of Eggshell Island, during the period when you were fighting with the 5 old stars, General Kizaru had escaped from Eggshell Island. Now he is directing the fleet out of this sea area. You see, do we need to send sea beast weapons to attack the Navy? Since she agreed to join the Twilight Pirates, although there has not been any formal communication, Lilith has begun to regard herself as a crew member and asked Kyle for instructions before making a decision. No need for now. Kyle waved his hand and refused. My second uncle is old and he is still being pulled out by the 5 old stars to be the leader. Now it is so difficult to paddle seriously, so let my second uncle escape peacefully. When Anilu defeated Satan Saint just now, he was watching from a distance, and he didn't know if his heart was scared. Kyle doesn't want to be an unfilial nephew. Although I don't know why Kyle didn't take this opportunity to kill and give the Navy a fatal blow. But considering the strength of the Twilight Pirates, Lilith thought it would be better to be obedient. Soon, without pursuing the Navy's sea beast weapons, a piece of sea area was cleared near Eggshell Island for the arrival of Tiga. The huge Tiga brought a huge shadow, covering the entire Eggshell Island, and then slowly landed on the sea water. Plop tilde. Although Tiga was as careful as possible, the force of the giant falling into the water still stirred up a large wave and washed out towards Eggshell Island. Fortunately, Vegapunk had expected this and evacuated all the valuables on the coast of Eggshell Island without worrying about the losses. Not long after, a small aircraft descended from the sky and landed on the deck of the Tiga. From the aircraft, Vegapunk and his clones walked out in turn. Among them, except for York, the traitor, the other people's expressions were relatively ordinary. After all, they are all clones split from the soul of Vegapunk, and their personalities are relatively single. Only old Begu looked curious at this moment, looking around, constantly looking at the Tiga and the people in the dusk. Vegapunk. At this moment, a sound suddenly attracted Vegapunk's attention. It was Kyle and others who teleported with the original MADS members. Hey, Lao Bei, I really didn't expect you to have such a day. As soon as he appeared, Caesar immediately mocked him without hesitation. Although they were former colleagues, they were inferior to each other, and the violent characteristics of people in the pirate world. Among the several members of MADS, no one has ever looked down on anyone. However, Vegapunk naturally has his own uniqueness when he was able to bring these proud people together. Faced with Caesar's ridicule, his expression did not change much, but instead he smiled and said hello. Ah, it's Caesar. It's been a long time since I saw you. Tisk, it's boring. Kyle, who was like a punch hitting cotton, curled his lips and muttered. At this time, Vegapunk also focused his attention among the crowd. Kyle. His attitude immediately became different. Thanks to Mr. Kyle for your help. If it weren't for the pirates in the evening, I'm afraid I would have died here. It's so terrible to die before you realize your dream. Ha ha ha, it's indeed a bit too wasteful to make your smart head disappear like this. Kyle smiled, then looked at Vegapunk seriously and said. So. The agreement we made before should count, Mr. Vegapunk. Make the number. Making the number. Vegapunk nodded repeatedly. Now the world government is going to kill him, the revolutionaries are busy looking for alliances all over the world, and the 4 pirates were all captured by the pirates at dusk. Now he has no way out except joining the Twilight Pirates. What's more, the strength of the Twilight Pirates is so strong that if he dares to go back on his word, he will really be desperate. Kyle, who received the affirmative answer from Vegapunk, suddenly lit up his eyes and a happy smile appeared on his face. Just count. As he said that, he immediately clicked on the backpack interface and found the prepared character card. After confirming that Vegapunk joined the Twilight Pirates sincerely, it was immediately loaded on Vegapunk. A brand new partner interface appeared in Kyle's system. Partner, Vegapunk, Iron Man Tony Stark. Open black lens bracket qualification, S-close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0-100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power, 40 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total qualification, 400 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength qualification, 30 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical qualification, 40 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket agile qualification, 30 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mental qualification, 300 close black lens bracket. Tony Stark. An ordinary human being cursed by knowledge. Apart from a smart brain, it does not have any special power in itself. But he is immortal, as a god. This is very similar to that of Baikal Punk. So Kyle never considered the fit between them. And the fact is just as Kyle expected, the fit between Vegapunk and this Iron Man is extremely high, and the fit is very smooth. After the character template was loaded, Vegapunk immediately closed his eyes to appreciate the experience of Iron Man. In terms of qualifications, this character card is extremely proficient. The 3 combat qualifications of strength, physical strength, and agility are not even as high as most D-level characters. But his spiritual qualifications are the biggest value Kyle has ever seen. A full 300-point spiritual qualification, if it was like Zoro, Enelu and others, it would be enough to make him a domineering person and shock everyone in the pirate world. It's a pity. With the characteristics of Vegapunk, it is almost impossible to waste his time in the practice room. His life is destined to be consumed on various scientific research projects. Taking advantage of the period when Vegapunk felt the experience, Kyle's eyes looked at the clones who came with him again. He asked with a smile. Then you guys should also join the Dusk Pirates with Vegapunk, right? Several clones nodded together. In addition to the betrayer York, who was still worried about being afraid, the few people happily accepted the identity change and received their respective character cards from Kyle. Kyle didn't care too much about the selection of character cards for these people. Anyway, they will have knowledge interoperability with Vegapunk, and it is enough to ensure that they become a member of the Twilight Pirates. But when loading the character template for York, Kyle's expression changed slightly, and she showed a meaningful smile at York. This subtle change did not attract others' attention, but instantly made York feel like he was facing a great enemy. He discovered it. He definitely discovered it. Although it is not clear why Kyle knew his secret, the other party's crew could easily defeat even the 5 old stars, and it seems that it is not difficult to find out that he betrayed. Instantly. The rest of York Wong immediately looked around, looking for a way to escape. The greedy personality makes you full of desire to live. Even if there is a slight possibility, she doesn't want to give up. But at this moment, Kyle's voice suddenly came into her ears. York, are you willing to join the Twilight Pirates? Me. York's panic trembled and he quickly looked at Kyle. York was speechless for a moment. But a strange voice rang directly in her mind. Don't worry, as long as you stay in the pirates sincerely in the future, what you have done in the past is not important to me. After all, that has nothing to do with me, so I naturally won't tell anyone else. As for becoming a celestial dragon, why is it so uneasy to think about it when a species is about to become extinct? Quote. He really knows. York instantly recognized it, and the voice in his mind was Kyle in front of him. But it sounds like he doesn't seem to be doing anything to him. It seemed that it was infected by Kyle's confident smile that York's panic gradually calmed down. As one of the clones of Vegapunk, her mind is not dull, and she even surpasses most people in the world. It is just because of the characteristics of the clone and the negative personality of Vegapunk, so she always looked not very smart. After the panic dissipated, York calmed down. She slowly breathed a sigh of relief, then raised her head and said, I joined the Twilight Pirates. Very good. Hearing this, Kyle's eyes showed satisfaction. After watching the system prompt message in front of me change from unloadable to loadable, Kyle immediately loaded a character card called Diane on York. This is an A-level character card from an anime called The Seven Sins that carries the sin of jealousy. Although it does not perfectly fit York's greedy nature, it can barely load it due to its body shape. As for whether York will betray the Twilight Pirates in the future like he betrays Vegapunk, Kyle chose to believe in the power of the system. After all, for the Vegapunk team, York's ability is very important and is one of the absolutely indispensable clones. Because she is the source of energy for Vegapunk and his clone team. At this point, the entire Baikal Punk team surrendered to the Dusk Pirates. And Kyle also took all MAD's members under his command. Chapter 274 800 years have passed. With the continuous expansion of the pirates at dusk, more than a month ago, Gaji, Golden Lion and others had already lowered their heads and announced their allegiance to Kyle. Kyle also gave them 2 A-level character cards, namely Neri Cocoon from Death and Lion Beast from Digimon. Narikoch and Gaji have similar experiences and scientific research pursuits, and both have extremely high attainments in biological and artificial humans. Therefore, even though their appearance and fighting style are far different, they can barely meet the loading fit requirements. As for the lion beast chosen for the Golden Lion, it is not because the Golden Lion's nickname and appearance resemble a lion. In the A-level standard, the value of fit added to the appearance is no longer so optimistic. Mainly, his original Piao Piao fruit has been successfully requisitioned by Kyle. In order to make up for him and to load the character card of Lion Beast, Cell specially selected a cat fruit in lion form from a bunch of animal-type fruits brought by Caesar, so that the Golden Lion could eat it down. These fruits were originally collected by Caesar using to make artificial fruits. Now that the ability of artificial fruits has been stopped, these fruits will naturally be distributed to everyone in the pirates to increase the strength of the crew. Although it is just an ordinary animal system, as the grassland overlord who is as famous as the tiger, the king of beasts, the ability of the animal-type lion should not be underestimated. And Kyle also agreed to help him collect lion-like phantom beast fruits around the world and help him replace them. As for the original floating fruit, he has now successfully owned it to Little Tiga. This is also Kyle considering that there is no air in the universe. Xiaotiga's original storm fruit may have problems. On the contrary, the flying ability of the Piao Piao fruit is more suitable for Tiga to travel in the universe. Hung. What did you say? Navy Headquarters, Marinfando. Inside the Marshal's office. Aokiji Kuzan slapped the table in surprise, and an incredible look appeared on her face. The 5 Old Star Satan Saint was defeated by the Twilight Pirates. And it's not Kyle who defeated him. How is this possible? Aokiji's eyes trembled violently at Kizaru, and there were some expectations hidden deep in his eyes, as if waiting for Kizaru to say the words, "I'm joking." However, even Kizaru, who had not calmed down after several days of her mood, realized the reality at this moment. He sighed helplessly at first, but nodded to Aokiji, but said in an unusually gentle tone. "I saw it with my own eyes, can I still make mistakes tilde? Also, I noticed that there were a group of equipment suspected to be cameras around the battlefield. I guess Vegapunk had recorded the entire battle. I suggest you be prepared. With the style of being willing to promote everything in the Evening Pirates, the 5 Old Stars will probably not be reported in a long time when they are defeated. No, you just watched Satan be robbed without any action." Aokiji raised his eyes and looked at the intact Kizaru in confusion. But Kizaru shrugged and said innocently, "I dare not. That's the pirates at dusk. Only one Aniro can defeat Satan Saint. If Kyle comes out, he will beat me to death without a single punch." Aokiji felt like she was covered in black. "You, a Navy general, actually said so openly to your boss that you dare not fight. Do you still want to raise your salary?" Of course, this joke was just a sneer in my heart. After listening to Kizaru's description, he was not unable to understand Kizaru's feelings. It can easily defeat the existence of the 5 Old Stars. As the generals of the Navy, they were fortunate to have seen the power of the 5 Old Stars. But for this reason, if Kizaru hadn't told him personally, it would be hard for him to imagine that such a thing would have happened in this world. More importantly, the one who defeated the 5 Old Stars was just a member of the Twilight Pirates. After pondering for a long time, Aokiji's eyes suddenly flashed, and he raised his head and smiled. "I don't have to fight this battle. Let's just take the Navy directly and surrender to Kyle. Anyway, you can't beat it, so why bother letting those soldiers waste their lives in vain?" "Haha, you are really good at joking," Kizaru responded without changing his expression. But the next moment, the two suddenly became silent. As for what they were thinking, there was no way to know. Satan was defeated. Red Clay Continent, Mary Chawa, the conference room of the 5 Old Stars. The 5 old stars, who were only 4 people, sat around the circle, staring blankly at the information sent by the agents this morning. Because this information comes from Kizaru, the above explains in detail the scene when Satan was defeated. The one who defeated him was not the Kyle who made them afraid, but an ordinary member of the Twilight Pirates. This is what really shocked the 5 old stars. It's the pirates in the dusk again. Have they grown to this point? No. If this continues, maybe the successor of Joy Boy may not be used to appear, and the rule of the world government will be destroyed by the pirates in the dusk. We must never let them continue to do so recklessly. The 5 old stars with mustache shouted. The other people also looked indignant. But after a moment, a sigh came out. The bald 5 old stars holding the knife said to the people, but how to deal with this Twilight Pirates? Now Eggshell Island has been controlled by them, and the channels for producing the Virgin Flame have been cut off. We have only 2 Virgin Flames left in our hands. More importantly, that guy Kyle must have mastered the ability to see and hear in the future. It is simply impossible to use the Virgin Flame to launch a sneak attack on him. The 5 blonde stars immediately answered. At present, I can't control so much. We must use all our power to stop Kyle, a person outside of fate. When you have to do it, Lord I Am may even need to take action in person. We need to ask Lord I Am for this matter. Several 5 old stars quickly decided on a plan to fight against the Twilight Pirates. But then, another proposal was taken seriously by them. There are more and more countries that have chosen to join the Revolutionary Army. If this continues, they will also form a huge force, affecting the world government's control over the world. Before dealing with the pirates in the Twilight, I think the matter of the Revolutionary Army should be handled cleanly. Agree. 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 3 consecutive acknowledgements sounded. Compared to fighting head-on with the Twilight Pirates, they are more willing to cause trouble for the Revolutionary Army. At least, that is not life-threatening for them. That's all. After pushing the real serious matter to I Am, the only 4 remaining 5 old stars instantly decided to launch a general attack and encirclement against the Revolutionary Army. However, what these 5 old stars don't know is, just as they were discussing how to send troops to attack the Revolutionary Army, on the Tiga on Eggshell Island, a rich history course was launched. In the huge reception room, a group of guys who were interested in history sat upright, filling the entire venue with a full flow. Just looking around, there are at least thousands or tens of thousands of people. Gudong Tilda. Brent, who was about to appear, was hesitant and looked at the pirates below who were enough to shake the whole world, and became inexplicably nervous. It was like the group defense that had been agreed to suddenly become a public class speech. Relax, Bren, you just need to project what you see and use your mental power to the instrument ahead. This is very simple for you, right? Yesies. Blinn took a deep breath and then stepped onto the platform that was highly anticipated. In the audience, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Auntie, Clockdale, Eniro, a group of peerless strong men were sitting obediently on seats specially made according to their body shapes, just like elementary school students. Because they are all her own people, Breen did not prepare any opening remarks. She just briefly introduced her abilities to other pirates who came here with her reputation. She immediately activated her mental power and used the memories she had obtained with the memory fruits. The clip is projected onto a huge screen. Next moment. A turbulent history recorded from the perspective of Satan Saint slowly appeared before everyone. Even Kyle returned to the audience, found a suitable position, and started watching. After all, it was the finale of One Piece that he had been chasing for so many years, so of course he had to see it as soon as possible. Under Bren's sorting, the originally scattered memory fragments were like recording a movie in one step, which not only could answer everyone's doubts but also full of fun. As some ancient books record. About 900 years ago, on the Red Clay continent where the Tianlong people lived, it was not as firmly controlled by the Tianlong people as it is now. At that time, several races lived on the Red Clay continent, as well as countries established by these races. Among them, there is a huge kingdom built by the giants. Because of the powerful racial advantages of the giants, this kingdom was considered one of the most powerful countries on the Red Clay continent at that time. However, one day suddenly, the country welcomed an unexpected group of visitors. These visitors claimed that they came from the outside world and went to the pirate world to seek transactions because of their lack of resources. They can use TNY technology to exchange some rare metals for the giant kingdom. After listening to the requests from outsiders these days, the king of the giant kingdom soon realized that the metal needed by these outsiders was the gold of this world. Because of the heroism and vigor of the giants, coupled with their strong strength, the giant kingdom has many friendly countries in the world. They soon contacted Wano country, which was named Gold Country at that time, and purchased a large amount of gold from them to trade with foreigners. With advanced extraterrestrial technology, the giant kingdom has entered a stage of rapid development. Both the strength of the kingdom and the living standards of the people have been greatly improved. The friendly character of the giants also makes them not stingy with sharing these generous lives with other races. In this way, as time goes by, the original giant kingdom became a powerful country with all races coming to pay tribute. In order to demonstrate the greatness of this country, people in the world even called it the Kingdom of God. After that, Joy Poi, the king of the giants, thanked Wano Kingdom for their help and better exchanges between the two countries. The Tianyu family, which was originally worshipped by the Guangyu clan, brought to the huge kingdom and married a woman from the Tianyu clan. After being united with humans, Joy Poi gave birth to a descendant who possessed both giants and human bloodlines, and gave him the name Bacchania. Time passes slowly. Suddenly one day, Joy Boy, the king of the huge kingdom, suddenly had a strange idea. That is to connect all the land in the world into one piece, so that all races can live on a continent. This dream may sound very absurd, but Joy Poi has the abilities of Nika fruit. This is not impossible for him who has the ability to turn reality into absurdity and turn absurdity into reality. Do it when you think about it. As a complete actionist, Joy Poi immediately began to take action. He first informed the world of this news, and immediately received responses from many people who were struggling due to geographical and environmental problems. In order to complete the island transportation issue, Joy Poi specially found a Natamii Nalada elephant partner, who is now the elephant owner. Then he entered the deep sea and found the princess of Fishman Island at that time, that is, the Sea King at that time. Joy Poi asked her to use the power of Aquaman to control Aquaman and help him fulfill this dream. To this end, Joy Poi promised that the Fish Clan, the collective name of the Mermaid Clan and the Fish Clan at that time, would have the right to enter the earth freely, and like all other races, they would live freely under the same blue sky. The fish princess who yearned for the earth happily agreed to Joy Boy's invitation and created a huge ship that only Neptune could pull, Ark Noah. The purpose is to transport the people on the island safely to the Red Clay continent when transporting the island. Everything is going on in an orderly manner, as if it is so smooth. However, what the naive Joy Poi didn't expect was, his dream not only made countless people tortured by geographical environment happy, but also made many people look angry. As a giant, Joy Boy may have thought very well, so that everyone can hold a grand banquet on the same continent. But he never considered his actions. It has seriously violated the rule of the royal family in other countries. That's all. While Joy Poi was running around for his dream, a conspiracy surrounding the huge royal family was slowly surfaced. And with it, it is a world war that lasted for nearly 100 years. 100 years of blankness. Chapter 275. A year later. This is a sudden war. No one knows where the first shot was fired, and he can't remember who fired the shot. Led by a king named 20 kings who control powerful forces launch devastating attacks on the teams of the huge kingdom around the world. Joy Boy was naturally extremely angry when he learned about this. I am just leading the world to be happy and letting everyone enjoy happiness. Although it may sound a bit conceited, it was indeed a great feat for the people in the pirate world at that time. In order to enable Joy Boy to fulfill her dream, a large number of races joined Joy Boy's army and fought against the 20 kings. Among them are the Lunaria tribe who has won the name of God, for protecting humans, the Baconian tribe founded by the prince of the giant kingdom, and the human national royal family that has reached cooperation with Joipoi. Arms composed of various races began to fight with the 20 Kingdom coalition forces around the world. The war lasted for several years. However, while the war started, Joipoi did not forget the process of his dreams and was still in the planned island transfer methods and routes. And after some discussion, the plan to turn the world into a continent was named One Piece. However, what Joipoi did not expect was, when everything was ready, the Lord of Elephant made all his plans was wasted. As a supporter and responder of this plan, the Fur tribe became the first executor to join the island relocation plan. But when all the Fur tribes have already boarded Noah and are ready to go to the New World, the Elephant Master, who was responsible for transporting the homeland of the Fur tribe, seized the opportunity by the 20 King coalition forces because of a temporary mistake, causing the homeland of the Fur tribe to sink into the sea. The first step in the implementation of the plan was so severely damaged. This moment caused the people and the country who were originally planning to respond to Joiboi's call to fall into deep suspicion. After all, the area of the Red Clay continent is limited. If their kingdom had sunk into the sea like the Fur tribe, can they survive on the Red Clay continent without any competitiveness? That's all. The dream plan took a huge blow. Although there is still some who can feel that Joiboi's human kingdom follows him, all this has become less important. After making a huge mistake to the Elephant Master, Joipoi temporarily gave up his One Piece plan and began to confront the 20 Kings coalition forces. However, due to the blockage of the plan, Joipoi's spirit was also hit hard, which made him angry and could no longer be as happy as before. In the end, he was abandoned by the ability of Nika fruit and his combat power dropped sharply. Despite the help of Pluto, a giant ship made through extraterrestrial technology, Aquarius, a fishman princess who can command Aquarius, and Aquarius, a meteorological weapon located on the moon that can control the tides of the sea, it can be used at 20 under the power of the king. Joiboi's troops were still retreating step by step. Within a few years, the coalition of the 20 kings successfully captured the Red Clay continent, destroying the foundation of the huge kingdom. Certainly. The war on the Red Clay continent continued for several years. The huge kingdom eventually lost to the union of the 20 kings and was in trouble. At the last moment, Joipoi tried his best to consume his vitality, connected to the moon in the sky, and activated the meteorological weapon, the King of Heaven. The huge wave instantly surged around the world, and the sea level was rising sharply. However, what Joipoi did not expect was that the 20th king had already learned the power of the Heavenly King and was ready to deal with it. That is Neferutali Lily, one of the 20 kings. That is the ancestors of Vivi and Cobra in Alabastan. Lily is the abilities who eats the animal type, salamander fruit, phantom beast species, and Haifengju form. And her ability is the nemesis of the person who can control the fruit ability, the sea. This powerful force is also an important reason why the other 19 kings strongly requested the invitation of the Neferutali royal family to join their coalition. For this reason, they even deceived Lily, portrayed Joipoi as a demon who did everything he wanted, and counted Shenhai of the Fur Island, the island of the original Sawu. Because the territory of the kingdom of Alabastan is too vast, Lily does not think that Joipoi has the ability to transport Alabastan to the Red Clay continent safely, so she naturally became a rebel against Joiboi's One Piece plan. Neferutali Lily used her fruit power to successfully curb the power of the king, preserve the sea, and completely exhausted the difficult Joipoi. However, when victory comes, I am, the real initiator of the 20 Kings coalition, but suddenly announced that he had led the coalition forces to occupy the Red Clay continent and gave up their original territory. From now on, they will rule the entire world. The ruler's ugly face was completely revealed at this moment. This change also instantly made Lily realize that she was deceived by other royal families. She catered to other royal families on the surface and discussed plans to rule the world. But behind the scenes, she contacted several families on the Red Clay continent that supported Joipoi. Under Lily's secret detriment, all the Joipoi supporters who were supposed to be sent to the execution station fled into the sea. And using the ability of fruit, he scattered all the historical texts created by Joy Boy in the past century into the sea and drifted all over the world. In order to escape the pursuit of the 19th King's army, all of these Joey Boy supporters chose to hide their names. But all agreements have added a character D to their name as a symbol of identity and their will to resist. Finally, although the 19th King discovered that Lily was interfering with it and let the rebels go, because the regime that had just conquered the world, in order to avoid more unrest, they chose to hide this matter. Neferutali was still counted as one of the 20 kings at that time, but she was not allowed to live on the Red Clay continent. At this point, the Tianlong people officially appeared in the pirate world. They occupied everything in the once huge kingdom and hid the Heavenly King as the secret of the Heavenly Dragon clan in the name of national treasure. As the initiator of the 20 Kings Alliance, I.M. even used the power of a subordinate surgery fruit to transfer his soul to Lily's body, occupy Lily's fruit ability, and perform an immortal surgery on himself. I.M., who has an infinite lifespan, has become an existence that can use the King of Heaven at will. And the only fruit ability to restrain the king in the pirate world has been taken into his pocket. The Tianlong people led by I.M. have completely become the existence that controls the lifeline of the world. But Joey Boy's old subordinates also began to hide in the undercurrents of the world as Clan D, waiting for an opportunity to move. Time passes, and in a flash, it is 800 years. The historical fragments extracted from Satan's memory are not very long. Even with the addition of the Elephant Lord, the entire press conference lasted for more than half an hour. When the last light on the screen went out, everyone in the venue was in silence. Some people are surprised to learn the truth of history, some are sighing at the ugliness of human nature, some are cheering for the people in the story, and some are shocked by the existence of extraterrestrial technology. Even Kyle showed a complicated expression on his face after reading the content of the memory fragments. On the one hand, he is commemorating his lost youth, because he finally saw the finale of One Piece. On the other hand, he was lamenting the old-fashioned story. Perhaps it was because the Tianlong man hid the history of this century too perfectly, which led to his strong expectations for the truth of history. But the fact is, this is just a simple battle to seek power and usurp the throne. Although the ancestors of I.M. and the Tianlong people may have used some shameful means in the details, they have not yet been reflected in the memory fragments. But after seeing various wonderful stories that happened during the replacement of the royal power of China, Kyle only had one 4-word evaluation of the methods of the Tianlong people. Average. After all, Joey Boy's plan is not very reliable. Referring to Luffy's image after 5th gear in the anime, you can tell what kind of person this guy is. He may be able to bring happiness and laughter to others, but he cannot bring happiness and laughter to everyone. Even if he had figured out everything, found the way to transport the island, and found the way to transport the person. But planning can only be planning, and in actual operations, various problems will always occur. For a moment, Kyle didn't know what to comment on Joey Boy's actions, and she also felt empty in her heart. He subconsciously turned around and looked at the members of the pirates on both sides. Almost all those who could sit near him were the top leaders of the Twilight Pirates. Whitebeard, Ace, Clockdale, Moria, Vinsmock Gaji, Ant. The top strong men in the pirate world also showed a look similar to Kyle on their faces at this moment. How to say it? That expression seemed to be, "It's boring." Suddenly, Kyle suddenly understood something, raised his lips and smiled relievedly. Yes. Whether it is connecting the mainland into one or seizing the regime that ruled the world, it is no longer difficult for him and the Twilight Pirates now. It can even be said to be within reach. Luffy, who was devoted to practicing in the practice room, had already awakened the form of Nika fruit and had the ability to float fruit. The way they transported the islands was even more stable than 800 years ago. As for seizing power, it is even easier for today's dusk. So after seeing that the historical truth that had been pursuing decades, it was just such a simple, small thing that they felt lost. The only thing that is truly valuable to Kyle in the memory of the 5 old stars is to confirm the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. A few minutes later. Look, the partners gradually regained their awake eyes, and a bright light flashed in Kyle's deep eyes. From this moment on, their pirate group at dusk will officially enter the next stage. A few days later, the news about the death of the 5 old Star Satan Saints successfully became a hot search, and Zoro, who defeated Hawkeye and won the world's #1 swordsman, was pressed into the sections in the corner of the newspaper. The world, because of dusk, has once again encountered a huge shock. This time, the world government can no longer bear the face that has been crushed by the dusk, and issued a serious statement in the media, which will launch a comprehensive attack on the Dusk Pirates. However, a few weeks passed. People in the world have not waited for any news that the world government and navy launched a war in the dusk-ruled areas. On the contrary, the senior executives of the Revolutionary Army frequently appeared on the cover of newspapers. Either they were arrested or they had broken through any country under the world government. I don't know, but I thought the Revolutionary Army was the protagonist of this incident. Haha, it's interesting. I don't dare to cause trouble at dusk, so I concentrate my strength and run to eliminate the Revolutionary Army first. After reading the latest information handed over by Robin, Kyle immediately showed a playful look on his face. Although it was indeed a good idea for the world government at that time to eliminate the Revolutionary Army, a revolutionary with weak combat power but also had an important position. But this way of escaping the frontal battlefield still makes the world government's tone decline, and there is even a saying that the world government is afraid of the pirates at dusk. And the benefit this brings to dusk is many underground giant crocodiles who did not dare to cooperate with dusk all changed their minds when they saw the wind and turned to the embrace of dusk and started trade with dusk. If there are people and things, there will naturally be economics. A large amount of Bailey flowed into Kyle's pocket, and then he was put into the system without caring about the economic collapse. With the addition of Baikalpunk and Eggshell Island, the problems that originally plagued Gaji and others were all solved one after another. Vegapunk, who surpassed the world's 500 years of technology, and the Iron Man template cursed by knowledge, made his scientific research level directly surpass several levels of top scientists such as Gaji. Artificial human soldiers who awaken animal abilities, various copied demonic fruits, space weapons that enter the orbit of the planet. Every day, the pirates in the evening are constantly becoming stronger at a speed that cannot be imagined by the world. Because their enemies are no longer ridiculous world governments. History is a wheel, which seems to be moving forward continuously on the road called time, but in fact, it is a cycle of reincarnation after a period of time. The history 800 years ago was just a drop in the ocean after all. Even if there is no world government, the huge kingdom will sooner or later decline, and then cause another group of people to appear and dominate the world. Just like the founding of a huge kingdom thousands of years ago, it is just a cycle of intelligent civilization. Only by breaking this boundary can they leave real traces in the long river of history. Although this trace may be repeated by later generations. And this boundary, in the eyes of the top leaders at dusk, is to step onto the starry sky and become the first existence in the pirate world to conquer alien civilization. Lead the pirate world and enter the interstellar era. In the blink of an eye, autumn goes and winter comes. A year later.